Prologue. In the mind of a killer, this isn't the Hollywood version. It isn't sanitized or prettied up or rendered into art. This is the way it really happens. If anything, it's worse than the way I describe it. As I had so many times before, I put myself in the mind of the killer. I don't know who she's gonna be, but I'm ready to kill someone. Right now. My wife's left me alone for the whole evening, gone out to a Tupperware party with her girlfriends rather than spending the time with me. It probably doesn't matter all that much, we've been fighting all the time anyway and we'd been fighting all day. Still, it's depressing and I'm sick and tired of being treated that way. Maybe she's really out seeing other men like my first wife done. She got hers, though ended up face down in the bathtub gagging on her own puke. Served her right for the way she treated me. Our 2 kids ended up with my folks. That's another thing pisses me off, like I wasn't good enough to take care of them anymore. I sit around watching TV for a while by myself, drinking beer, a couple of 6-packs, then a 5th of wine. But I still feel bad. I keep sinking lower. I need more beer or something else to drink. What's it now, 9:00, 9:30? Maybe I get up and drive to the mini mart near the commissary and get another 6-pack of Moosehead. Then I drive down to Armour Road and just sit there drinking the beer, trying to sun things out in my own mind. The longer I'm sitting here, the more depressed I'm getting. I'm here alone, living on the base as a dependent to my own wife. They're all her friends, no friends of my own, don't even have my kids. I was in the Navy myself, you know, and thought it was gonna work out, but it didn't. Now it's just one dead-end job after another. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe I should just go on home and wait, then have it out with her when she comes back, get some things settled. It's all running through my head at the same time. I'd really like to have someone to talk to right now, but there isn't anyone around. Hell, I don't know anyone to tell my problems to, anyhow. It's dark all around. It's starting to feel kind of inviting. I feel one with the night. The dark makes me anonymous. The dark makes me omnipotent. I'm over on the north side of the base, parked on the side of the road, still drinking beer, just past the buffalo pens when I see her. Shit, those buffaloes get better treatment than I do. She's just crossed from one side of the road to the other. She's jogging on the side of the road, all by herself, even though it's already dark out. She's tall and really good looking, about 20, I'd say, with long brownish blonde hair hanging in a braid. Her forehead glistens with sweat in the moonlight. Yep, very pretty. She has on a red t-shirt with the Marine emblem in gold on the front and little red shorts that show off her ass real nice and make her legs look like they go on forever. Not an ounce of fat on her. Those Marine women keep themselves in real great shape. All that exercise and drilling. Not like the ones in the Navy. They could whip an ordinary man's ass if given half the chance. I watch her for a few moments, her BS bouncing up and down with the rhythm of her run. I'm thinking about getting out to run with her, maybe strike up a conversation. But I know I'm not near in the shape she's in. Besides, I'm dead fucking drunk. So maybe I pull up in the car, offer her a ride back to her barracks or something, get her to talk to me that way. But then I'm thinking to myself, what's she gonna go with someone like me for when she's probably doing those hotshot Marines? Girl like that thinks she's too good to give my type the time of day. No matter what I say, she's gonna blow me off. And I've been blown off enough for one day already. I've been blown off enough for one lifetime. Well, I'm not putting up with any of that bullshit anymore, not tonight, anyway. Whatever I want, I'm just gonna take. That's the only way you get anything in this world. Bitch is gonna have to deal with me whether she likes it or not. I start up the car and pull alongside her. I lean across to the passenger window and call out, "Excuse me. Do you know how far it is back to the other side of the base?" She doesn't seem scared or nothing, I guess cause of the base sticker on the car, plus the fact that she probably thinks she can take care of herself, being a Marine and all. She stops, comes over to the car real trusting like, breathing a little heavy. She leans in the passenger side and points back and says it's about 3 miles. Then she smiles real pretty and turns back to jog some more. I know this is my only chance with her, another second and she'll be gone. So I open the door, jump out, and run up behind her. I whack her real hard from behind and she goes sprawling. Then I grab her. She kinda gasps as she realizes what's happening and tries to get away from me. But even though she's tall and strong for a girl, I'm nearly a foot taller than her and have to have more than 100 pounds on her. I hold on to her and whack her on the side of the head as hard as I can, which must make her see stars. Even so, she still puts up one hell of a fight, tries to beat the shit out of me to get away. She's gonna pay for that, alright, no bitch is gonna treat me that way. Don't touch me. Get away, she's screaming. I have to practically smother her to get her over close to the car. I whack her again, which makes her wobbly on her feet, then I grab her and put her in the car on the passenger side. Just then, I see two men who've been jogging run up toward the car and they're shouting. So I gun the engine and get the hell out of Dodge. I know I have to get off the base, that is the first thing. So I head down the road toward the gate near the base theater, that's the only one that's open this time of night. I know because it was the one I came in. I prop her up in the seat next to me to look like she's my date. Her head's resting on my shoulder, real romantic-like. In the darkness it must be working because the guard doesn't even react, just passes us through. We're out on Navy Road when she starts coming to and begins screaming again. She threatens to call the cops if I don't let her go. No one talks to me that way. It's not about what she wants anymore, it's about what I want. I'm fucking in control, not her. So I take a hand off the wheel and backhand her hard across the face. That quiets her down. I know I can't bring her home. My old lady could be back by now. What am I gonna do? Explain that this is what I really should be doing to her. I need somewhere me and this new bitch can be alone, that we won't disturbed. I need to go somewhere I feel comfortable. Somewhere I know. Somewhere I know I can do what I have to, where no one will interrupt us. I got an idea. I drive down to the end of the road and turn right into the park, Edmund Orgel Park, it's called. I think she might be starting to wake up again, so I whack her good across the side of the head. I drive past the basketball courts, past the restrooms and stuff toward the other end of the park, near the lake. I stop the car near the bank and turn off the motor. Now we're all alone. I grab her by the shirt and yank her out of the car. She's sort of half conscious, moaning. There's a cut around her eye and blood coming from her nose and mouth. I get her away from the car and sling her onto the ground, but she starts to get up. The bitch is still trying to resist me. So I jump on top of her, kind of straddling like, and smack her around some more. There's this tall tree with spreading branches nearby. It's kind of cozy and romantic. She's mine now. I'm in control. I can do anything to her I want. I tear off her clothes, Nike running shoes, then her fancy marine t-shirt and her little shorts and the blue sweat belt around her waist. There's not much fight left in her. She isn't so tough anymore. I rip everything off her, even her socks. She's trying to escape or get away, but she can't do much. I am in control. I can decide whether this bitch lives or dies and how she's gonna die. It's all up to me. For the first time tonight, I feel like somebody. While I press my forearm down on her neck to keep her quiet, I start going for her breast, the left one. But that's just for starters. I'm gonna give it to this bitch like she's never had it before. I look around. I stand up for a moment, reach up above me and grab a limb from the tree, snap it off about 2.5, 3 feet's worth. It's hard because that sucker's almost 2 inches thick. The end is sharp where it broke off, like an arrowhead or a spear. She seemed like she was out cold just before, but she screams loud again. Her eyes are wild with pain. God, with all that blood, I'll bet she's a virgin. The bitch just screams in agony. Here's for all the women who ever shit on me, I'm saying to myself. Here's for all the people who gave me a raw deal. Here's to life, let someone else get shafted for a change. By now she's stopped struggling. After the frenzy is over and the wildness is done, I start feeling calmer. I lean back and look down at her. She's completely quiet and still. Her body is pale and empty looking, like something's gone. I know she's finally dead, and for the first time in a hell of a long time, I feel completely alive. This is what it means to walk in the shoes, to know both victim and subject, how each interacts with the other. This is what you get from spending hours in the prisons and penitentiaries, sitting across the table, listening to the actual stories. After you've heard from them, you begin to put the pieces together. The crime itself begins to talk to you. As horrible as it sounds, this is what you have to do to be effective. I described this technique to a reporter interviewing me not long ago, and she said, "I can't even think about this kind of thing." I replied, "Well, we'd better all think about this if we ever want to have fewer of them to think about. If you understand, not in some academic, intellectual way, but in a visceral, experiential way, then maybe we can begin to make a difference." What I've just described was my idea of what had happened late on the night of July 11th, 1985, and in the early morning of July 12 the day U.S. Marine Lance Corporal Suzanne Marie Collins, an accomplished, well-loved, exuberant, and beautiful young woman of 19, had died in a public park near the Memphis Naval Air Station, just northeast of Millington, Tennessee. The 5'7", 118-pound Lance Corporal Collins had left her barracks for a run shortly after 10 p.m. and never came back. Her nude and beaten body had been discovered in the park after she missed morning muster. The causes of death were reported as prolonged manual strangulation, blunt force trauma to the head, and massive internal hemorrhage from a sharply beveled tree limb being thrust so far into her body that it tore through her abdominal organs, liver, diaphragm, and right lung. She had been scheduled to graduate on the 12th from a 4-month avionics school in pursuit of her goal of becoming one of the first female Marine aviators. It was always a searing and gut-wrenching experience to go through this exercise, but that's what I had to do if I were going to be able to see the crime through the offender's eyes. I'd already put myself through it from the victim's point of view, and that was almost unbearable. But it was also my job, a job I'd created for myself as the first full-time criminal profiler at the Behavioral Science Division of the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. Normally when my group, the Investigative Support Unit, was called in, it was to provide a behavioral profile and investigative strategy to help police hunt down an unknown subject. By this time, I'd already worked on more than 1,100 such cases since I came to Quantico. But this time the authorities already had a suspect in custody when they called. His name was Sedley Ali, a bearded, 29-year-old white male from Ashland, Kentucky, 6 feet 4 inches tall, 220 pounds, a laborer for an air conditioning company who lived on base as a dependent to his wife, Lynn, who was enlisted in the Navy. They already had a confession from him. In fact, they'd gotten it the next morning. But his version of events was somewhat different from mine. Agents of the Naval Investigative Service had picked him up from the car description of 2 male joggers and the base gate guard. Ali told them that he'd been depressed after his wife, Lynn, had gone out to her Tupperware party, that he'd finished off 3 six-packs of beer and a bottle of wine in the house, then gone out in his old and dying green Mercury station wagon to the mini-mart near the post commissary to buy some more beer. He said he was becoming increasingly intoxicated as he drove aimlessly, until he had seen an attractive white female in a Marine t-shirt and running shorts cross the street as she was jogging. He said he got out of his car and started jogging with her, exchanging small talk, until after a few minutes he became winded from his drinking and smoking. He wanted to tell her his problems, but didn't feel she would care about them since she didn't know him, so he said goodbye and drove off. In his drunken state, he reported, he was drifting and weaving back and forth across the road. He knew he shouldn't be driving. Then he heard a thump and felt a jolt in his car. He realized he'd struck her. He put her in his car, telling her he was going to take her to the hospital, but he said she kept resisting him, threatening to have him arrested for DWI. He drove off the base and headed for Edmund Orgel Park, where he stopped the car and hoped to calm her down and talk her out of turning him in. But in the park she continued berating him, he claimed, telling him how much trouble he was in. He yelled at her to shut up, and when she tried to open the door, he grabbed her by the shirt, opened his door, got out, and pulled her out with him. She was still yelling about how she was going to have him arrested, then tried to break away. So he jumped on top of her and straddled her on the ground, just to keep her from running off. Ali just wanted to talk to her. She kept trying to get away. He described it as wiggling. At that point, he lost it for a second and hit her across the face first once, then once or twice more with his open hand. He was scared and knew he was in trouble if she turned him in. He says he got off her, trying to figure out what to do, and went back to the Mercury for the yellow-handled screwdriver he needed to hot-start the car, and when he came back, he heard someone running high the dark. Panicked, he wheeled around and flung up his arm, which happened to be holding the screwdriver. It turned out to be the girl he struck, and the screwdriver must have hit her and penetrated the side of the head, because she collapsed onto the ground. At this point he didn't know what to do. Should he just run away, maybe go back to Kentucky? He didn't know. He decided he'd have to make the death look like something else, like she was attacked and raped. But, of course, he hadn't had sex with her. Her injury and death had all been a horrible accident, so how was he going to make it look like a sexual attack? He removed her clothes from her body. That was a start. Then dragged her by the ankles away from the car, over to the lake bank, and placed her under a tree. He was grasping at straws, desperate to think of something, when he stretched his hand out and came in contact with a tree limb, and without even consciously thinking about it, he broke it off. Then he rolled her over onto her stomach and pushed the stick into her, just once, he claimed, just enough to make it look like she'd been attacked by a sex maniac. He ran back to his car, hurriedly left the scene, and left the park at the opposite end from where he'd driven in. Henry Hank Williams, Assistant District Attorney for Shelby County, Tennessee, was trying to sort the whole thing out. Williams was one of the best in the business, an imposing-looking former FBI agent in his early 40s with strong, chiseled features, kindly, sensitive eyes, and prematurely white hair. He'd never seen such a gruesome case. As soon as I looked at the file, I thought this was definitely a death penalty case, Williams commented. I wasn't going to plea bargain this one. The problem as he saw it, though, would be to come up with a motive for such a savage murder that a jury could understand. After all, who in his right mind could do such a horrible thing? That was the angle the defense was playing. Aside from Allie's account of the accidental death, they were raising the specter of insanity. It seemed that psychiatrists examining the subject at the instruction of the defense had proposed that Allie suffered from multiple personality disorder. He had neglected to inform the Naval Investigative Service agents who'd interviewed him that first day that apparently he had been split into 3 personalities on the night Suzanne Collins died: himself, Billy, a female personality, and Death, who had ridden a horse next to the car in which Sedley and Billy had been riding. Williams contacted Special Agent Harold Hayes, the profile coordinator in the FBI's Memphis office. He described to Williams the concept of lust murder and referred him to an article my colleague Roy Hazelwood and I had written 5 years earlier for the FBI Law Enforcement Bulletin, entitled, The Lust Murderer. Though lust, in such cases, is something of a misnomer, the article described what our research into serial killers had shown us about these loathsome, sexually based crimes of manipulation, domination, and control. The killing of Suzanne Collins seemed to be a classic lust murder, a premeditated act willfully committed by a sane individual with a character disorder such that, while he knew the difference between right and wrong, he wasn't going to let that moral distinction get in his way. Williams asked me onto the case to advise him on prosecutive strategy and figure out how to convince a jury of 12 good men and women who probably had little direct contact with raw evil in their lives that my version of events made more sense than the defendant's. The first thing I had to do was explain to the prosecution team some of what my people and I had learned during our years of fighting crime from a behavioral perspective, as well as the particular price we'd paid to learn it. I had to take them along on my own journey into darkness. Chapter 1 Journey into Darkness. In early December of 1983, at 38 years of age, I collapsed in a hotel room in Seattle while working on the Green River murders case. The 2 agents I'd brought with me from Quantico had to break down the door to get to me. For 5 days I hovered in a coma between life and death in the intensive care unit of Swedish hospital, suffering from viral encephalitis brought on by the acute stress of handling more than 150 cases at a time, all of which I knew were depending on me for answers. I wasn't expected to live, but miraculously I did, nurtured by first-rate medical care, the love of my family, and the support of my fellow agents. I returned home, almost a month later, in a wheelchair and couldn't go back to work until May. All during that time, I was afraid the neurological damage the disease left me with would prevent me from shooting at FBI standards and therefore prematurely end my career as an agent. To this day, I still have some impairment on my left side. Unfortunately, my situation isn't unique in this business. Most of the other agents who've worked with me as profilers and criminal investigative analysts in the investigative support unit have suffered some severe, work-related stress or illness which kept them off the job for some period of time. The range of problems runs the gamut: neurological disease like mine, chest pain and cardiac scares, ulcers and GI disorders, anxieties and depression. Law enforcement is a notoriously high-stress environment to begin with. While I was home recuperating, I did a lot of thinking about what it is in our job that causes the particular kind of stress that's at least different and may even be greater than that of some other FBI agents, detectives, and police line officers, people who face immediate physical danger far more often than we do. Part of the answer, I think, lies in the service we offer. In an agency long famous for its "just the facts, ma'am" orientation, we're probably the only group routinely asked for an opinion. Even so, we essentially had to wait for J. Edgar Hoover to die before profiling could even be considered a legitimate crime-fighting tool. For years after the criminal personality program was set up at Quantico, Most others within and outside the Bureau considered this witchcraft or black magic practiced by a small group of shamans 60 feet below ground where the light of day never penetrated. The fact of the matter, though, is that life and death decisions can be made based on our advice, yet we don't have the luxury of hard facts to back them up. We don't have the comfort of black and white. If a police officer is wrong, it means the case might not be solved, but things are no worse off than they were before. When we are called in, it's often as a last resort, and if we're wrong, we can send the investigation off in a completely non-productive direction. So we try to be very sure about what we say. But our stock in trade is human behavior, and human behavior, as the psychiatrists are so fond of telling us, is not an exact science. One of the reasons police and law enforcement agencies throughout the United States and many parts of the world come to us is because we have experience that they don't. Like the medical specialist who has seen many more cases of a rare disease than any primary care physician, we have the advantage of a national and international perspective and can therefore pick up on variations and nuances that might escape a local investigator who has only his own jurisdiction as a reference point. We work on the principle that behavior reflects personality and generally divide the profiling process into 7 steps: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 is evaluation of the criminal act itself. Comprehensive evaluation of the specifics of the crime scene or scenes. Comprehensive analysis of the victim or victims. Evaluation of preliminary police reports. Evaluation of the medical examiner's autopsy protocol. Development of a profile with critical offender characteristics. Investigative suggestions predicated on construction of the profile. The final step indicates, offering a profile of an offender is often only the beginning of the service we offer. The next level is to consult with local investigators and suggest proactive strategies they might use to force the unsub's hand to get him to make a move. In cases of this nature we try to stand off at a distance and detach ourselves, but we still may be thrust right into the middle of the investigation. This may involve meeting with the family of a murdered child, coaching family members how to handle taunting phone calls from the killer describing how the child died, even trying to use a sibling as bait in an effort to lure the killer to a particular place. This was what I suggested after the murder of 17-year-old Sherry Faye Smith in Columbia, South Carolina, since the killer gave indications of being fixated on Sherry's beautiful sister, Dawn. Every moment until we had the killer in custody, I sweated out the advice I'd given the sheriff's department and the family, knowing that if my judgment was flawed, the Smiths could facing another unendurable tragedy. Less than 6 weeks after the killer called Dawn with elaborate instructions on how to find Sherry Faye Smith's body in a field in neighboring Saluda County, Lance Corporal Suzanne Collins was murdered in a public park in Tennessee. There are just so many of them out there for us. And what we do see, as my colleague Jim Wright characterized them, are the worst of the worst. We live every day with the certain knowledge of people's capacity for evil. It almost defies description what one person can do to another, Jim notes. XV a person can do to an infant, to a child less than a year old, the evisceration of women, the dehumanization process that they go through. There's no way you can be involved in the type of work we're doing or be involved as a law enforcement officer or in the investigation of violent crime and not be personally affected. We very often receive telephone calls from surviving victims, or from the loved ones of victims. We even have some of the serial killers and serial rapists calling us. So we're dealing with the personal side of these crimes, and we do personally get involved and take them to heart. All of us in the unit, I think, have our pet cases that we refuse to let go of. I know what some of Jim's are. One of mine is Green River, which was never solved. Another is the murder of Suzanne Collins, which haunts me to this day. While I was home recuperating from my illness, I also visited the military cemetery in Quantico and stared at the plot where I would have been buried had I died that first week. And I did a lot of thinking about what I would have to do if I were going to survive to retirement age. I'd considered myself as good at what I did as anyone, but I realized I'd become a one-dimensional person. Everything my wife, my kids, my parents, friends, house, and neighborhood had all come in second behind my job, a very distant second. It got to the point that every time my wife or one of my kids got hurt, or had a problem, I'd compare it to the victims in my horrific cases, and it didn't seem like such a big deal. Or, I'd analyze their cuts and scrapes in terms of blood patterns I'd observed at crime scenes. I tried to work off my constant tension through a combination of drinking and a feverish exercise regimen. I could only relax when I was completely exhausted. I decided while walking through that military cemetery that I had to find a way to ground myself, to set a greater store in the love and support I got from Pam and my daughters. Erica and Lauren, our son, Jed, would come along several years later, to begin relying on religious faith, to try to take some time off, to explore the other aspects of life. I knew this was the only way I was going to make it. And when I moved from managing the profiling program and became unit chief in 1990, I tried to provide ways that everyone working for me could maintain his or her mental health and emotional equilibrium. I'd seen firsthand what can happen, how sapping our work can be. To do what we do, it's very important to get into the mind of not only the killer or unsub, but into the mind of the victim at the time the crime occurred. That's the only way you're going to be able to understand the dynamics of the crime, what was going on between the victim and the offender. For example, you may learn that the victim was a very passive person, and if so, why did she receive so many blows to the face? Why was this victim tortured the way she was, even though we know from analyzing her that she would have given in, done anything her attacker said? Knowing how the victim would have reacted tells us something important about the offender. In this case, he must be into hurting his victims. The rape isn't enough for him, it's punishing them that's important to him. That represents what we refer to as the signature aspect of the crime. We can begin to fill in much of the rest of his personality and predict his recognizable post-offense behavior from this one insight. It's important for us to know this about each case and each victim, but it's also among the most devastating emotional exercises imaginable. Police officers and detectives deal with the effects of violence, which is disturbing enough, but if you're in this business long enough, you do grow somewhat used to it. In fact, many of us in law enforcement are concerned that violence is so much around us that it's taken for granted even by the public. But the kind of criminals we deal with don't kill as a means to an end, such as an armed robber would. They kill or rape or torture because they enjoy it, because it gives them satisfaction and a feeling of domination and control so lacking from every other aspect of their shabby, inadequate, and cowardly lives. So much do many of them enjoy what they do that they want nothing more than to experience it again at every opportunity. In California, Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris made audio tapes so they could relieve the sexual torture and murder of teenage girls in the back of their specially equipped van, nicknamed Murder Mac. Also in California, Leonard Lake and his partner, Charles Ng, produced videos of young women they'd captured being stripped and psychologically brutalized in captivity, offering voice-over commentary along the way. I'd like to tell you these are isolated practices, or just limited to the exotic perversions of California. But I've seen too much of this, and my people have seen too much of this, to be able to tell you that. And hearing or seeing violence as it happens in real time is about as unbearable as anything we deal with over the years. As it became my responsibility to evaluate and hire new people for my unit, I developed a profile of what I wanted in a profiler. At first, I went for strong academic credentials, figuring an understanding of psychology and organized criminology was most important. But I came to realize degrees and academic knowledge weren't nearly as important as experience and certain subjective qualities. We have the facilities to fill in any educational gaps through fine programs at the University of Virginia and the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. What I started looking for was right-brained, creative-type thinkers. There are many positions within the FBI and law enforcement in general where engineering or accounting types do the best, but in profiling and investigative analysis, that kind of thinker would probably have some difficulty. Contrary to the impression given in such stories as The Silence of the Lambs, we don't pluck candidates for the investigative support unit right out of the academy. Since our first book, Mind Hunter, was published, I've had many letters from young men and women who say they want to go into behavioral science in the FBI and join the profiling team at Quantico. It doesn't work quite that way. First you get accepted by the Bureau, then you prove yourself in the field as a first-rate, creative investigator, then we recruit you for Quantico. And then you're ready for 2 years of intensive, specialized training before you become a full-fledged member of the unit. A good profiler must first and foremost show imagination and creativity in investigation. He or she must be willing to take risks while still maintaining the respect and confidence of fellow agents and law enforcement officers. Our preferred candidates will show leadership, won't wait for a consensus before offering an opinion, will be persuasive in a group setting but tactful in helping to put a flawed investigation back on track. For these reasons, they must be able to work both alone and in groups. Once we choose a person, he or she will work with experienced members of the unit almost the way a young associate in a law firm works with a senior partner. If they're at all lacking in street experience, we send them to the New York Police Department to ride along with their best homicide detectives. If they need more death investigation, we have nationally recognized consultants such as Dr. James Luke, the esteemed former medical examiner of Washington, D.C. And before they get to Quantico, many, if not most, of our people will have been profile coordinators in the field offices, where they develop a strong rapport with state and local departments and sheriff's offices. The key attribute necessary to be a good profiler is judgment, a judgment based not primarily on the analysis of facts and figures, but on instinct. It's difficult to define, but like Justice Potter Stewart said of pornography, we know it when we see it. In San Diego in 1993, Larry Ankrum and I testified in the trial of Cleophas Prince, accused of murdering 6 young women over a 9-month period. We'll get into more of the details of that case in the next chapter. During the preliminary hearing to rule on the admissibility of our testimony on linkage based on unique aspects of each crime, one of the defense attorneys asked me if there was an objective numerical scale I used for measuring uniqueness. In other words, could I assign a number value to everything we did? The answer, of course, is no. Many factors come together in our evaluations, and ultimately, it comes down to the individual analyst's judgment rather than any objective scale or test. Likewise, after the tragedy at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas, there was much soul-searching, breast-beating, and attempt at self-critique within the federal law enforcement agencies about what could and should have been done differently. After one such meeting at the Justice Department in Washington, Attorney General Janet Reno asked me to have my unit compile a list of scenarios for standoff situations and assign each one a percentage success rating. Ms. Reno is an extremely bright and sensitive individual, and I lauded her desire to prepare herself in advance for the next unknown crisis rather than having to respond from a purely reactive mode. But while it might be considered insubordination, I told her how reluctant I was to do anything of the sort. If I tell you that a certain tactic worked 85% of the time in a particular type of hostage situation and any other response has only been effective 25 or 30% of the time, I explained, then there's going to be tremendous pressure on you to go for the highest percentage. But I or another analyst may see something in that situation which indicates to us that lower percentage option is the one to go with. We can't justify it in statistical terms, but our judgment tells us it has the best chance of working. If you're going to go with the numbers, you might as well let a machine make the decision. That, actually, is an issue which comes up with some regularity in our business. Can't a machine do what we do? It would seem that after you have enough cases and enough experience, an expert programmer ought to be able to come up with a computer model that could, say, duplicate my thought processes as a profiler. It's not as if they haven't tried, but so far, at least, machines can't do what we can do, any more than a computer could write this book even if we gave it all the words in the dictionary, their relative usage in speech, all the rules of grammar and parameters of style and models of all the best stories. There are just too many independent judgments to be made, too many gut feelings based on training and experience, too many subtleties of the human character. We certainly can and do use computer databases to quantify material and retrieve it efficiently. But like a doctor making a diagnosis, objective tests only go so far. Since machines can't do it, we have to find human beings who can, who try to balance objectivity and intuition. And while we can offer the techniques and hone the skills, we can't supply the talent. As with a gifted professional athlete, it's either there or it isn't. Like acting, or writing, or playing a musical instrument, or hitting a baseball, you can teach someone the concept, you can give pointers, you can help them develop the skill. But unless you're born with what my friend the novelist Charles McCary calls a major league eye, you're not going to hit the ball consistently in the big leagues, you're not going to be pro material. But if you are pro material in our field, and if you are at all a decent, normal person as I hope we all are, you can't see the things we see, you can't become involved with the families and survivors the way we do, you can't encounter multiple rapists and killers who hurt other people for the sport of it, without taking on a sense of mission and developing a deep and enduring kinship with the victims of violent crime and their families. So you might as well know going in that this is where I'm coming from, and that is the perspective from which this book is written. I would like to believe in redemption, and I hope rehabilitation is possible in some cases. But from my 25 years of experience as an FBI special agent and nearly that long as a behavioral profiler and crime analyst, Seeing the evidence, the statistics, and the data, I cannot place more faith in what I would like to be true than what I know is reality. What I mean by this is that I am much less interested in giving a convicted sexually motivated killer a second chance than in giving an innocent potential victim a first chance. Please don't get me wrong. We don't need a fascist, totalitarian police state to accomplish this. We don't have to threaten the Constitution or civil liberties. From my experience, I'm as aware as anyone of the real and potential abuses of police power. What I do believe we need is to enforce the laws we already have on the books and bring some simple common sense, based more on reality than sentiment, to the issues of sentencing, punishment, and parole. What I think we need more than anything else in our society today is a sense of personal responsibility for what we do. From what I see and hear and read, no one is responsible anymore. There's always some factor in a person's life or background to excuse him. There is a price to the passage through life, and regardless of what's happened to each of us in the past, pan of that price is responsibility for our actions in the present. Having briefly laid out these views, let me also repeat at the outset what almost anyone in law enforcement will tell you, that if you expect us to solve your social problems, you're going to be very disappointed. By the time the problem reaches our desk, it's already too late. The damage has been done. I've often said in speeches that many more serial killers are made than born. With adequate awareness and intervention, a lot of these guys can be helped, or at least neutralized, before it's too late. I've spent much of my career dealing with the results if they're not. How do we know this? What makes us think we understand why a killer acts the way he does and that we can therefore predict his behavior even though we don't know who he is? The reason we think we know what's going on in the mind of the killer or rapist or arsonist or bomber is because we were the first ones to get the word directly from the real experts, the offenders themselves. The work my colleagues and I did, and the work that's still being done in Quantico after me, is based initially on a study Special Agent Robert Ressler and I undertook beginning in the late 1970s, in which we went into the prisons and conducted extensive and detailed interviews with a cross-section of serial murderers and rapists and violent criminals. The study continued intensively for several years and in a sense is still ongoing. With the collaboration of Professor Ann Burgess at the University of Pennsylvania, the results were compiled and eventually published under the title Sexual Homicide, Patterns and Motives. To deal with these people effectively, to get what you need out of them, first you have to prepare extensively, study the entire file and know everything you can about the case, and then you have to come down and deal with them on their own level. If you don't know exactly what they've done and how they've done it, how they got to their victims and the methods they used to hurt and kill them, then they're going to be able to bullshit you for their own self-serving purposes. Remember, most serial offenders are expert manipulators of other people. And if you are not willing to come down to their level and see things through their eyes, they're not going to open up and confide. And both of these factors add to the strain. I wasn't getting anything out of Richard Speck, mass murderer of 8 student nurses in a South Chicago townhouse, when I interviewed him in prison in Joliet, Illinois, until I abandoned my official bureau detachment and berated him for taking 8 good pieces of ass away from the rest of us. At that point he shook his head, smiled, then turned to us and said, "You fucking guys are crazy. It must be a fine line, separates you from me. Feeling the way I do about victims and their families, this is always a bitter and extremely difficult persona for me to assume. But it's necessary, and after I did it with Speck I was able to start penetrating the macho facade and achieve an understanding of how his mind worked and what made him escalate that night in 1966 from a simple burglary to rape and mass murder. When I went to Attica to interview David Berkowitz, the son of Sam, who had killed 6 young men and women in cars in New York City during a year-long reign of terror beginning in July of 1976, he held to his well-publicized story that his neighbor's 3,000-year-old dog had made him commit the crimes. I knew enough about the specific details of the case and I'd seen enough of his methodology that I was sure the killings were not the result of such a complex delusional system. I felt this way not because I made it up, but because of what I'd already learned in interviews we'd previously conducted and analyzed. So once Berkowitz started giving me the song and dance about the dog, I was able to say, "Hey, David, knock off the bullshit. The dog had nothing to do with it." He laughed and quickly admitted I was right. This cleared the way to the heart of his methodology, which was the aspect I most wanted to hear about and learn from. And we did learn. Berkowitz, who had started out his antisocial career as a fire starter, told us that he was on the hunt nightly for victims of opportunity who met his criteria. When he couldn't find them, which was most nights, he would gravitate back to the scenes of his previous crimes to masturbate and relieve the joy and satisfaction, the power of life and death over another human being, just as Bittaker and Norris had with their audio tapes and Lake and NG did with their home movies. Ed Kemper is a 6'9" giant of a man who probably has the highest IQ of any killer I've ever encountered. Fortunately for me and the rest of us, where I encountered him was in the secure visitor's room of the California State Medical Facility at Vacaville, where Kemper was serving out multiple life terms. As a young teen he had spent some time in a mental hospital for killing both his grandparents on their farm in Northern California. He had gone on as an adult to terrorize the area around the University of California at Santa Cruz in the early 1970s, where he decapitated and mutilated at least 6 co-eds before getting himself focused and butchering his own mother, Clarnell, the real object of his resentment. I found Kemper to be bright, sensitive, and intuitive. And unlike most killers, he understands enough about himself to know that he shouldn't be let out. He gave us a number of important insights into how an intelligent killer's mind works. He explained to me, with insight rare for a violent criminal, that he dismembered the bodies after death not because of any sexual kick, but simply to delay identification and keep investigators off his trail as long as possible. From other experts we got additional nuggets of information and insight which were to prove tremendously valuable in devising strategies to catch unsubs. For instance, the old cliché about killers returning to the scenes of their crimes turns out to be true in many instances, though not necessarily for the reasons we thought. True, a certain personality of killer under certain circumstances does feel remorse and returns to the crime scene or the victim's grave site to beg forgiveness. If we think we're dealing with that sort of unsub, it can help dictate our actions. Some killers return for different reasons, not because they feel bad about a crime but because they feel good about it. Knowing this can help us catch them, too. Some inject themselves directly into an investigation to keep on top of things, chatting up cops or coming forward as witnesses. When I worked on the Atlanta child murders in 1981, I was convinced from what I saw that the unsub would actually approach the police with offers to help. Ivy Hen Wayne Williams was apprehended after he'd thrown the body of his latest victim into the Chattahoochee River. As we predicted he would, we learned that this police buff had offered his services to the investigators as a crime scene photographer. And others we interviewed told us that they had taken a companion, generally a woman, on a trip to the general area of the crime, then made some excuse to leave her long enough to actually revisit the scene. One killer told us of taking his sometimes girlfriend on a camping trip, then leaving her briefly with the excuse that he had to relieve himself in the woods. That was when he would go back to the body dump site. The prison interviews helped us see and understand the wide variety of motivation and behavior among serial killers and rapists. But we saw some striking common denominators as well. Most of them come from broken or dysfunctional homes. They're generally products of some type of abuse, whether it's physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, or a combination. We tend to see at a very early age the formation of what we refer to as the homicidal triangle, or homicidal triad. This includes enuresis or bedwetting at an inappropriate age, starting fires, and cruelty to small animals or other children. Very often, we found, at least 2 of these 3 traits were present, if not all 3. By the time we see his first serious crime, he's generally somewhere in his early to mid-20s. He has low self-esteem and blames the rest of the world for his situation. He already has a bad track record, whether he's been caught at it or not. It may be breaking and entering, it may have been rape or rape attempts. You may see a dishonorable discharge from the military, since these types tend to have a real problem with any type of authority. Throughout their lives, they believe that they've been victims, they've been manipulated, they've been dominated, they've been controlled by others. But here, in this one situation, fueled by fantasy, this inadequate, ineffectual nobody can manipulate and dominate a victim of his own. He can be in control. He can orchestrate whatever he wants to do to the victim. He can decide whether this victim should live or die, how the victim should die. It's up to him. He's finally calling the shots. Understanding the common background is very important in understanding a serial killer's motivation. After spending many hours with Charles Manson at San Quentin, we concluded that what motivated him in inspiring among his followers the butchery of Sharon Tate and her friends one night in Los Angeles in 1969 and Leno and Rosemary LaBianca the next was not the apocalyptic bloodlust of Helter Skelter, as had been widely thought. Born the illegitimate son of a 16-year-old prostitute who had grown up with a fanatically religious aunt and sadistic uncle until he began living on the streets at age 10 and in and out of prisons thereafter, Manson craved fame, fortune, and recognition, just like the rest of us. What he really wanted to be was a rock star. Short of that, he could set himself up as a guru and would settle for a free ride through life with susceptible followers providing the food, shelter, and drugs. His family of social misfits and middle-class dropouts provided him with enough opportunity for manipulation, domination, and control. To keep them in line and interested, he preached apocalypse, an ultimate social and race war symbolized by the Beatles' song Helter Skelter, in which he alone would emerge victorious. Everything was okay with Charlie until August 9, 1969, when Manson follower and would-be usurping leader Charles Tex Watson broke into the Beverly Hills home of director Roman Polanski and his 8 months pregnant wife, movie star Sharon Tate. After the brutal slaughter of 5 people, Polanski was not home at the time. Manson realized he had to assume control, make it seem that he had actually intended these murders as the beginning of Helter Skelter, and direct his family into another killing, or else he would lose credibility and surrender his leadership to Watson. Then his free ride would be over. In Manson's case, the violence began not when he began his manipulation, domination, and control, but when he began losing control. All that we learned from Manson doesn't mean he's any less a monster than what we thought, it only means he turns out to be a somewhat different type of monster. Understanding the differences gives us insight into his type of crime and, equally important, his type of charisma. What we learned from Manson we were later able to apply to an understanding of other cults, such as the one led by the Reverend Jim Jones, David Korsh's Branch Davidians at Waco, the Weaver family at Ruby Ridge, the Freemen in Montana, and the entire militia movement. Through our interview and research efforts we came up with a number of observations which have had significant bearing on our ability to analyze crimes and predict behavior of criminals. Traditionally, investigators have given great weight to a perpetrator's modus operandi, or MO. This is the way the perpetrator goes about committing a crime, whether he uses a knife or gun, or the method he uses to abduct a victim. Theodore Ted Bundy, who was executed in 1989 in the electric chair of the Florida State Penitentiary at Stark with my colleague Bill Hagmay not far away, was handsome, resourceful, and charming, well liked by those around him and the model of a good catch. He was a perfect example of the reality that serial killers don't often look like monsters. They blend in with the rest of us. He was one of the most notorious serial killers in American history, a man who abducted, raped, and murdered young women all along the way from Seattle to Tallahassee, having developed a ruse in which he would have his arm in a sling and removable cast, making him appear disabled. He would then ask the assistance of his intended victim in moving some heavy object. When her guard was down, he would whack her. Novelist Thomas Harris used this particular MO in creating the character of Buffalo Bill in The Silence of the Lambs. Additional aspects of the character were taken from other serial killers with whom we acquainted Harris during a visit he made to Quantico before writing his previous novel, Red Dragon. Buffalo Bill kept his victims in a pit dug in his basement. In real life, this is what Gary Heidnik did with the women he captured in Philadelphia. Buffalo Bill's penchant for using the skins of women to create a female costume for himself came from Ed Gein, the 1950s killer in the small Wisconsin farming community of Plainfield. Harris wasn't the first to borrow the idea, though. Robert Bloch had already used parts of it in his own memorable novel, Psycho, made into the film classic by Alfred Hitchcock. What's important to note here is that while using an arm cast and sling to abduct women is a modus operandi, killing and flaying women to use their skins is not. The term I coined to describe that was signature, because like a signature, it is a personal detail that is unique to the individual. The MO is what the offender does to effect the crime. The signature, in a sense, is why he does it, the thing that fulfills him emotionally. Sometimes there can be a fine line between MO and signature, depending on the reason why it was done. Of the 3 aspects of the Buffalo Bill composite, the cast is definitely MO, the skinning is signature, and the pit could be either, depending on the situation. If he keeps his captives in the pit as a means of holding and controlling them, then I would classify that as MO. If he gets some emotional satisfaction out of holding them down there, of seeing them degraded and pleading in fear, then that would fall under signature. I have found that signature is a much more reliable guide to the behavior of serial offenders than MO. The reason for this is that signature is static, while MO is dynamic, that is, it evolves as the offender progresses in his criminal career and learns from his own experience. If he can come up with a better means of abducting a victim or transporting or disposing of a body, he'll do it. He won't change is the emotional reason he's committing the crime in the first place. Clearly, in a routine crime such as bank robbery, MO is the only thing that matters. The police will want to know how he's pulling off the job. The reason he's doing it is obvious: he wants the money. But in a sexually based serial crime, and virtually all serial murders are sexually based in one sense or another, signature analysis may be critical, particularly in being able to link a series of crimes together. Stephen Pennell, the 1-40 killer in Delaware, lured prostitutes into his specially equipped van where he raped, tortured, and murdered them. His methods of getting the women into his van varied. That was his MOW. Had stayed consistent was the torture. That was his signature, and that is what I testified to at his trial. That was what gave him emotional satisfaction. A defense attorney might claim that various cases are not related and do not represent the work of the same subject because the instruments used or the methods of torture might have been different. But this is insignificant. What is significant is the torture itself, and that remained consistent and static. One final note here: you've probably noticed that whenever I mention serial killers, I always refer to them as he. This isn't just a matter of form or syntactical convenience. For reasons we only partially understand, virtually all multiple killers are male. There's been a lot of research and speculation into it. Part of it is probably as simple as the fact that people with higher levels of testosterone, i.e., men, tend to be more aggressive than people with lower levels, i.e., women. On a psychological level, our research seems to show that while men from abusive backgrounds often come out of the experience hostile and abusive to others, women from similar backgrounds tend to direct the rage and abusiveness inward and punish themselves rather than others. While a man might kill, hurt, or rape others as a way of dealing with his rage, a woman is more likely to channel it into something that would hurt primarily herself, such as drug or alcohol abuse, prostitution, or suicide attempts. I can't think of a single case of a woman acting out a sexualized murder on her own. The one exception to this generality, the one place we do occasionally see women involved in multiple murders, is in a hospital or nursing home situation. A woman is unlikely to kill repeatedly with a gun or knife. It does happen with something clean like drugs. These often fall into the category of either mercy homicide, in which the killer believes he or she is relieving great suffering, or the hero homicide, in which the death is the unintentional result of causing the victim distress so he can be revived by the offender, who is then declared a hero. And, of course, we've all been horrified by the cases of mothers, such as the highly publicized Susan Smith case in South Carolina, killing their own children. There is generally a particular set of motivations for this most unnatural of all crimes, which we'll get into later on. But for the most part, the profile of the serial killer or repeat violent offender begins with male. Without that designation, my colleagues and I would all be happily out of a job. Until that happens, which, if the last several thousand years of human history are any indication, won't be any time in the foreseeable future, some of us are going to have to continue making that journey into darkness, into the dark mind of the killer and the dark fate of his victim. That's the story I want to tell here. Chapter 2: The motive behind the murder. I've often said that what we do in analyzing a murder, that what any good homicide detective does, is very similar to what an actor does in preparing for a role. We both come to a scene. In the actor's case, a scene in a play or movie script. In ours, a murder scene, we look at what's there on the surface, written dialogue between the characters or evidence of a violent crime, and we try to figure out what that tells us. In other words, what really happened between the principal characters in this scene. Actors call this subtext, and what they'll tell you they need to know for themselves before they can act a scene is, what does the character want? Why does he say this particular thing or take this particular action? What is the motive? Motive is one of the thorniest issues in criminal investigative analysis. It is also among the most critical. Until you can figure out why a particular violent crime was committed, it is going to be very difficult trying to come to meaningful conclusions regarding the behavior and personality of the unsub. Even if you do catch him, it can still be very problematic prosecuting him successfully. That was the problem Hank Williams faced going into the Sedley Alley trial, and that was why he called me in. In the case of bank robbery, the motive, like its related element, the signature, is obvious. The offender wants the money and he doesn't want to work for it legitimately. But let's say you're investigating a breaking and entering in which the resident of the apartment was raped and killed. Was the primary motive burglary, sexual assault, or murder? Either way, the victim is still dead, but it makes a big difference to us in figuring out what kind of person the killer is. During the fall of 1982, we got a call from a police department in the Midwest investigating the rape murder of a 25-year-old woman. The crime occurred in the living room of the apartment she and her husband had lived in for about 6 months. When the husband returned home, he found the place had been completely ransacked, leading police to wonder whether the primary motive had actually been burglary and the rape and murder a secondary crime of opportunity. The crime scene photos were very complete and well done. The victim was found face up on the living room floor, with her dress up around her waist and panties pulled down to her knees. Despite the disarray in the room, there was no evidence of struggle and no defense wounds on the body. The murder weapon was a hammer belonging to the victim and her husband. It was found in the kitchen sink, where it appeared the unsub had placed it to wash off the blood. The husband reported that some of his wife's jewelry had been taken. In interesting contrast to the appearance of the crime scene, the ME's report found no apparent evidence of sexual assault and no traces of semen on the victim or her clothing. However, tox screens did show that she had been drinking shortly before the attack. This was where I said, bingo. The crime was staged to look like what an inexperienced person thinks a rape murder is supposed to look like. I told the surprised detective I was pretty sure he'd already interviewed the killer, and that the motive wasn't burglary. It wasn't even sexual aggression. This is what I visualized having happened. The victim and the offender had been drinking together in her apartment. They got into an argument, probably a rehash and continuation of one they'd had many times in the past. The tension reached a threshold that the offender could no longer stand. He grabbed the closest weapon of opportunity, which happened to be the hammer in the kitchen, returned and angrily struck the victim several times on her head and face until she collapsed. Realizing he would be the obvious suspect, the offender rushed to the kitchen sink to wash blood from his hands and bloody fingerprints from the handle of the hammer. He then went back to the dead victim and rolled her over into a face-up position, lifted her dress and pulled down her underpants to stage a sexually motivated assault. He then ransacked the drawers to make it appear that the intruder had come in searching for money or valuables. At this point in my narrative, the detective said, "You just told me the husband did it." I coached him on how to re-interview the husband. During the polygraph, I said, the key thing would be to stress that the police knew he got blood on his hands and tried unsuccessfully to wash the bloody evidence away. Within a few days the husband was polygraphed, failed the test, and then admitted his guilt to the polygraph examiner. Sometimes you're faced with a case in which the motive should be apparent, but something doesn't quite add up. That's what happened early in the afternoon of January 27, 1981, in Rockford, Illinois. About 1 p.m. someone walked into Fred's Groceries and shot and killed the 54-year-old owner, Willie Fred, and an employee, Fred's 20-year-old nephew, Albert Pearson. There were no witnesses. Fred was found face down on the floor behind the counter. Detectives determined that he must have been sitting behind the counter when he was shot twice with .38 caliber slugs, one in his neck, the other in his spleen. The younger victim was found halfway out the swinging doors to the outside. He'd been shot 3 times in the chest by the same weapon, evidently while backing away from his assailant. Strangely, there was no evidence of anything of value being taken from the store. Fred and Pearson, it should be noted, were black. Around 8:45 the following morning, a man coming in for gas at a Clark Oil Company Super 100 service station in Rockford came upon the body of the attendant in the station's supply storage room. The victim was an 18-year-old white male identified as Kevin Kaiser. He was propped against the wall where he'd fallen after being shot 5 times with a .38 caliber weapon, though ballistics tests later showed it was not the same weapon that had killed the 2 men at the grocery store the previous day. 4 of the bullets had passed through his chest. The 5th entered the right side of his face and exited the left side of his neck, clearly shot at close range. The lack of bleeding at either the entry or exit wound meant the heart had already stopped. The young victim was dead before this last shot was fired. As far as victimology, people who knew Kevin had nothing but good things to say about him, describing him as hardworking and a real nice kid. And like the incident the day before, nothing of value appeared to have been taken. There was a description of a possible suspect in the area, however, a black male in his late 20s, medium height with short hair and a mustache. Shortly after 7 o'clock the next morning, a husband and wife who'd pulled in at the Easy Go gas station in Rockford found the attendant lying face up in a large pool of blood in that station's storage room. They'd gone in to try to find someone when the station appeared to be unattended during business hours. The victim this time was Kenny Faust, a 35-year-old white male who had been shot twice, one bullet entering the left side of his face and passing into his brain, the other after he collapsed to the floor, from the right side of his neck to the left. The customers immediately called the rescue squad, which arrived while Faust was still alive, but he died shortly after arriving at Rockford Memorial Hospital without regaining consciousness. It appeared that about $150 was robbed from the station. There were no witnesses, but ballistics tests indicated that the gun that had killed Kenny Faust had also killed Willie Fred and Albert Pearson, the first real link in any of these three incidents. Rockford police immediately formed a major case task force. 4 days later, on the afternoon of February 2nd, someone came into a Radio Shack store in Beloit, Wisconsin, and shot and killed both the 21-year-old manager, Richard Book, and a 26-year-old male customer, Donald Raines. Another customer later found them lying next to each other on the floor near the rear of the store. Both had been shot multiple times in the head and chest, even though detectives saw no sign of a struggle with the gunman. It seemed that some money had been taken from the store, but they couldn't tell how much. Beloit is just over Wisconsin's southern border, about 20 miles or so north of Rockford. There were 3 witness accounts of men seen in the area prior to the killings. One of those was of a black male similar in description to the one spotted in connection with the second shooting in Rockford. The witness accounts and similarity of circumstances suggested this last crime could be related to one or more of the previous 3. That gave it an interstate character and meant the FBI could be called in. I got involved right after this when I got a frantic call from the FBI in Illinois. The problem was, the case didn't add up. There were multiple weapons. The victims were both black and white, a wide variety of ages, and almost nothing of value had been taken in crimes that looked like nothing else but armed robberies. Who was he and why was he doing it? As I looked at the police reports, the crime scene photographs, and the autopsy protocols, this started looking less like a string of armed robberies gone bad and more like a certain type of serial murder. I still didn't really understand what the motive was, but the style of killing was consistent and I would characterize it as an assassination style. None of the victims appeared to have put up any resistance and most were shot more times and more viciously than was necessary to achieve the purpose of neutralizing them for a robbery. That is to say, the killing went far beyond modus operandi. The killings were methodical and sequential, but didn't make much sense. You could even think of them as spree murders rather than serial crimes. Nothing of significant value was taken. There was no sexual component to the murders. There was no evidence the unsub knew any of the victims, so an attempt at personal revenge didn't seem likely. Quite the contrary, the victims didn't seem to have anything in common with each other. When you've analyzed what should be the motive based on the crime scenario and that doesn't make sense, and you go through all the other logical ones and you can't make one of them fit reasonably, then you start looking into psychiatric territory. All crimes have a motive, all crimes make sense according to some logic, though that logic may be a strictly internal one with no relationship to any objective logic. This made me think our unsub was probably a paranoid individual, delusional but still functional. I thought the multiple weapons spoke to this, too. He only used one type of ammunition, he was familiar with the .38 slug and trusted it. But he had more than one gun. I was willing to bet there were more still. When you're paranoid you can never have too many guns. To commit this series, he had to be able to get from point A to point B, which meant he had to be able to drive, which meant he probably had a driver's license, which meant he was operating in the everyday world at some level and he had some job, even if it was a menial one. He would have interaction with people around him, but they would know he was odd. In any series of crimes that takes place over some distance, we concentrate on the first case, which for our purposes is usually the most significant. In multiple homicides the killer is usually of the same race as his victim. Assuming that the 4 cases were related, here we had a situation in which the first 2 victims were black and all the other subsequent ones were white. A killer begins where he feels the highest comfort level. For that reason, I believed the unsub was black, and therefore possibly matched the description of the 2 separate witnesses. For that same reason, I also felt he was likely to live within a relatively close distance of Fred's groceries. He would have had some excuse to be in that area. From our data, paranoid personalities as well as paranoid schizophrenics typically surface in their mid-20s. Assassin types also seem to surface around their mid-20s, so I felt pretty secure pegging this guy in his mid to late 20s. I expected this type of individual to feel more comfortable at night and in the darkness. The first crime, the one I presumed to be close to home, was committed in the afternoon. But the next 2 were done late at night or in the early morning hours. It took until the 4th crime for him to be bold enough to go out again in broad daylight. For the same reason, I thought he'd drive a dark-colored car and favor dark clothing. He'd also feel the need of a large power dog for protection, either a German Shepherd or Doberman Pinscher. He might even have two. If I were constructing the same profile today, I'd probably specify a pit bull, the current vogue. But back then, it would be either a Shepherd or a Doberman. Along with the police-type dog, he might use a police radio scanner. He'd also have some sort of record. I wouldn't expect necessarily any homicides, but there'd be some assaultive behavior, reacting against authority figures, possibly institutionalization. Killing every person in each of the hold-ups spoke of someone who overcompensated for everything. The police circulated the witness descriptions, which eventually led to a man staying in a motel 2 blocks from the grocery store. Cigarettes which had been sold at the store were found in his room. His name was Raymond Lee Stewart, but by the time police identified him, he had fled. FBI agents working on an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution armed robbery warrant arrested Raymond Lee Stewart in Greensboro, North Carolina, on February 21. Stewart was a 29-year-old, 5'6" tall black male. He had lived in Rockford before moving to North Carolina and had returned for the upcoming birth of his out-of-wedlock child. He had stayed at a motel 2 blocks from Fred's Groceries. Concerned that he might be harassed, bothered, or attacked at the motel, he had registered under an assumed name. On February 4, 2 days after the Radio Shack murders in Beloit, he returned to North Carolina, his old, dark-colored car pulling a rented U-Haul trailer in which he carried most of his possessions. As soon as the agents approached his car and trailer, they saw Stewart's 2 Dobermans tied up nearby. After obtaining a search warrant for his trailer and the house of the cousin with whom he was staying, the investigators found a .38 caliber RG-31 revolver, a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson Model 60 Chiefs Special, ammunition, and a police radio scanner. He had a history of armed robberies of self-service gasoline stations. He was charged with 4 counts of murder in Illinois and 2 in Wisconsin, though as it turned out he ended up standing trial twice, once for the armed robbery and killing of Willie Fred and Albert Pearson, and a second trial for the murder of Kevin Kaiser. During the trials, his manner was angry and full of contempt for the system and his victims. He was found guilty of felony murder and sentenced to death by the Circuit Court of Winnebago County, Illinois. He later claimed the murders were spurred by racial hatred, but said he deserved clemency because of childhood abuse. On September 18, 1996, Stewart was executed by lethal injection at the state penitentiary at Springfield. In his final words he said, "May you all have peace because of this. May my victims' families have peace." Delineating signature as a separate and distinct element from modus operandi was an attempt to shed light on the critical question of motive. And motive and signature were indeed critical in linking a series of 6 murders of women in San Diego from January through September of 1990. Former Cuyahoga County, Ohio, prosecutor Tim McGinty, now a judge in Cleveland, who'd used me in the Ronnie Shelton serial rapist case a few years before, recommended me to the San Diego Police Department. When the case reached my unit, it was assigned to Larry Ankrum, who had geographic responsibility for that pan of the country. When we first saw the case, there had been 3 murders, all at the Buena Vista Garden Apartments in the Claremont area. The first victim was a 20-year-old student at San Diego State University named Tiffany Schultz. A boyfriend who found her body was arrested as a suspect, but quickly released. Before long there were 2 more victims, Janane A. Weinhold and Holly Tarr. Because of the high-risk nature of attacking women in such a setting in the middle of the day, we would expect the unsub to know the complex well. Violent offenders usually begin where they feel most comfortable and at home. That's why the first crime in the series is so important. We also expected him to have made approaches to other women in the past. These approaches, a warm-up for his later violent crimes, may have seemed innocent but were ultimately unsatisfying to him. Before the attack on Tiffany Schultz there would have been a real or perceived crisis in the offender's life which would have triggered his acting out. He came to each of these locations with focused anger. It would a reasonable conclusion that he held a woman, or women in general, accountable for his problems, and this was how he dealt with his rage. He would have had a number of failed relationships with women, most of them marked by periodic violent or abusive behavior. He could have taken personal items such as jewelry from one or more of the victims, which he would then give to the woman he was in a relationship with, but not tell her where it came from. We believed the offender would be employed in some capacity, but because of his temper and lack of interpersonal skills, it would not be a high-level job and his employment history would be spotty. He'd be an underachiever who has problems getting along with his peers, prefers to be alone, and has a history of run-ins with authority. He might easily live in a dependent relationship with someone from whom he receives financial support. A conflict with her might have triggered the series of murders. Like many offenders, this one would likely display changes of behavior after the first killings which would be noticeable to those around him. These could include heavier reliance on alcohol or drugs, change in sleeping or eating habits, weight loss, anxiety, more eagerness to associate with others. He would also closely follow the news of the investigation. We told the police that the public could be extremely instrumental in identifying the killer if these traits were publicized, and it was made clear that there would be at least one person close enough to him to have a sense of what he'd done. Holly Tarr was killed in April. She was an aspiring actress from Okemos, Michigan, who had come during spring break to visit her brother, who lived at the Buena Vista Garden Apartments. After this murder, the unsub narrowly missed capture. Several witnesses reported seeing a man with a knife outside with a t-shirt covering his face. The only physical description they could provide was that he appeared to be a dark-skinned man of shorter than average height. In the process of making his escape, he knocked down a maintenance man who was responding to another tenant's report of a horrible scream. The maintenance man found Holly Tarr in the bedroom under a blood-covered towel. By this point the media had dubbed him the Claremont Killer. We expected this could signal a cooling-off period in which he'd lie low for a while and recover his nerve. And we expected this to be the end of his activities at this particular apartment complex. He might even move to another city on the pretext of a job offer or visiting relatives or friends. But it was unlikely he'd stop altogether. Most of these guys have no burnout point. He did surface again, almost 2 months later, at a different location, but still an apartment complex in the same general vicinity where he obviously felt most comfortable. Then there were no more similar killings until the middle of September, when 2 women, Pamela Clark and her 18-year-old daughter, Amber, were killed in a house in the nearby area of University City. Even though these last victims had been mother and daughter, Pamela Clark was youthful-looking and very attractive. All of the 6 women fit a general physical profile, and in photographs Amber Clark looked remarkably like the previous victim, Janene Weinhold. In the largest manhunt in the city's history, San Diego police worked intensively for 13 months to find the one subject they were convinced was responsible for all 6 grisly and sadistic deaths. The break came early in February of 1991, when Geraldine Van Verleth returned home from a family fitness center health club and was going into the shower when she heard her doorknob jiggling. Looking through the peephole, she saw a black man trying to open the door. She managed to slip the deadbolt and he fled. But then several mornings later, Van Verleth saw the same man dropping off her associate, Charla Lewis, at work. His name was Cleophas Prince. Junior police arrested him after staking out the health club and booked him for burglary. They found several knives on the floor of Prince's 1982 Chevy Cavalier. But they had to release him on his own recognizance for lack of evidence. They did, however, get blood and saliva samples, which were sent to Cellmark Diagnostics in Maryland for DNA analysis. 3 weeks later, the results came back with a match for Janene Weinhold's attacker. Police went to Charla Lewis's apartment, where Prince had been living. It was next door to where the 4th victim, Alyssa Keller, had lived. Prince had skipped town, and gone back home to Birmingham, Alabama. But at the apartment, detectives found a gold opal ring identical to the one Holly Tarr's father had given her on her 16th birthday. The ring's manufacturer told police that only 63 such rings were made, none distributed in California. On Sunday, March 3, 1991, police in Birmingham arrested the 23-year-old black former Navy mechanic, who had lived in the Buena Vista Garden Apartments complex at the time of the first 3 murders. He had been arrested for theft and had been released on bail just before San Diego PD called. At Prince's residence, detectives found another ring that looked like one described as belonging to Alyssa Keller and shoes that matched prints found at several of the scenes. The San Diego Sheriff's Department began investigating him in relation to the unsolved murder of Diane Dan in May of 1988. In Homewood, Alabama, police wanted to talk to him about the unsolved murder of 23-year-old Tony Lim in March 1990. Both slayings bore some of the same characteristics as the stabbing deaths of the 6 women in the main scenes. The key to the case was the DNA match between semen found on the clothing of the second Buena Vista victim, 21-year-old Janene Weinhold, and blood and saliva samples they got from Prince. But what about the other 5 murders? San Diego police asked us to re-examine the 6 cases to see if it was reasonable to conclude that one individual had committed all the murders. Several people, including prosecutors Dan Lamborn and Woody Clark and Sergeant Ed Petrick of the task force, came to meet with us in Quantico. If the prosecution could prove that the defendant had committed all 6 murders, rather than only that of Janine A. Weinhold, the number and nature of the crimes would qualify as special circumstances under California law, which would make it a capital case. They didn't want this guy getting out again. Looking at 6 cases now rather than just the original 3, based on both MO and signature considerations, we concluded that all the murders were, in fact, related. All 6 victims were white females. Except for Pamela Clark, all were brunettes between the ages of 18 and 21. As far as modus operandi, in each case the killer entered through an unlocked door or window. The crimes were all committed with a knife, and all occurred within the victims' residences, 4 of which were apartments, and in 5 of the cases the assault period was late morning to early afternoon. In 4 instances, the knife was a weapon of opportunity taken from the victim's kitchen. The first 3 victims were living in the same garden apartment complex in second-floor units, which indicated to us a level of comfort created by the attacker living close by and knowing the area well. There were no signs of forced entry, and in 5 of the 6 there was no ransacking, although jewelry was taken from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th victims. This last fact would likely fall in the category of signature, assuming the initial purpose of the offender was not simple robbery. And we certainly didn't believe that to be the case since nothing apparently was taken from victims 1, 2, and 6 and they were all killed by relatively shallow stab wounds, very similar in 5 out of the 6, concentrated in the chest area and indicative of focused anger and rage. The rage, however, was highly and unusually controlled. There was no frenzy as we often see in such situations, and other than the knife wounds there was little physical trauma. All of the victims were discovered face up on the floor, nude or partially nude, with no attempt made to conceal the bodies. Equally important as all of this, no other similar homicides occurred within the San Diego area anywhere near the time of this series, and a review of our Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VCAP, database didn't identify any murders matching this wound pattern anywhere else in the country. Of course, then we had to consider the differences within this supposed series. The last 2 victims, the Clarks, lived not in apartments but in a single-family house. 2 of the 6 were sexually assaulted before being killed. Holly Taru was stabbed only once, while the most brutally assaulted one was stabbed 52 times. However, as we noted, the evidence at the crime scene suggested that the killer had been interrupted in the process. Most of the victims would be considered low risk, but 2 could have fallen into the high-risk classification. Tiffany Schultz, the San Diego State English major who became the first victim, had taken a part-time job as a nude dancer in a San Diego nightclub shortly before her murder. The relative risk of a crime happening to a particular victim and the relative risk taken by each offender in the commission of a particular crime are useful indicators to us in determining both victimology and the personality of the unsub. In the Tar case, the offender attempted to clean up the scene and the victim was found covered with a sheet. This could have represented a change either in signature or MO, but it could also have been related to the way he felt about this particular victim. Most likely, it had to do with him being interrupted in the process. Now this all might seem to be a statistical approach to crime scene analysis, and it might seem that a computer could do the same thing Larry Ankrum did, crunch the numbers and make an evaluation. But a computer would be unable to give weight to each similarity and difference. There simply is no way of coming up with a numerical value for each piece of information. It can be properly evaluated only by running it through the brain of an experienced profiler like Larry. And putting all of this together, we concluded that all 6 murders were committed by the same individual and that his motive was the controlled sexualized rage so evident from the knife wounds. Dan Lamborn, the prosecutor, asked me to testify at the trial. I was already starting to think about retirement and knew that the people who were staying on after me needed to get experience and develop their own independent reputations. Larry had done the key work on the analysis and made a very impressive, credible, and authoritative witness. I suggested that I take the stand to introduce and give background on the discipline of profiling and that Larry should testify on the analysis itself. That was fine with Lamborn and his partner, Rick Jaby. The defense, represented by public defenders Lauren Mondell and Barton Sheila, wasn't thrilled with the idea of our testifying at all, arguing in pretrial motions that, not being psychiatrists or psychologists, We weren't qualified to comment on psychological issues, and that what we had to say about the crimes and their linkage would be prejudicial to the defendant. In other words, if the jury believed us and thought that Prince had committed even one of the murders, they'd have to conclude that he did the other 5 as well. Lambourne and Clabby countered by pointing out that our testimony could actually put the greater burden on the prosecution, because if the jury believed us that the same individual was responsible for all 6 murders, then if they didn't feel Prince had done any one of them, they'd have to let him off for all 6. Ultimately, in what had become a growing trend in counts across the country, Judge Charles Hayes ruled that we did have an expertise sufficiently beyond the common sense of the average person that it could be of guidance to the jury. In a complicated logic which tried to balance the concerns of both sides, however, he ruled that we couldn't actually use the term signature in our testimony, as the defense felt that implied psychological motivation. Larry and I both felt somewhat hamstrung by this restriction, but we made the best of it. The jury deliberated more than 9 days before coming back with a verdict on July 13, 1993. They found Cleophas Prince guilty of all 6 murders and 21 burglaries. Since they deemed that there were special circumstances present, including murder during the course of a rape and the commission of multiple murders, the crimes were eligible for the death penalty. The next month, the same jury deliberated 1 day, returning a recommendation that he be sentenced to execution in the gas chamber at San Quentin or by lethal injection. Judge Hayes affirmed the sentence on November 6. As of this writing, he remains on San Quentin's death row. In 1986, I was a co-author of an article for the Journal of Interpersonal Violence, entitled Sexual Homicide, a Motivational Model. By way of introducing the topic, we wrote, XVN law enforcement officials cannot readily determine a motive for murder. They examine its behavioral aspects. In developing techniques for profiling murderers, FBI agents have found that they need to understand the thought patterns of murderers in order to make sense of crime scene evidence and victim information. Characteristics of evidence and victims can reveal much about the murderer's intensity of planning, preparation, and follow-through. From these observations, the agents begin to uncover the murderer's motivation, recognizing how dependent motivation is to the killer's dominant thinking patterns. In many instances, a hidden, sexual motive emerges, a motive that has its origins in fantasy. Tragically, this motive of uncontrolled anger and the need for sexual domination doesn't always occur against strangers. In the mid-1980s, I was called in on a case up in Toronto in which a Malaysian college student named Deliana Hung had been found in the bathroom of her own apartment, lying face down with her head next to the toilet bowl and her legs bound at the ankles with a belt. She'd been beaten about the face and head and strangled with the strap of a camera bag. She was nude from the waist down and blood was smeared across her abdomen and left leg. She'd also been sexually assaulted, and a pendant in the shape of a cross that she wore around her neck was missing. There was no forced entry, and from all the victimology and evidence at the crime scene, I concluded that the murderer was someone whom she knew and trusted. Toronto police concurred in working their way through the people with whom Hung had contact. They had identified a friend of hers named Tien Posu as their prime suspect, a bodybuilder who worked out at a nearby gym. The problem was getting proof that would convince a prosecutor and then a jury. What the police really wanted was a blood sample, but they didn't want to tip off this guy that he was under suspicion. And without sufficient corroborating evidence, if he refused to give the blood, they couldn't compel a test. Canadian law is very strict on certain issues such as trial publicity, but police have latitude on searches and information gathering up there that we don't have in the States. For example, we can't bug a jail cell or set up a cop in disguise as a cellmate. And given what they were allowed to do, Toronto officers came up with a creative proactive strategy. They identified a police officer who was a veteran weightlifter and had him begin frequenting the gym where the suspect worked out. He'd make a point of being there at the same time as Sue and working out on machines close by. Their eyes kind of lock in on each other. Before too long, the two men are exchanging friendly greetings, then comparing techniques and training habits. It's clear that the suspect admires the somewhat older man's physique and definition and the fact that he can outlift him on every exercise. Sue starts asking him what he did to get those kinds of muscles. He says he has a special diet, individually tailored to his system and keyed to the way he metabolizes various nutrients. Sue wants to try the diet, too, but the cop tells him that for it to work, he went to a special doctor who analyzed his blood to see which nutrients he was lacking. Sue says he'd like to go to that same doctor, but the cop tells him this is a new technique, not yet regulated, so it's somewhat unkosher. Tell you what, though, the cop offers. If you remind me, I'll get a blood sample kit from him and I'll take your blood and give it to him. Then I'll tell you what he says you should be eating and what supplements you should be taking. The suspect likes this idea, and keeps reminding him about the blood sample. So before too long, the cop shows up at the gym with a sample kit, sticks Sue's finger, and takes some blood. It matches up with blood found at the crime scene. They now can get a search warrant. They find other incriminating evidence and charge the man with murder. Among the things they find is a book published in the United States entitled The Rapist Files, which purports to be a collection of actual rapists talking about their crimes. In one of the cases, a subject describes bringing a victim into the bathroom, where he beats and rapes her. Then he gets her in front of the bathroom mirror, puts a ligature around her neck, and tightens it to the point where she passes out. He loosens it until she revives, then repeats the procedure, making the cord a little bit tighter each time until the victim literally watches herself being killed. This was the fantasy the killer was harboring long before the act itself. Sue was married and police learned that recently he had given his wife a cross-shaped pendant identical to the one missing from the neck of the murder victim. The Crown Attorney asked me to come to Toronto for the trial and consult on prosecutorial strategy. They thought that the defendant might testify, and that if he did, he would prove highly credible to a jury. After all, he knew this woman and sexually sadistic rage and control was a tough motive to get across. When he did decide to testify, we knew there had to be some way of shaking him up. One of the critical pieces of evidence in the Crown's case was the victim's blood-stained panties. I suggested that the prosecutor take them over to the witness stand and force him to handle them. In several successful suspect interrogations, I'd found that if you can get the guy to focus on some object involved with the crime, something belonging to the victim, the murder weapon itself, almost anything that has meaning to the killer, you can throw him off. In the murder of 12-year-old Mary Frances Stoner in Adairsville, Georgia, in 1979, we got a confession out of prime suspect Darrell Jean Devier by placing the bloody rock which had been the murder weapon at a 45-degree angle to his line of vision. This led to a first-degree murder conviction and Devier's eventual execution, 16 years after the murder. The strategy worked here, too. As soon as he was handed the panties, Sue became visibly upset. The longer he was forced to hold the evidence, the more shook up he became. From that point on in his testimony, his veneer of sensitivity and innocence was shot and the jury got a sense of what he was really like. During a break in the case, I happened to run into the defense attorney in the corridor. He commented to me that it was really a shame how his client was coming across on the stand. "XV are you talking about?" I said. He said it was a shame the jury was seeing him in such an unfortunate light, almost as if he were lamenting the fact that his client had dressed inappropriately that morning and was therefore giving a bad impression of himself. "Are you kidding?" I responded. "This is a classic case. You've got an inadequate guy, who goes in and rapes this girl in front of the mirror, showing all this fantasy and anger and hostility. And to keep the fantasy going, he takes the cross and gives it to his wife so he can imagine doing to her what he did to the woman he killed. You're defending a classic killer," I said. "Just as in the prison interviews, if you know your subject and his crimes well, you can often cut quickly to the truth. Had Sue not been caught and convicted, there is no doubt in my mind he would have become Canada's next serial killer." Chapter 3 Candy from strangers. One spring day when my daughter Lauren was about 8, I took her to a local fair set up in a park not far from where we lived. There were ice cream, hot dogs, and cotton candy, exhibits, all kinds of arts and crafts for sale, and rides for the kids. The mood was festive and everyone seemed to be having a good time. Maybe it goes back to my days as a lifeguard, but I never quite relax in a crowd. I'm always looking out for the bobbing head, someone in trouble or something that doesn't seem quite right. And as I'm looking around, I see this one individual about 5'7" or 5'8", with a pot belly and glasses. He has a camera around his neck and he's watching the children on the pony ride. I'm about 15 feet away and I can tell by the way he's looking at these children that he doesn't have a child there. He's looking at the kids on the ponies with an expression that borders on lust. That's the only word to describe it. I figure this is a good opportunity to teach Lauren a useful lesson. I say to her, "Lauren, you see that guy over there? That guy right over there? You see him? Look how he's looking at those kids. You see that? This is the kind of thing I've been telling you about." She whispers, "Dad, be quiet." I say, "No. Turn around and look at him. Look at what he's doing. You see the way he's looking at that little girl getting off the pony over there?" "Yeah, Dad, I see him. Now quiet. You're embarrassing me. He may hear no, let's watch him, Lauren. He's following these kids. You see the way he's following them. So we tail him out of the park as he pursues these little girls, occasionally snapping pictures of them. And Lauren starts to get it, to understand that this man is not just a benign presence at this fair and around these children. Vivi had I explained to her, what I warn her about, is that this is not the type of individual who will plan ahead and boldly snatch a child off the street. He wouldn't come up to our driveway and grab her off her bike. But if she were out selling Girl Scout cookies, say, or I let her go trick-or-treating alone and she went up and knocked on his door and he saw there was no adult around, the timing and the setting would be just right. By allowing this scenario to take place, I'd have, in effect, given away my daughter. Around 2 years later my little object lesson paid off. Lauren was by herself on one of our town's main streets when she saw this same guy, following her down the block, taking her picture. Now to a 10-year-old, he looks harmless, maybe even inviting, like a poor, lonesome soul. But because of our experience 2 years before at the fair, because of the somewhat uncomfortable exercise I put her through, she recognized what he was up to and was equipped to deal with the situation. She ducked into the Ben Franklin store, surveyed the situation, then approached and started talking to a female customer, doing a tremendous acting job to make this guy think the woman was her mother. Seeing that, he quickly took off. This kind of thing happens all too commonly. We'd all pick it up if we were attuned to it. About 5 years before, my wife, Pam, and I were down in Hampton, Virginia, with our older daughter, Erica, when she was about 10. We were around the harbor, a very pleasant place with all kinds of shops and attractions, and were watching a little girls' dancing class putting on a recital for the public. As I watched, I spotted a guy in the crowd of about 150 spectators. He looked to be in his early 40s and had a camera around his neck. I nudge Pam, who says back to me, yeah, I saw him, too. I know what you're going to say. She was used to this in me because of the kind of work I did. But I can see it clearly in his eyes. He's looking at these young kids as if they're the Rockets. Now again, this type of individual isn't going to grab a child in front of a crowd full of witnesses. He probably hasn't even acknowledged to himself that he might act upon his fantasies. But he's got his camera, and let's say he spots a child who seems to fit his particular profile, coming off the platform after this recital. What would be some of the elements of that profile? Probably a sex preference, in this case, girls, and a general physical appearance, but the behavioral cues she's giving off to a sensitive observer and our guy is exquisitely sensitive to this are going to be even more important. He's going to be looking for a child who isn't loud or assertive, who seems shy, without a strong self-image. He's looking for someone naive for her age, introspective, who will be susceptible to compliments and dreams of recognition. And, of course, he'll be knocking for someone without a hovering parent or protector close by. So maybe he'll approach this child and tell her how good she was on stage, tell her he represents some magazine or dance studio and that he wants to take pictures of her outside where the light is better. And if he's able to lure her away from the crowd, if she willingly goes with him, then one thing's going to follow another, and we might never see that little girl again. This is what happened to Alison Parrott. At the end of July 1986, I was up in Toronto speaking before a meeting of the Canadian and American National District Attorneys and Crown Attorneys Association, about 500 prosecutors from both countries. I had a strong relationship with the Toronto Metro Police. I'd worked with them 2 years before on the Christine Jessup case, which we will be discussing shortly, and in the deaths of babies at Toronto's Hospital for Sick Children. So while I was there, they asked me to consult on the case of a young girl who had disappeared after leaving her house on a Friday morning and whose body had been found in a local park. Alison Parrott was 11 years of age, a local track star who was preparing to compete in a meet in New Jersey. This was a big event and the local papers had covered it, accompanied by pictures of her in her school track uniform. What the police knew was this: Alison's mother, Leslie, said she had been called at home by a man claiming to be a photographer who said he wanted to take publicity photos of her at Varsity Stadium for a sports magazine. She agreed, and at the arranged time, she took the subway alone from her suburban home, got off as planned at the St. George station, and proceeded to the stadium. They knew this because a bank surveillance camera set to take a photograph every 15 seconds happened to record 2 images of her from the waist down through the front window as she walked past on the street to the stadium. Her mother identified her in these photos from the clothing and shoes. She never returned home. Less than 24 hours later, her nude body was found face down in the mud on the bank of the Humber River by two boys walking through Kings Mill Park in Etobicoke. The body wasn't covered, and there were already insect larvae in the nose and mouth and rectal area, which showed evidence of bleeding as a result of sexual assault. The cause of death appeared to have been strangulation. Toronto police took me to the dump site. From the scenario and the crime scene evidence, I profiled a white male in his 30s, a respectable-looking man, not at all threatening in his appearance. He could have a job that involves being around children, even something as indirect as a custodian or maintenance engineer in a school. He may have had some previous run-ins with the law, but more likely some ambiguous complaints against him involving children. I thought it very unlikely he would have previous murder or violent crime arrests. He would have some connection to photography, at least as an avid amateur. And he would a local rather than an outsider, possibly a recreational hunter or fisherman. I felt this would be an older, more sophisticated individual because of several key elements in the story. Having read about Allison in the newspapers, he would begin fantasizing about her and devise a strategy to meet her. Since he wouldn't know her home address, he'd systematically have to make pretext calls to all the parrots in the phone book, each time asking for Allison until he hit pay dirt to make himself believable and get her to agree to meet him at all, much less at a location other than her own home or school. He'd have to have a convincing and disarming, carefully rehearsed conversational style. This much planning and sophistication pointed to a more mature, intelligent, organized offender. He'd used this technique before to get to other kids, though the consequences had never been anywhere near this tragic. But this meeting was not spontaneous or haphazard. Neither was what I believed happened afterward. As I saw it, Allison arrives at the stadium where she's approached by a man who has a camera and looks legitimately like a photographer. But he can't get into the stadium, and even if he could, that's not a controlled situation. There'd be guards or watchmen there and he'd immediately be challenged. So he has to get her into a location where he feels comfortable. He probably tells her that because of the cloud conditions or the time of day or whatever, the light isn't right, so he wants to drive somewhere else, probably the park where her body was found, which is how he gets her into his vehicle. And what kind of vehicle was it? I believed it would be a commercial-style van without windows in the back, and that was where the assault took place. Everywhere between the stadium and the park has too much traffic during the day for him to have been able to find a secluded location. Therefore, he had to have been able to deal with her in broad daylight but without having to worry about the prying eyes of witnesses. Based on a lot of past experience with Moes in similar cases, this scenario suggested the van. Despite the apparent degree of planning and forethought, he didn't necessarily intend to kill her. In fact, that was probably not even a part of his thinking. Many times, a van will be the vehicle of choice for a sexual sadist, someone like Stephen B. Pennell, who raped, tortured, and murdered women he had picked up in his van along Interstate Routes 40 and 13 in Delaware. After a trial in which I testified regarding the signature aspects of his crimes, Pennell was executed in 1992 by lethal injection, a far milder and more humane death than the one to which this monster subjected his innocent victims. And that was the point. Pennell was a monster, someone who derived his sexual pleasure and satisfaction from hurting, then exercising the power of life and death over his victims. His van was fitted out with a rape kit, restraints, and pliers, knives, needles, whips, and other instruments of torture he knew he would need. A normal sexual relationship with these women, even if that were obtainable, wouldn't have satisfied him. His aim was to hurt them, make them suffer, sexually react to their screams and their pain and, ultimately, their deaths. Allison's killer did not conform to that profile. While the sexual assault was brutal enough, the kill itself was gentle and there were no signs on the body of torture or physical abuse for its own sake. Instead, it was my belief that this guy would have developed the fantasy of a real relationship between himself and the attractive, prepubescent young girl. This fantasy would have been solidified in his own mind by her willingness to get in the van, which he would have interpreted as a personal interest in him. But once he drives to the park, roughly 5 miles away, then his problems begin. Most of these guys have a very warped sense of how children will react to them. In this man's fantasy, she reacts to his sexual advances the way a consenting adult woman would, rather than the reality, which is a terrified little girl who wants no part of him. She's crying, in pain, wants to go home. Quickly, he's lost control of the situation. He can't let her go, because if he does, his life is ruined. He's made no attempt to disguise himself. And his victim isn't a 3 or 4-year-old child who might not be able to relate what had happened to her, but an intelligent young lady, almost a teenager, who could easily identify him and his vehicle and who would have high credibility and believability no matter what he said. So now that he's assaulted her, he has to dispose of her. Which he will do as easily for himself and painlessly for her as he can. He probably doesn't have a weapon, that's not the way he controls his victims. He strangles her in the back of the van, then has to get rid of the body. Now the placement of the body is as significant as any other single aspect of the crime and told me a tremendous amount about the unsub. As soon as the police took me to the park, I knew this had to be a local who was intimately familiar with the area. He had brought Allison somewhere he felt comfortable. He would have had to walk into the dark woods at night carrying this body. There is no way he would have done that unless he knew the area well, knew what to expect, and knew he would not be disturbed. Once in there, he could have done any number of things with the body. He could have thrown it in the river that runs right through the park, which most likely would have delayed significantly its discovery and neutralized most of the forensic evidence. He could have placed it deep in the woods where it might never have been found, or not found until it was completely skeletized. But what he does is place her gently near a trail where her body will be found quickly, before it has decomposed. He is not treating the dead body as a used-up piece of trash as some of these guys do. He wants her to be found. He wants her to be properly taken care of in death and to have a decent burial. To me, that's an encouraging sign in terms of getting to him. He does not feel about himself for what happened. No one who does something like this can feel good about himself. You can argue that a sexual sadist, even one who gets off torturing children, may take pride in his work and look back with satisfaction on his ability so completely to manipulate, to dominate, and to control his victims in carrying out his hideous intentions. But someone who fantasizes about a normal love relationship with a 12-year-old, and who falls apart as soon as he realizes his fantasy is not going to be fulfilled in reality, has to feel extremely inadequate and ineffectual. This individual is not going to feel proud of what he's done, he's going to feel remorseful. This presents an opportunity to utilize proactive techniques that can be designed to play on his psyche. And that is the key to catching him. While I would not characterize Allison Parrott's murderer as a serial killer, his criminal sophistication shows he is definitely capable of killing again if the situation presents itself, and the insights into behavior we've learned from our study of serial killers can be helpful. With this type of offender, the profile can be useful in narrowing a suspect list or in recognizing a new subject who comes up in the course of investigation. But for me and my people, the profile is most helpful in coming up with proactive techniques, and that is where the emphasis should lie. The specific details of the profile can be deemphasized here. The only thing we really have to know, and we know it unquestionably from the details of this crime and the crime scene itself, is that the subject does not feel about what he did. So I told the police we should try to get him to go to the grave site. Our research has shown that offenders tend to do this for two reasons, generally mutually exclusive. One is out of remorse and the other is to relieve the thrill of the crime, to symbolically roll around in their own dirt. If this one went to the grave, it would be out of remorse, and there are any number of ways to play on this. I suggested articles in the newspaper giving details of Allison's life and impressive accomplishments, humanizing and personalizing her to this man who would have done his best to depersonalize her after the fact. I suggested staging a well-publicized memorial service at the grave or body dump site. In the hope that someone could identify or describe him, I suggested getting the word out that he'd probably tried something like this with other children. I thought there was a good chance he'd used alcohol to lower his inhibitions before the crime, and that he might have taken up heavy drinking since the murder as a way to deal with his stress. People around him, friends, family, and co-workers would have recognized a noticeable change in his appearance and behavior, which would be a tip-off. And, since I had a pretty strong feeling about the possibility that he used a van, I suggested planting the seed of doubt in his mind by having the police state publicly that a suspicious-looking van had been seen near the stadium or in the park and that anyone who had information about this vehicle should contact police. Ivy had this might have done was gotten the unsub to come forward to neutralize the van report. He might have identified himself as the owner of a van that could have been the one in question, but offered a legitimate or innocent reason as to why he was in the area. This would have delivered him right into police hands. Allison Parrott's killer has never been found despite the fact that Toronto Metro Police offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. They felt very strongly about this one. It's always been frustrating for me and my colleagues at Quantico in most cases not to be able to stay on scene and help follow up on our own suggestions. I don't fault the Toronto Metro Police Department, which is as good an organization as any I've worked with. At the time of this crime, their murder clearance percentage was in the high 90s, and the previous year they cleared all but one of them cases. They're a fine, dedicated group of men and women. They did check every photography shop in the area, using the profile to describe the man they were looking for. But some of my other suggestions were never instituted. Everyone has their own methods and procedures, and once the profiler leaves, his or her suggestions can easily end up on the back burner. I still believe this guy is catchable, though this many years later, of course, it would be a lot more difficult. In cases we believe to be non-stranger homicides, we can take a more conservative approach. The potential suspect population is limited. In homicides that appear to have been committed by strangers, though, a more radical, creative approach is often the answer. I'd recommend searching out the weaknesses in the offender. Even you have an unsub, of course, this can be difficult to ascertain. But in this case, I do believe that his weakness is his remorse and you have to keep up the psychological pressure. For one thing, I'd target Allison's birthdays or the anniversaries of her death to get the guy to come forward. Remind him of the significance of the day. You might think that forearmed with some of my strategy, the killer may be able to avoid the traps we'd set up for him. But I can tell you from long experience, the more he does to avoid them, the more behavior he'd show us and the more we'd have to work with. There is no such thing as a perfect crime or a perfect criminal. In my mind, there's a double tragedy to Allison's death. Not only was this young life so full of love and promise brutally snuffed out and her killer unpunished, but it was a death that could have been avoided. Had Allison's parents or some other authority figure accompanied her to her meeting with the self-proclaimed photographer, I don't believe anything would have happened. He probably would have taken his pictures, which he would have used not to sell to a magazine but to fantasize over on his own, and then would have been on his way. It's upsetting to think about this degenerate masturbating over pictures of children and happily musing about how close he was able to get to them, but this young girl would be none the wiser and still alive. I believe he was frankly shocked when she showed up alone and therefore felt she was independent and grown up and that he could go further than ever before. As parents, we may not always be able to prevent all of the horrible things that I've seen happen to kids. But we can prevent some of them if we just try to understand the nature of the threat and the range of personality types and motivations of the threateners. It's critical that we try. I hate to say that we have to be less trusting of people, I hate to have to give my own kids that message, but we do have to accept the realities of our time. We don't have to become crazy with fear that there's a monster lurking behind every tree because there isn't. The number of child abductions is statistically low and most of them are carried out by non-custodial parents. We don't have to become crazy, but we do have to become cautious and observant. About 40 miles away from the site where Allison Parrott's body was found, a different personality type, a true monster, was responsible for the death of Kristen French and, as it turned out, at least 2 others. By all accounts, Kristen Dawn French, of St. Catharines, Ontario, near Niagara Falls and the border with New York, was an exceptional young lady. Beautiful, with long, shiny black hair, she was adored by her family, friends, and teachers at Holy Cross Secondary School where she was an honors student. She'd been skating since she was a little girl and now, in addition to everything else, was an accomplished precision skater. Friends say she was always smiling, always able to help them over their own problems, a genuinely happy person in love with her first boyfriend. Shortly before 3:00 p.m, on a rainy Thursday, April 16, 1992, the day before Good Friday, less than a month before her 16th birthday, Christy French disappeared on her way home from school. Doug and Donna French knew their daughter well enough to know she was always on time or else would call with a legitimate explanation why she wasn't. They even briefly entertained the possibility that she might have been kept after school as punishment, but this would have been so out of character for Christy that they dismissed it. When she wasn't home by 5:30, Donna called the Niagara Regional Police and reported Christy missing. At least there was something to go on. 5 separate witnesses reported seeing something related to Kristen's disappearance. A schoolmate noticed her walking from school in her uniform of green plaid skirt, tights, V-neck sweater with a white shirt, and oxblood-colored base loafers as he approached the corner of Linwell Road in his van around 2:50. Another reported seeing a cream-colored Chevy Camaro with rust on the back and primer paint on the side pull over in front of Grace Lutheran Church about 2 minutes later. 3 minutes after that, 2 men in the car were speaking with Kristen. The car window was down and the driver appeared to be around 24 to 30 years of age, with brown hair. A third witness, on her way to pick up her daughter downtown, thought she saw a girl struggling with a passenger in the car, who was trying to shove her into the maroon-colored back seat, but figured it was probably a boy and girl fooling around or having a minor argument. The fourth and fifth witnesses were drivers who nearly collided with the speeding Camaro just after it pulled out of the church parking lot around 3 o'clock. Others believed they had seen a similar car in the area around Holy Cross and next door to Lakeport High School in the days preceding the abduction. This led police to speculate that Kristen or other students might have been stalked and that the abduction was planned rather than spontaneous. As the investigation intensified, police psychologists used hypnosis to help potential witnesses evoke memories of that afternoon. More than one described having seen an elderly couple walking by the church as the abduction was in progress and pointing in shock at the car and Kristen. If these people did, in fact, exist, they never came forward. All of this information is important. However, many times I've seen information considered that really has nothing to do with the case. If it is irrelevant or out and out wrong, it can derail an investigation. Therefore, I always recommend concentrating on the overall crime analysis rather than on any one possible clue. In the parking lot, crime scene technicians identified tire tracks and found a worn, folded map of Canada and a small lock of hair that appeared to be Kristen's. On Good Friday, as Kristen's close friend and fellow skater Michelle Tausignant drove with her mother along Unwell Road as part of a general community search, she noticed an oxblood right loafer like Kristen had worn. She picked it up and brought it to 2 Niagara detectives who were conducting a house-to-house canvass along the route Kristen ordinarily took home from school. Donna French identified the shoe, which had an arch support inside, as belonging to her daughter. A massive search and investigation were undertaken. The students at Holy Cross kept a hopeful but agonized vigil for their friend. They tied green ribbons around trees and poles as symbols of hope and remembrance. And Doug French appealed publicly for the safe return of his beloved daughter as his wife went through unremitting torment at the thought of what Christy must be going through. Nearly every night she was tortured by dreams of Christy crying out, but no matter what she did, she was never able to find her. There was another terrifying prospect associated with Kristen French's disappearance, and that was the possibility of a serial killer operating in this relatively peaceful and secure area of Canada. The previous June 14th, at 7 p.m., Leslie Erin Mahaffey, like Kristen French, a month shy of her 16th birthday, left her home in Burlington, just across the western rim of Lake Ontario from St. Catharines. The area is known as the Golden Horseshoe. The pretty 9th grader at Burlington High School was going to the Smith Funeral Home for the wake of Chris Evans, a school friend who had died in an automobile accident with 3 other teens. Leslie promised her mother, Debbie, a teacher in nearby Halton, that she'd be home by her 11 o'clock p.m. curfew. The curfews were indicative of some of the problems and conflicts that had come up between mother and daughter. Leslie had always been a bright, spunky, independent girl, but as she had approached her 15th birthday, the traditional teenage emotionalism and rebelliousness seemed to well up within her. She took to staying out well beyond her parents' curfews, sometimes all night. She was once caught shoplifting. The problem may have been compounded by the fact that her father, Robert, known as Dan, often had to away from home on his job as a government oceanographer. That night after the wake, Leslie and several friends convened in a clearing in the woods popular with local teens to have a few beers and console each other on their loss. By the time Leslie walked back to her house, accompanied by a male friend who wanted to see her home safely, it was almost 2 o'clock a.m. and the house was dark. She told him her parents would just yell at her when they saw her, so he might as well leave before she went in. He said good night and that he'd be back for her in the morning to take her to the funeral. But when Leslie tried all the doors, she found them locked. Her mother had decided to teach her a lesson this time by locking her out of the house. She would have to ring the doorbell and wake up her mom. She wouldn't be able to postpone the confrontation and resulting discipline. Instead, Leslie walked over to Upper Middle Road and called her friend Amanda Carpino to see if she could stay there overnight. But Amanda was afraid to ask her mother, Jacqueline, knowing the trouble Leslie had been in with her own mom before and Mrs. Mahaffey's complaints to Mrs. Carpino. Coincidentally, Amanda's younger sister was sleeping over at another girlfriend's house but called home to say she was sick. Around 2:30, Jacqueline Carpino got dressed and went out to get her. Knowing of the phone call to Amanda, she drove down Upper Middle Road to see if she could spot Leslie and take her home. By this time, however, Leslie had apparently gone home, resigned to facing the music with her own mother. But she never went inside, and when Debbie Mahaffey woke up that morning, Leslie wasn't there. She'd done this kind of thing before, crashing at friends' houses, so Debbie wasn't overly concerned until Leslie didn't turn up at Chris Evans's funeral. That was totally out of keeping. Leslie would have made sure to be there. At 4:30 and panic-stricken, Debbie Mahaffey called the Halton police and reported her daughter missing. In the next several days, Leslie's family and friends put up more than 500 missing person posters throughout Burlington and the Halton area, hoping for any lead or word on her. On June 29, 1991, 2 weeks to the day after she was reported missing, Leslie's dismembered body was discovered encased in several blocks of concrete in the shallow waters of nearby Lake Gibson. Autopsy reports indicated a brutal sexual attack. Every parent I've ever encountered whose child has become the victim of a violent crime goes through a harrowing and punishing personal inquisition, agonizing over whether he or she could have done anything to prevent what happened. Debbie Mahaffey was no exception. As soon as Leslie disappeared, she was plagued by thoughts that if she hadn't locked her out that night, her daughter would still be with her. Before Leslie's parents even had the opportunity to bury their daughter, another local girl, Nina de Villiers, was discovered murdered. There was no clear-cut connection, but two violent deaths of young girls in the same area seemed like more than coincidence. The previous November, Terry Anderson, another 15-year-old who was a good student and cheerleader at Lakeport High School, next to Holy Cross, had disappeared around 2 a.m. from her home on Linwell Road after returning from a party where she reportedly took LSD for the first time. These, then, were the fears as days dragged on into weeks and Kristen French had still not been heard from. Police put out an all-points bulletin for the cream-colored Camaro. Before the investigation had taken its course, billboards throughout Ottawa would picture the type of car police were looking for together with a toll-free number to call, and as each cream-colored Camaro or similar-looking car was noticed, an officer would question the driver and place a sticker on the windshield to register it. But on the morning of Thursday, April 30, 1992, 2 weeks to the day since Kristen disappeared, a 49-year-old scrap metal dealer named Roger Boyer was horrified to come upon a naked body amidst the underbrush by the side of a road while foraging for abandoned farm equipment to salvage. The corpse was folded into the fetal position, as if asleep. The black hair was cut short like a boy's, but from what he could see of the shape of the body and the small size of the hands and feet, Boyer thought it was probably a woman or girl. As it happened, the site was only separated by a narrow greenbelt from Halton Hills Memorial Gardens in Burlington, the cemetery where Leslie Mahaffey was buried. Police responded immediately to Boyer's call and cordoned off the area. It wasn't long, however, until the media got wind of the discovery. Speculation as to its significance was rampant and pointed. It was left to Halton detective Leonard Shaw to confirm everyone's worst fears. As the result of a childhood accident, Kristen was missing the tip of the little finger of her left hand. As soon as Shaw lifted the corpse's left hand, he saw an identical disfigurement. The medical examiner's report compounded the horror. The cause of death was ligature asphyxiation. Like Leslie Mahaffey, she had been beaten and sexually attacked. And the well-preserved state of the body suggested that Kristen had been alive until a few days ago, maybe even less than 24 hours ago, held captive for at least a week and a half by whoever did this to her. More than 4,000 mourners showed up for Kristen's funeral on May 4 at St. Alfred's Church in St. Catharines. So great was the outpouring of public sympathy that the massive church was filled to overflowing. More than 1,000 people had to listen to the service from outside. She was buried in the family plot in Pleasant View Cemetery alongside her grandparents. It soon became clear that virtually everyone associated with Kristen's case, from the detectives to the crime scene technicians to the medical examiners, was affected by it in ways these seasoned professionals had seldom been before. Fear gripped the entire Golden Horseshoe area. The discovery of Kristen French's body led directly to the formation of Operation Green Ribbon, which became one of the largest manhunts in the history of Canadian law enforcement. Named for the campaign of hope launched by her classmates, the multi-agency task force was under the direction of veteran Niagara Police Inspector Vince Bevan. The cases became known throughout Canada simply as the schoolgirl murders. On May 21, Terry Anderson's body was discovered floating in Port Dalhousie Harbour on Lake Ontario. Evidence was inconclusive as to cause of death. Police eventually ruled her death accidental, relating to her drug ingestion. Speculation linking the Anderson, Mahaffey, de Villiers, and French deaths was rife in the media, even though the police tried to underplay it. Inspector Bevan was a dedicated and serious-minded investigator with little time or patience for the press. This was indicative of the larger problem with publicity and the public that the task force was facing. The Halton force had a long history of going public with information in the hope that someone might come forward with useful tips. The Niagara Department, on the other hand, seldom willingly released anything, which tended to encourage the media to launch their own independent investigations of important cases. My experience has shown me that the public is very often a critical partner with the police in bringing dangerous men to justice. So while it is often a good idea to withhold certain specific facts and pieces of information, my own bias is that you work with the media and let the public help you as much as possible. In addition to following up leads and following forensic clues, the Green Ribbon Task Force contacted the FBI, specifically Special Agent Chuck Wagner of the Buffalo, New York, field office. Buffalo is right over the border from the southern end of the Golden Horseshoe, and the field office had always had a good, mutually beneficial relationship with local Canadian police agencies as well as the national RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Chuck, the profile coordinator for the field office, in turn called Greg McCrary at the Investigative Support Unit in Quantico. We'd organized the unit so that each agent would have primary responsibility for a particular geographic territory. Greg, a former high school teacher and black belt in the Asian martial art of Shorinji Kempo, had been a field agent in New York before we brought him to Quantico. As soon as he took a look at the cases, Greg was struck by the location where Kristen French's body had been dumped, very near the grave of Leslie Mahaffey. Leslie had been taken from Burlington and dumped near St. Catharines. Kristen was abducted in St. Catharines and left near Burlington. He didn't think that was coincidental. Either the crimes truly were related or the unsub wanted the police to believe they were. In any event, Kristen's killer clearly was reacting to the Mahaffey murder. To Greg, both murders had all the earmarks of stranger homicide. There was nothing to suggest that the killer or killers knew either girl personally, though both were probably surveilled and stalked beforehand. These were high-risk crimes for the perpetrator. Kristen was grabbed in broad daylight from a church parking lot in view of witnesses. Leslie was taken at her own house from under her parents' bedroom window. When we see this type of crime, the first thing we think of is a somewhat younger, unsophisticated, perhaps disorganized offender with a highly developed sexual fantasy that he is increasingly desperate to act out. For this reason, when we see a high-risk crime, we expect the victim to be kept alive for a relatively longer period of time, which the medical examiner told us had been the case with Kristen French. But eyewitness accounts had spoken of two offenders, which changed the profile considerations. If two people were involved in a high-risk, daylight abduction, the evaluation changes and we'd boost the sophistication level significantly. The fantasy aspect remains just as important, but now it appears to be planned, organized, and carried out by older, more criminally experienced individuals. The stalking and surveillance of girls at both high schools spoke to this as well. This type of crime perpetrated by a sole offender would likely be his first. Two people committing the same crime speaks to a more evolved and developed MO. The body disposal methods in the two main murders under consideration were very different, suggesting the possibility of two separate killers. All things considered, though, Greg thought this unlikely. More likely, the killer was getting bolder and smarter. He'd obviously gone to a lot of trouble and effort to dismember the body, mix and mold the concrete, put the blocks in a car, and drive it to Lake Gibson. In spite of all that work, the body had been found and identified relatively quickly. So next time, why bother? Another possible explanation for the change in this pan of the MO was that the killer was growing more confident, flaunting his work to the police, letting them know that he was the same one who had killed Leslie Mahaffey and was therefore burying his latest prey nearby. Whichever was the explanation, or if both were correct, what was clear was that he was escalating, that he had begun to act out his fantasies and had convinced or coerced another person into working with him. The cutting off of Kristen's long hair and the evidence of sexual assaults on her body indicated a man with a hatred or contempt for women, an emotional need to degrade them in order to feel powerful or even adequate. This man would likely have difficulty with normal sexual function, and if he had an ongoing relationship with a wife or girlfriend, he'd have the need to sexually dominate or degrade her in a similar fashion. A couple of years before, Greg had profiled an unsub in a series of murders of prostitutes and homeless women in Rochester, New York. From the facts he knew, Greg had predicted the man would have some sort of sexual dysfunction, possibly on the order of erectile insufficiency. A further escalation of behavior in later crimes led Greg to suggest secretly surveilling a newly discovered body dump site to which he felt the killer would return. This strategy ultimately led to the capture of Arthur Shawcross, who was convicted of multiple counts of second-degree murder and sentenced to 250 years to life. Interviews with other prostitutes Shawcross had visited revealed that he was unable to maintain erection or achieve orgasm unless they played dead. Greg predicted that if there were two offenders working as partners, as seemed to be the case, then one would be the dominant leader and the other would always be a subservient follower. Double offenders in rape and sexual murder aren't common, but we have seen and studied them, going back to Kenneth Bianchi and his cousin Angelo Buono, who together terrorized Los Angeles in the late 1970s as the Hillside Strangler, and even before that, James Russell Odom and James Clayton Lawson, Jr., who met at a Atascadero State Mental Hospital in California where they were both doing time for rape. Clay Lawson would while away the time describing to Russell Odom the tortures he'd like to inflict on captured women when he got out. He himself wasn't interested in intercourse. But Odom was, and, upon his release in 1974, sought out Lawson in South Carolina. Within a few nights they had kidnapped, raped, killed, and horribly mutilated a young woman working in a 7-Eleven they stopped in. The victim's body was left in plain view and the killers were arrested within days. The terrified, submissive Odom admitted raping the girl but denied having any part in the murder. He was found guilty of rape, unlawful weapon possession, and accessory before and after the fact of murder. The dominant Lawson, who chewed chalk in the courtroom during his own separate trial, adamantly denied taking part in the rape, saying, "I only wanted to destroy her." He was convicted of murder in the first degree and electrocuted by the state of South Carolina in 1976. If it is possible to conceive of a more depraved partnership, it would be Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris. Like Odom and Lawson, they met behind bars, in this case the California men's colony at San Luis Obispo, where they discovered their mutual affinity for dominating, hurting, and sexually abusing young women. When they were both paroled in 1979, they got together in Los Angeles and made plans to undertake a project to kidnap, rape, torture, and kill one teenaged girl of each age, 13 through 19. They had successfully carried out their plan against 5 girls in a brutal and horrifying manner, when the 6th managed to escape after being raped and went to the police. Norris was the submissive one in this team and he was the one who caved in to police interrogation, confessing and fingering his dominant partner to escape the gas chamber. He also led police to the various bodies. One skeleton still had Bittaker's ice pick protruding from its ear opening. The unrepentant Bittaker, among the vilest human beings I have ever come across, became something of a celebrity on California's death row. When asked for his autograph by admiring fellow prisoners, he would sign it, "Pliers Bittaker," after one of his favorite instruments of torture. This is not to say an offender of this type is incapable of deep and genuine emotion. Special Agent Mary Ellen O'Toole and I had the opportunity to interview Bittaker at San Quentin. We thought it significant that during the several hours we were with him, Bittaker never once made eye contact with Mary Ellen. He would not look at her. Yet when we brought up the crimes he cried. Big, tough Lawrence Bittaker shed tears of sorrow. But he was crying not for the lost lives of his victims, but for the fact that his life was ruined by having been caught. Greg McCrary saw the dominant one of Kristen French's killers in much the same way. He would be between the ages of 25 to early 30s, which squared with witness descriptions. He would be first and foremost a human predator, a born manipulator who would get by in life by exploiting people and systems. Like Lawrence Bittaker or Clay Lawson and unlike Allison Parrott's killer, he would feel no guilt or remorse for the suffering of the victim, her family, or the community. Each successful kill would only fuel his appetite for inflicting more pain and shedding more blood. This dominance would carry over into his personal life. Many sexual sadists are married or in ongoing relationships with women. If this were the case with the unsub, he would probably beat and sexually abuse his own mate. Small, ordinary things like questioning his comings or goings would enough to trigger his wrath. There would be prior sexual offenses in his background, beginning either with flashing or being a peeping Tom, eventually escalating into sexual assaults for which he may or may not have been arrested. But someone, either his wife or girlfriend or partner in crime, would know about this history. Greg felt he would probably work at some sort of manual skill, possibly with power tools or in a metal shop, and would have his own shop at home. And finally, there would have been some stressor which triggered his initial homicidal rage. Perhaps his wife finally threw him out of the house. Perhaps he lost a job or suffered some serious professional setback. Perhaps both. As police looked for the cream-colored Camaro and followed up every tip, the investigation dragged on without much progress. Not wanting to let the case grow cold and stale, the Green Ribbon Task Force decided to go public, which we at Quantico had been advocating for some time. On the evening of Tuesday, July 21, 1992, television station CHCH-TV in Hamilton, Ontario, broadcast an extraordinary program, which was simultaneously picked up by other stations throughout Canada for a national airing. Entitled, The Abduction of Kristen French, the program featured Green Ribbon Chief Vince Bevan and Sergeant Kate Kavanagh, the Ontario Provincial Police Department profiler, as well as Chuck Wagner and Greg McCrary on a feed from Quantico. Using police reports, diagrams, eyewitness accounts, and recreations of the Camaro's reported position at various points in the crime, the abduction of Kristen French had as its goal finally going public with the major details of the case in the hopes that a viewer would recognize something that could get the investigation moving. For the first time publicly, police revealed the witness accounts of the two men seen in the car and presumed to be involved in the kidnapping. A phone bank staffed by trained volunteers took called-in tips throughout the program and in the weeks following the broadcast. Using the clue of the map found at the crime scene, one of the first things Bevan and host Dan McLean did was urge people to call in about any adult male in the area around that time who had aroused their suspicion by asking for directions or help. One of the main focuses was on trying to locate the car, which could then be traced back to an owner. When Greg McCrary came on about halfway through the broadcast, he went over the main points of his profile, explaining what the various behavioral clues suggested about this UNSUB in his mid-20s to early 30s who was already a seasoned sexual criminal. Cutting off Kristen's beautiful dark hair indicated his emotional need to humiliate and degrade women to cover for his own personal and sexual inadequacy. Then he outlined the typical relationship between dominant and submissive partners in sexual crime. He explained what to look for in the offender's behavior and how it would have changed recognizably to those around him in the days and weeks after Kristen was taken. Essentially, there would be a total disruption in his, or their, normal life from April 16 to at least April 30, the day her body was found. We knew Kristen was still alive up until very close to that date, which meant the unsub would have been preoccupied feeding, maintaining, and monitoring her wherever he kept her imprisoned, as well as repeatedly assaulting her according to the dictates of his fantasy. This disruption didn't necessarily mean he'd miss work all during that time if, in fact, he had a steady job, but it would mean that he would be preoccupied, stressed, and his demeanor would be noticeably different to friends and co-workers. He would be following the investigation and press reports very closely, and would engage frequently in discussions of the case and the progress or lack thereof the police were making. If he were in an ongoing relationship with a woman, that relationship would also be more stressful than usual, there would be more frequent and severe flare-ups of temper and he would be even more abusive. The main purpose of our profiles is to let observers recognize behavior and help identify an unsub. By increasing the amount of information available to the public, we're potentially letting the people closest to the unsub become profilers themselves. Almost all sexual serial killers, particularly of the organized variety, will follow closely what the media reports about the investigation. When we go in on a search warrant, we're not surprised to see scrapbooks, newspaper clippings, and videotapes of news reports in the offender's possession. We therefore assumed Kristen's killer or killers would be tuned into this highly publicized broadcast. So at one point Dan McLean asked Greg what the killer would be feeling. Stress, Greg replied, none of it having to do with feelings of guilt or remorse, but real worry over the possibility of discovery and apprehension. And if you are watching, Greg declared, speaking directly to Kristen French's unknown killer, I want to tell you that you are going to be apprehended. It's just a question of when. If someone out there recognized the behavior Greg and Sergeant Kavanagh described and came through with a tip, then that apprehension would come sooner rather than later. But it would come, Greg emphasized, and the unsub had better not rest easy. He went on to explain that as the unsub's stress level escalated, close friends and family members would be in increasing danger. He would become increasingly angry and erratic, increasingly unable to control his fear and his temper. The two people who would be in the gravest danger would be the two people who presumably knew about his crimes, his submissive helper and his wife or girlfriend. Unlike the primary killer, either of them might be having a problem coping with the guilt of having participated in the killing of an innocent person. Greg and the police urged either of those two accessories to come forward before it was too late and one of them became the next victim. Vince Bevan stated, "If you're listening, please, for your own good, give us a call." This kind of proactive technique had paid off handsomely for us in the past. In known example, a stenographer named Donna Lynn Vetter who worked in one of the FBI field offices in the Southwest was raped and brutally murdered by an intruder who broke into her ground-floor garden apartment. The bureau director at the time felt he had to send a strong and immediate message: "You don't kill FBI personnel and get away with it." Two of Quantico's best and most experienced agents, Roy Hazelwood from behavioral science, the teaching and research side, and Jim Wright from the investigative support unit, were dispatched immediately to the site on the director's jet. After examining the murder scene and the preliminary forensics, Roy and Jim agreed that it had been a rape gone bad. Murder was not the offender's planned or primary intention. They also felt they had a pretty good behavioral image of the assailant: his background and educational level, how close he lived to the apartment, his sustained anger and personal inadequacy. They felt he would have confided the fact of the crime to someone close to him, either a colleague or a woman with whom he was living in an abusive, though dependent, relationship. That individual, the agents felt, would now be in danger. In the short amount of time they had in town before having to return to Quantico, they gave interviews to the local media, giving out most, though not all, of the details of their profile, and urging the unsub's confidant to come forward before he or she were hung or killed. Within a couple of weeks, the killer's armed robbery partner contacted the police. The subject was arrested, a palm print matched up with one found at the murder scene, and he was charged. The profile turned out to be gratifyingly accurate in nearly every significant detail. He was a 22-year-old male who lived with, and was financially dependent on, his sister. At the time of the murder he was on probation for rape. He was tried, found guilty, sentenced to death, and executed a couple of years ago. It was a similar result we were hoping for from this program televised throughout Canada. Kristen French's killer was, in fact, tuned into and taping the broadcast. His name was Paul Kenneth Bernardo, and as he watched, he rejoiced in arrogant glee at how inaccurate he thought the profile was. Though he was 28 years of age, he didn't work with his hands or in a metal shop. He was highly intelligent, had majored in accounting in college, and had worked as a junior accountant at Price Waterhouse before failing the rigorous national accounting exam. For the last several years he had made his living, often a good one, smuggling crates of American cigarettes across the Canadian border, selling them, often to biker gangs. He didn't own or drive a cream-colored Chevy Camaro. Instead, he had a champagne gold Nissan 240 SX hatchback which had been used in the kidnapping in the church parking lot. No two people witness a crime quite the same way, but this underscores why I never accept eyewitness statements as gospel. Moreover, Bernardo didn't have a submissive male partner in crime. The person who had helped him abduct Kristen French and force her into the car was his beautiful blonde wife of less than a year, 22-year-old Carla Leanne Homolka. It was Carla to whom Paul brought Leslie Mahaffey the night she was locked out of her parents' house. He'd been stalking Leslie. He saw her on the porch and struck up a conversation. She'd told him what had happened, bummed a cigarette, gotten into his car to talk. Then he'd pulled a knife on her, blindfolded her, and drove to his house. The cops were looking for a non-existent male accomplice in a non-existent car. "They'll never catch me," Bernardo exclaimed to Carla as he watched. Agent McCrary's promise that sooner or later he would be apprehended was laughable. What Paul Bernardo apparently failed to grasp was all the ways that Kavanagh's and McCrary's profiles were dead on the money. He didn't support himself by working with his hands, but he did have a basement workshop whose tools he had used to cut apart Leslie Mahaffey and encase the body pans in cement blocks molded from cardboard boxes. He did regularly and systematically abuse and humiliate his wife through beatings, non-consensual sadistic sexual practices, and such demeaning habits as locking her in the root cellar of their rented house and making her sleep on the floor beside his bed. He did require constant phony reassurance to deal with his problem of erectile insufficiency and recurring impotence, demanding that Carla, his previous girlfriends, and all of his victims call him king and master as he ritualistically choked or sodomized them or otherwise dominated them sexually. And he did have prior criminal experience. In fact, though the police didn't know who he was, he already had quite a reputation. He was the Scarborough Rapist. The Scarborough Rapist terrorized the northeast suburb of Toronto, for which he was named from May 1987 through May 1990. His key modus operandi was coming up behind women as they got off buses, usually late at night, overpowering them and raping them. As he attacked, he mentally tortured them, saying he was going to kill them and calling them slut, bitch, whore, and worse. Greg McCrary made a trip to Toronto during that time, and he and I both worked on a profile of the rapist, coming up with a description pretty close to this individual who watched the television show so gleefully that night. No one in any official capacity made much of a connection between the Scarborough rapist and the schoolgirl murders because the MO was so different. The rapist had waited at bus stops and blitzed his victims from behind. And he had not killed. The murderer, on the other hand, grabbed his victims in broad daylight or from the steps of their own house. What they didn't factor in was that several years had elapsed between the initial Scarborough rapes and Leslie Mahaffey's murder, and one of the things we predicted about the rapist was that he would escalate in his rage and learn from his own experience. Though Paul Bernardo had no criminal record, the police already had a file on him. On Tuesday, May 29, 1990, the Toronto Sun had run a composite drawing of the Scarborough rapist, based on a description by his most recent victim, the only one who got a good look at him. The drawing looked uncannily like Paul Bernardo, so much so that some of his friends joked that he could be the rapist. One of them took it more seriously and actually contacted police with the tip. This led police to make a visit to Bernardo, in which he was cooperative and charming and agreed to blood, hair, and saliva samples. Though he was never officially cleared of suspicion, neither was the matter pursued. DNA testing was a laborious and time-consuming process, and the police lab had extremely limited capacity, so limited that it would have taken them years to process samples based on every lead or tip. Paul Bernardo, who had no police record of any kind, was never high on the list of suspects. So his sample was never even processed. Had it been, Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French might be alive today. And another victim, too, one that the Green Ribbon Task Force hadn't even considered because no one knew she was a victim. That was Karla Homolka's younger sister, Tammy. 15-year-old Tammy Lynn Homolka was blonde and beautiful like her older sister. Early in the morning of Christmas Eve 1990, Tammy had died at St. Catherine's General Hospital after losing consciousness under mysterious circumstances at her parents' house. Paul and Karla had been in the house at the time, saying they had all fallen asleep watching television. They awoke to the sound of Tammy's wheezing and labored breathing, which quickly became total respiratory distress. They were the ones who called the ambulance. Police ruled the death an accident. In reality, Tammy was the object of sexual obsession of her sister's fiancé, Paul, who got Karla to help him drug her so he could have sex with her while she was unconscious. Still under the effects of the drug, Tammy aspirated her own vomit. The following June, Paul and Karla were married in an elaborate ceremony and reception. It was the same day the pieces of Leslie Mahaffey's body were found in Lake Gibson. The obvious question that should occur around now is how, in the name of God, could an intelligent young woman with so much going for her marry the man responsible for the rape and death of her sister, submit to his beatings and physical and emotional degradations, and actually take part in his schemes to kidnap, assault, and kill innocent young women? I wish there was an easy answer to this question. There isn't, though we've been studying the phenomenon of sexual sadists and their compliant victims for years. What we do know is what does happen, all too often. Through the pioneering leadership of Roy Hazelwood, we've identified the common progressive steps in a sexually sadistic relationship that frequently starts relatively normally. First, the sexual sadist identifies a naive, dependent, or vulnerable woman. She may, in fact, be vulnerable because she's currently in an abusive relationship and she legitimately sees this new man as rescuing her from it. Second, the sadist charms the woman with gentleness, gifts, emotional or financial support, physical protection, whatever she needs. She will see him as loving and supportive and she'll love him in return. Paul Bernardo was charming, handsome, and smooth. Women were always falling for him. Third, once he achieves that goal, the sadist will begin to encourage or persuade her to engage in sexual practices she might consider unusual, bizarre, or kinky. At first this will be an occasional thing. Eventually, it will evolve into the regular routine between them, which will have the effect both of breaking down her will and breaking down her sense of values and the norms with which she was brought up. This, in turn, will help isolate her from her family and anyone she might want to talk to, because she won't want to talk about these sexual activities. Fourth, the sadist completes this practice of isolation by discouraging her from having anything to do with her family or friends. He needs to approve of everything she does, her comings and goings and everyday activities. He needs to become the center of her existence, to the exclusion of all else. He might take away credit cards, control, and dole out cash, insist she be home at a particular time and punish her severely if she isn't. In fact, any perceived disobedience or lapse in loyalty can be met by punishment. Fifth, when the woman is isolated from everyone else, the sadist becomes her only support system. She strives to warrant his love and affection and avoid his anger and wrath, even though both have little to do with her and all to do with his moods and whims. Everything the sadist does, everything he says to her, confirms her new self-image as bad, inferior, stupid, or inadequate, warranting the anger and punishment which is now regularly visited upon her. There were literally hundreds of cards and letters and notes from Carla to Paul apologizing for all her faults and promising to try to do better. In every important way, Roy's 5-step analysis turns out to be a very accurate characterization of Carla Homolka after she met Paul Bernardo. It later came out that during Kristen French's imprisonment, the bright and resourceful teen tried to convince Carla to help her escape and to go with her. But Carla was so beaten down, with such a bleak, isolated outlook by this point, that all she could think of was Paul's anger and the severity of the punishment she would receive when he found out. This totally her revulsion at watching the rape and abuse of this innocent girl, knowing full well the murder that was to follow. Though certain family members and friends knew Paul had hit Carla on occasion, no one either recognized or acknowledged the reality of a severely abusive relationship. She always made excuses for the bruises and welts from his beatings. Either she'd fallen down, or she'd been in a car accident, or one of the animals at the veterinary clinic where she worked had turned on her. Even as Carla was undressing one day to try on her wedding gown, 2 of her friends had noticed large bruises on her too thin body. But at the time they said nothing. Paul continually hinted to her that he would kill her someday. During his sadistic role-playing, he would even choke her with the same cord he used to strangle the 2 girls. He blackmailed her into silence by threatening to tell her parents the truth about Tammy. That was the one thing she couldn't stand to think about. Most sexual sadists are totally self-involved narcissists, and Paul Bernardo was no exception. He favored stylish designer clothes, fancied himself an entrepreneur, blamed the world for his failures. He thought he could go on the way he had forever, punctuating his complete manipulation, domination, and control of his once outgoing and exuberant wife with frequent liaisons with other women and adventures with abducted teenage girls. He'd even fantasized about starting a colony of sexual slaves. Before he even began his rapes, he'd already established a long-standing practice of sitting in his car positioned so he could watch young girls through their bedroom windows as they undressed. Often he was able to catch the action on video. As far as we know, no one noticed or came forward to report this behavior. And if they had, would it have been taken seriously? What finally sank Paul Bernardo was what we in the unit predicted would, though it's doubtful Carla was thinking about Greg McCrary's words when she went, through intermediaries, to the police. Ultimately, the reality of her situation was unavoidable to her and the evidence of abuse became unmistakable to her parents and friends. Even so, she hesitated several times before she finally left. A lawyer began negotiating a plea bargain for her in return for testimony against her husband. She checked into Northwestern General Hospital for 7 weeks of psychiatric evaluation. The final bargain called for a 12-year jail sentence, which was then approved by the families of Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French. Paul Bernardo was arrested on February 17, 1993. Typically for this type of sexual sadist, he also proved himself to be a self-centered coward. Once he got to jail, he underwent what Greg McCrary calls a major attitude adjustment. He began complaining to authorities he was afraid the other prisoners might give him back some of his own medicine and had to be isolated from the general prison population for his own protection. The ensuing trial, for which the judge imposed a total news blackout as is legal in Canada, became that country's trial of the century. The crime riveted Canadians to the same degree as the O.J. Simpson case did during some of the same period of time in the summer of 1995. During weeks of testimony, Carla unfolded the entire story of their relationship, discussing such horrifying details as the videotapes Paul made not only of himself debasing her, but raping and tormenting the teenage girls as well. She testified how Paul had made Kristen watch the tape of Leslie's rape in an effort to control her and make her compliant. She also told how she had been the one to cut off Kristen's long black hair according to Paul's orders. She told how Paul religiously followed the Scarborough rapist and, later, Schoolgirl murder investigations, just as we predicted the perpetrator would. And just as Greg had outlined in his profile, Bernardo sat through all the grisly testimony without any emotional reaction or the slightest evidence of remorse or human feeling. His only regret was getting caught and the fact that his wife and personal sexual slave had betrayed him. For his own Paul admitted he had taken Pan in the rapes but that Carla had actually killed the girls. On Friday, September 1, 1995, after a day of deliberation, the jury brought in verdicts of guilty on all 9 counts. The 2 most serious murder in the first degree in the deaths of Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French brought with them an automatic life sentence with no parole possible for at least 25 years. One of the great tragedies of the Paul Bernardo case is all of the missed opportunity, the opportunity to recognize the early signs of a criminal, sexually sadistic personality, the opportunity to catch the Scarborough rapist through DNA before he escalated into killing, the opportunity for an abused wife to leave her husband before she herself became a felon, the opportunity for her friends and family to recognize what should have been obvious to them, the opportunity for Carla to escape with Kristen, and, most overwhelmingly, the opportunity for 2 beautiful and intelligent young women to grow up, fall in love, have families, and fulfill their glowing promise. Did we learn anything as profilers from our own mistakes? Sure we did. Would we make some of the same mistakes again? Probably. Given the forensic evidence and the eyewitness accounts, we'd still be looking for 2 men, a dominant and a submissive partner. But now I think we'd at least bear in mind that a compliant female victim can also be a partner in unspeakable crime. As I mentioned, the Toronto police called us in on the original Scarborough rapes and Greg McCrary and I both went up for first-hand consultations on separate occasions. Among the proactive suggestions we came up with at the time was a plan for hardening targets, just as you would in a series of bank robberies, forcing the unsub to strike next where you want him to. This tactic might have worked here, but it was never implemented. The point of this exercise is not to pin blame on any one person or institution. It's just to suggest that if we could all be more vigilant, more aware of the things that just don't add up or seem quite right, maybe some future tragedy could be avoided. And one of the elements of that is to know what you're looking for, to know who the real enemy is or may be. Back in the 1950s, when times were simpler and J. Edgar Hoover was portrayed not only as the ultimate square-jawed tough guy against crime but also as the stern but loving father figure to all of American youth, the FBI used a drawing to warn kids away from potential danger. I remember it showed a man coming out from behind a tree, offering a bag of candy to an innocent and trusting child. The metaphor and the message were clear: beware of taking candy from strangers. While the intent behind the drawing was certainly laudable and the dangers back in the 1950s might have seemed more clear-cut, I'm afraid experience has taught us that we have a lot more to worry about than candy from strangers. Such was the issue in a third Canadian case in which I was involved. Like the Parrott and Mahaffey and French killings, it involved the rape and murder of an innocent child. Yet its circumstances and lessons were just as different as the first 2 cases were different from each other. In January of 1985, while I was up in Toronto advising on prosecution strategy in the murder trial of Tien Po Suh, detectives John Shepard and Bernard Fitzpatrick of the Criminal Investigative Branch of the Durham Regional Police asked me if I'd drive with them to a recently discovered body dump site and tell them what I thought. I was exhausted, I'd been in court all day and I just wanted to go back to the hotel, have a drink, and crash. They'd already submitted the case to Special Agent Oliver Zink, then profile coordinator of the Buffalo field office, and I figured it would eventually make its way back to Quantico. But when I heard the details of the case, it wasn't something I could easily leave alone. On the previous October 3rd, 90-year-old Christine Marion Jessup was seen buying bubblegum on her way home from school in the town of Queensville, Ontario, north of Toronto. That was the last time anyone saw her. A massive search for days by police and volunteers turned up nothing, not a clue. Fear gripped the small, safe town. The assumption was that someone passing through must have abducted her and carried her away. The mayor and city officials urged parents to warn their children to be wary of outsiders, not to accept gifts or to take candy from strangers. The sense of paranoia was equal to the sense of horror at Christine's disappearance. It was a sad holiday season in Queensville. Then, on New Year's Eve, a farmer and his 2 daughters were out crossing a field in nearby Sunderland searching for a possible owner of a stray dog they had spotted when they came upon a small human corpse, mostly skeletized, undressed from the waist down except for a pair of white socks with blue trim, arranged in a frog-like position. Other clothing, badly decomposed, and a pair of Nike track shoes were found nearby. And in the nearby grass, inside a canvas pouch, was a recorder type of flute, plastic with a piece of masking tape behind the mouthpiece, the same one Christine had been given in her music class the day she disappeared. Forensic examination and dental records confirmed that the skeletized remains were Christine's. She had been stabbed several times, and blood and semen stains on her panties indicated she had been sexually assaulted. My oldest child, Erica, was the same age as Christine. As we drove to the site in an unmarked police car, the two detectives gave me some of the rundown on the case. The Jessup house had been empty that day. Her mother, Janet, and adoptive 14-year-old brother, Kenneth, had gone to the dentist and then to see their father, Robert, who was in prison for a white-collar crime. We knew that Christine had been given this recorder that day, and her teacher confirmed to the police that she was very excited about it. We also knew about her buying the gum, and the clerk at the Queensville General Store recalled seeing a dark car down the street which everyone in town assumed to be that of the suspicious stranger who abducted her. I thought this was a red herring that probably had nothing to do with the case. She wasn't grabbed off the street. We knew she made it home. She parked her bike in the garage. The house was about 75 or 100 yards from the road, and I didn't see any way a stranger would go all the way down the drive and risk being seen when he would have no idea whether anyone else was home or not. It's a fact of violent crime investigation that people want to help, and so will bring in anything they can think of that might be relevant. This is important and we encourage it. But we also have to be able to sift through what we hear and try to separate the real clues from the incidental details. They also brought me to talk to Christine's parents, who gave me a good idea of what their daughter had been like. Later that evening, I remember I was sitting in the back seat of this unmarked car. After viewing the dump site and then going to the house and other relevant areas around town, I said to the detectives, "This is not a stranger homicide. This killer lives in the community. In fact, this killer knew Christine and lived within a short walking distance to her house." The two officers looked at each other, then they both looked back at me. One of them said, "Can you put this down on paper for us tonight?" I said, "It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm totally wiped out." But it seemed really important to them, so I asked for a tape recorder, had them drop me off back at the hotel, and I stayed up in the room lying on the bed with the pages of the medical examiner's report spread out around me as I dictated my thoughts. Maybe it was because I was so tired, but I found myself going into a near-trance state as I sometimes do. I saw the crime vividly in my own mind. What I knew about the victimology, what I knew about Christine, was that she was a bright, inquisitive, enthusiastic child. When she got home from school, I felt, she was excited about this new recorder, but no one was home to share her excitement. So what I believe she did was seek out someone else in the neighborhood, someone she could tell, someone who would appreciate what she was learning in music class. Whoever that person was, I said, was probably the killer. The unsub had to take her away in a car. He'd either have to take a back route or risk driving through town where he could be spotted. Either way, he clearly knew where he was going. He knew the area well. He would have had to have arrived at this rural, secluded field in nearby Sunderland. I believe what happened next would have been in some ways similar to what happened to Alison Parrott. At some point along the way, Christine would have realized they weren't going where the unsub said he was taking her, possibly to see her father. She became frightened, at which point he probably took out the knife to control her. But he couldn't even control this slight, skinny 9-year-old girl, which underscored the fact that he was not a professional killer. The situation developed spontaneously when she presented him with the opportunity. She was a very outgoing and friendly child. He may have misinterpreted her openness and enthusiasm and thought she would welcome his sexual advances, since that was part of his fantasy, either with Christine specifically or with preteen and young teen girls in general. This is not uncommon among sexually immature offenders. He probably began fondling her or forcing her into oral sex. He was well known to the family, I believed, and when she started yelling or crying, he knew she'd tell her mother. So he had to kill her. The stab wounds all over the body show that he had a hard time subduing her. Even though she was hurt, she'd tried to escape from him. On one of the ribs, the medical examiner actually found that the knife had hit bone. The individual I described would probably be in his early to mid-20s, I said, though in this instance age was hard to predict. Given his difficulty controlling this young girl, not to mention the objects of his fantasy life, he could be somewhat older, a case of arrested emotional development. I said that the police had probably already interviewed him. The wide pattern of the stab wounds further confirmed for me that she had tried to struggle. It also suggested that this was not an experienced offender. In all probability, this was his first homicide, though I thought he might have a prior record of nuisance-type crimes, voyeurism, or small arsons. In the case of an older or more experienced unsub, I would have expected to see the cause of death as strangulation or blunt force trauma, which are a whole lot less messy than multiple knife stabs. The body was found many miles from the abduction point, which can tend to point to someone trying to get away from his own area where he is well known. Also, the condition of the body, spread-eagled and not completely covered up, indicated to me a relatively disorganized offender. For this reason, he'd probably be somewhat disheveled in his appearance, he'd be nocturnal, preferring to sleep during the day, and his job, if he had one, would not terribly mentally taxing. His car would not be particularly well maintained and would have high mileage. I thought there would probably be some major stressor going on in the unsub's life at the time. The type and details of the crime didn't lead me to suspect he was married or in an ongoing relationship with another woman, so I didn't think that would be the most likely reason for his stress. Perhaps it was a problem at his job or being laid off from one. Perhaps he was living with his parents or some other older relative and they were putting some sort of pressure on him. Whatever the issue was, it likely related to his overall problem with self-esteem. He might even have physical scars or disfigurement, a speech impediment, bad complexion, or something he feels puts him at a disadvantage with women his own age. I thought he would be someone in the neighborhood who plays with children and associates with people younger than himself. Undoubtedly, he would have gotten blood on himself during the struggle, which means he would have gone home immediately afterward to bathe, clean himself off, and probably destroy the clothes he was wearing. Anyone observing this post-offense behavior would know something was wrong. They would also notice the change in his normal behavior, which would become tense, overly rigid, he'd have trouble sleeping, rely more on alcohol or cigarettes. If he lived in the neighborhood he would be questioned by the police. To deflect suspicion away from himself he would be overly solicitous and cooperative, and in other ways would attempt to inject himself into the investigation to keep up with its progress. This is not someone who planned to kill, so he would not have had an elaborate plan to avoid detection. He will not leave the area if he thinks he is at all under suspicion because he would perceive this as evidence of his guilt. Someone around him may have noticed his need to go back to the dump site and he would have offered some excuse why he had to do this. I also outlined a number of proactive techniques I thought might help get the unsub to reveal himself. I gave the detectives the tape the next morning and they had it transcribed right away. The reason Shepard and Fitzpatrick were so interested in what I had to say, I soon learned, was that one of the subjects they had interviewed fit my profile almost exactly. His name was Guy Paul Morin, he was in his late 20s, and he lived with his parents in the house next door to the Jessups. He was interested in music, played the clarinet in the community band, and Christine knew him well. There was good forensic evidence, too, including blood, paint chips from his house, and fibers from Christine's clothing. He was arrested and changed in April 1985, though the police weren't able to get a confession during interrogation. I think there was a lot of mixed feeling in the neighborhood, too. Christine had to have been killed by a stranger. No one who knew her could possibly do this to her. Guy Morin just didn't look or act like a monster. Neither, for that matter, did Paul Bernardo. In addition to the forensic evidence, police eventually sent an undercover cop into the jail where Morin was being held, posing as a fellow prisoner and his cellmate, a tactic that was legal in Canada. The cop later testified at the first trial that Morin had made statements that strongly suggested guilt, which Morin then denied. The history of the case from that point forward became strange and unsettling. Ultimately, it led to the divorce of Christine's parents, the financial ruin of Morin's parents, and serious illness for his father. In what turned out to be Morin's first trial in London, Ontario, early in 1986, Morin pleaded not guilty, but in the middle of the proceedings his lawyer stated that if the jury decided he was guilty, then they should find insanity. However, the jury found insufficient evidence and acquitted him. The Crown Attorney appealed, in itself an unusual move, and in June 1987 the Ontario Court of Appeals overturned the verdict and ordered a new trial. The following year, the Supreme Court of Canada upheld the appeals court ruling. Late in 1991 a second 6-month trial began, the result of which was a guilty verdict after 8 days of deliberation. He was sent to Kingston Penitentiary. But then in 1995, DNA testing, not available at the time of the murder, indicated that Morin's DNA from a sample did not match that of the semen found in Christine's underwear. He was released from prison and acquitted of murder. The Christine Jessup murder is an open case once again. As law enforcement officers as well as parents, we hate to see messy, ambiguous results like this. Do I still think Guy Paul Morin is guilty of Christine Jessup's murder? That's for a court of law to decide, not me. No one in my unit ever claims to be able to deliver up the name and identity of a particular unsub. All we can do is describe the type of individual we think did it based on the information we're given and what kind of pre- and post-offense behavior we would expect to see. In that way, we hope to be able to help investigators narrow down their list of suspects. I still believe firmly that her killer was someone who lived in the neighborhood, knew her well, was interested in music, and was an immature loner with a self-image problem who hung around with people younger than himself. I also believe that so much time has passed, custody of evidence may have been compromised over the years and the crime scene, body, and clothing were in such a poor state to begin with that I would have serious doubts at this point about the infallibility of any scientific testing. In addition, a number of sordid and very troubling revelations have come to light since the first trial, including the fact that Christine's brother, Kenneth, 3 years older than she, and several of his friends had been sexually abusing her since she was 4. Appalling as it is to contemplate, I don't think we can be certain where the semen deposits in her underwear originated. The DNA evidence might just be a large red herring in this case, as occasionally happens. Whatever the explanation in the Jessup case, I'm afraid this might be one of those tragic instances in which truth and justice will always be elusive. Of all the things I've had to deal with in my career, violent crimes against children are unquestionably the worst. Once you've seen the murder scenes and the crime scene photos, it never leaves you. Seeing what I have seen, knowing what I know is out there, my first instinct when my children were younger was to handcuff each of them to my own or my wife, Pam's, wrists and never let them out of our sight. The problem is how to strike a balance between being overbearingly protective and allowing your children room to mature and develop their independence. I was a nervous wreck the first time Erica took the car out alone or went on her first date. One of my closest friends in the unit, normally a very easygoing guy with a fine sense of humor, practically interrogates his daughter's dates before he lets them out of the house. We've all just seen too much. The best we can hope for as parents, I suppose, is to remain alert, to remain cognizant, to teach our children well without making them fearful of every shadow. We have to set a standard of behavior and integrity while letting them know that they can always come and tell us anything. And I'll be the first to admit, that's not an easy balance to strike. Chapter 4 is Nothing Scared. Cassandra Lynn Hansen, known as Cassie, was a 6-year-old girl from Eagan, Minnesota, a southern suburb of St. Paul. She was a year older than my daughter Erica, and seeing a picture of her with brownish blonde hair cascading down below her shoulders made me think at once of an adorable little pixie. Her dimpled smile looked as if it would brighten the darkest day. On the evening of November 10, 1981, she was attending a family night service with her mother and younger sister in the basement of Jehovah Evangelical Lutheran Church in St. Paul. She told her mother she had to go to the bathroom, then went down the hall and up the stairway to find the ladies' room. On the stairway she was seen by a woman church member. She was not seen alive again. When she didn't return, her mother, Ellen, went to the ladies' room, turned on the lights and looked around. It was empty. She went outside the church and repeatedly called her daughter's name. Other people took up the search. When they still couldn't find Cassie, they called the police. The next morning, her body, still clothed in the baby blue dress she'd been wearing, was discovered tucked in the corner of a dumpster behind an auto repair shop on Grand Avenue, about 3 miles from the church. Her black patent leather buckle shoes were found separately about 2 blocks away. The only other items not accounted for were the barrettes she'd had in her hair. The murder of this little girl was among the most ear-trending cases I've ever encountered. It also demonstrated some of the best uses of proactive strategies and involvement of dedicated and courageous citizens I've ever known. The Twin Cities public immediately reacted to Cassie's murder with horror, revulsion, and sorrow. If a sweet and joyful little child could be abducted from a church service, from a house of God, and have her life snuffed out, then was anything sacred? The medical examiner found no evidence that she'd been sexually assaulted, though small traces of semen and several pubic hairs were discovered on one thigh of her navy blue tights. The semen revealed blood type O, a good piece of information since Cassie's blood type was B. The cause of death was ligature strangulation, probably with a 2.5-inch wide belt, based on the bruises on her neck. Abrasions across her chest indicated that another belt had been used as a restraint around her upper body. And there was one more detail the police kept secret as a control and to disqualify any false confessions: the 60-year-old had been scratched and beaten about the head and face. Cassie's parents were separated and she had lived with her mother. Police quickly determined that neither parent was a suspect. Ellen told investigators that Cassie had been taught to scream if she felt threatened by a stranger, and she had clearly grasped the significance of this lesson. Not too long before, Cassie had seen her 4-year-old sister, Vanessa, talking to someone she didn't know and had pulled her forcefully back into the house. As is often the case, witness accounts were somewhat contradictory and confusing. The church member who had seen Cassie on the stairs also remembered seeing a white male somewhere between 50 and 60 years of age with salt and pepper gray hair and dark-rimmed glasses on a rough face. A realtor who was on the street less than a block from the church after Cassie disappeared said he spotted a white male in his 20s carrying a motionless child who appeared to be a female, 6 or 7 years old. Later, a similar description was taken near the alley leading to the dumpster where Cassie's body was found. The St. Paul Police Department pursued the case rigorously, employed the services of the FBI's Minneapolis field office, and developed some promising leads. But through the Christmas holidays and into the new year, they hadn't been able to make an arrest. Everybody wanted this one. Everybody wanted to find the killer of this little girl. Late in February of 1982, Special Agents Bill Hagmay and Brent Frost in Minneapolis got in touch with me and asked me to profile the case. This was the first time I'd ever worked with Bill, and it turned out to be a fortuitous meeting. Within a year, he had been transferred to the Behavioral Science Unit in Quantico. When I was near death in Seattle in December of 1983, Bill organized a collection to bring my wife and father out to the hospital to be with me. He later joined my investigative support unit and was a key member until I retired in the spring of 1995. He now heads the Serial Killer and Child Abduction Unit at Quantico. On March 3, after analyzing all the relevant case materials, I offered my profile in a lengthy conference call with Bill and Brent and the key St. Paul police people on the case. Captain Donald Truian was chief of the Homicide and Sex Crimes Unit and had attended a sex crimes investigation seminar at Quantico in January where he heard a presentation from my investigative support unit. Also on the line were Deputy Chief Robin Labath, Lieutenant Larry McDonald, and Sergeants Roger Needham and Daryl Schmidt. As was our custom at Quantico, the one thing I did not want from the investigators was any information on suspects they might have developed. I wanted to remain objective, my profile based solely on what the evidence suggested to me. Given the nature of the crime itself, an abduction in a church, I felt we were dealing with a white male unsub with a long history of obsession with children, perhaps a lifelong pattern. This crime was almost certainly committed by someone of the same race as Cassie and was not a casual, opportunistic off-the-street grab, though the abduction itself was a crime of opportunity. This guy was frequenting places where he knew children would be present, where he could freely observe them and be near them, and where parents' guard would be down. Age is always among the toughest points to nail down in a profile because emotional or experiential age doesn't always match chronological years. But although experience had shown us that a predictable time for the manifestation of child obsession disorders was early to mid-20s, I thought the offender would be in at least his early 30s. I warned, however, that this wasn't necessarily something to go on. 4 months before this, I had finished up work on the notorious Trailside Killer case, involving the murder of women hiking in densely wooded parks just north of San Francisco. The particulars indicated a white male around 30 or so. When David Carpenter, an industrial arts teacher in San Jose, was arrested for the crimes, he was 50. But he had first been incarcerated for sex crimes in his mid-20s, just about the time we would have predicted. At any rate, regardless of his age, I expected Cassandra Hansen's killer to have a previous history of sex offenses involving children, though they'd be far less serious than murder. He was able to get her out of the church quickly and efficiently, which spoke to a certain level of sophistication and maturity. He may have even gotten some thrill out of the challenge of getting her out of there. I've interviewed a number of child molesters who said that they really got off on the challenge of spiriting a child out of a crowded shopping mall without anyone noticing or stopping them. At the same time that the circumstances showed some criminal maturity and sophistication, the choice of a child victim definitely showed an inability to deal with peers in an age-appropriate manner. This type of individual would not have been able to have his way with an 18-year-old or someone closer to his own age. He could only do it with a helpless child. He happened to abduct and kill a little girl. I think Cassie represented his victim of choice, but he easily could have done the same to a little boy, if that were the available victim. In spite of this, he still could be married or be with a woman, but it would not be a mature or deep relationship, and I wouldn't be surprised to find the woman to be dependent or immature herself. Arthur Shawcross, who raped and murdered prostitutes in Rochester, New York, had served a previous 15-year jail term, much too short, in my opinion, for the assault and murder of both a young boy and a young girl. At the time of the prostitute murders, Shawcross was employed, married, and had a steady girlfriend. I told the investigators I thought the church location had a major bearing on the personality of the unsub. He might not even realize why he was at that church, it might not even be his denomination. He may have thought he was there for religious reasons, to communicate with God. He might consider himself highly moral, and whatever he does is because God has told him directly to do it. We could possibly be dealing with a paranoid schizophrenic, at least I would expect him to have had hallucinations or delusions. And these religious delusions could be tied up with his fantasies about children. When you finally identify this guy, I said, expect to find elaborate diaries and scrapbooks, possibly even some poetry, related to his obsession with children and possibly even this particular child. You'll also find one or more Bibles with many passages underlined and/or meticulous notes in the margins. He will be something of a loner, with a poor self-image, probably overweight. He could be big and strong since he'd had to get this presumably struggling child quietly out of the church, but he wouldn't be a gawky-looking guy. If he were in his 20s or, more likely, 30s, he might have some kind of physical disfigurement or speech impediment that made him self-conscious. If he were in his 40s or 50s, I'd expect him to fat or with a prominent gut and probably losing his hair. He won't have a large number of friends or any close friends, and so his diaries and scrapbooks will serve as one of his primary means of communication. Some of these guys will even record their thoughts on audio or videotape, such as videotaping kids getting off a school bus and recording comments about individual children. If the unsub becomes worried that the investigation may be closing in on him, he'll hide his material, but he won't destroy it unless he absolutely has to. It represents his lifelong avocation. This type of individual will be obsessed with the case and the murder investigation. In his scrapbook he'll have every newspaper clipping he can find, particularly those with photographs. The picture of Cassie the police had shown me had also been published in the newspapers, and I was confident the unsub had kept a clipping of it. He could easily have gone to the funeral. He might have made repeated visits to the gravesite. He probably took souvenirs from the child. I had noted Cassie's barrettes were missing, and some of these guys have been known to return missing items and to talk to their victims at the grave. Another possibility for the souvenirs was to give them to another child. In this way, he could transfer his obsession with the dead girl. The disposal site was symbolic. By tossing this little girl in the trash when he was finished with her, he was, in effect, saying that he had the right to do with her what he wanted, that he was justified in his actions. This would tie in with the religious delusions. His direct contact with God would help him rationalize the murder and deal with it. Either God wanted the unsub's help in reclaiming this pure soul into heaven, or she needed to be punished or purged, and he was God's instrument in this. For this reason, he might be attending church more frequently than before. This would be one way to deal with his stress. Another would be through alcohol or drugs. When you have this symbolic scene, you expect the killer to return to it, to the cemetery, or to some location significant to the victim and the crime. Stakeouts can often lead to positive results, which is why I suggested periodic reminders in the media as to where Cassie was buried. This struck me as a serial type offender, and with most of them, you generally see a precipitating stressor in the hours, days, or weeks before the crime. The two most common, as I've said, have to do with jobs and relationships, losing one or the other, but any type of hardship, particularly an economic one, can trigger the violent outburst. The only important qualification is that the stressor represents something with which the unsub can't cope, that makes him feel he's been unfairly dealt with, or that the world is out to get him. Then, since I believed this offender had some sort of past with child molestation or sex crimes, when the opportunity presented itself, when he saw a child without anyone else around, where the risks of being seen or stopped were small, he instantly and instinctively sprang into action. I told the police officers that regardless of whether they had any good suspects or not, they should state publicly that the investigation was going well. I suggested to Deputy Chief Labath that he go on television and declare that if it took him his entire career, he was going to make sure that this case was solved and the killer was brought to justice. That would keep up the emotional pressure on him. Because this unsub would be feeling the pressure. As I mentioned, alcohol could be one manifestation of this, but I felt it wouldn't help enough. He might have confided his act to another person, and if he had, that person could easily be in danger as the heat rose. He would be getting more and more desperate as he tried to figure out whether the length of time that had passed since the crime meant he was home free, or whether the investigative case was closing in on him. That desperation could easily take the form of another criminal act. If and when the police did have a good suspect, I suggested making the pressure more overt. When John Wayne Gacy became the prime suspect in the disappearance of young boys around the Chicago area, Des Plaines police detectives undertook an high-profile surveillance, dogging Gacy wherever he went. At first the rotund construction contractor took it as a joke, even inviting two of the detectives to dinner. Knowing the police would not want to pick him up on anything trivial, he toyed with them by openly defying traffic laws and smoking marijuana. The pressure continued to grow, though, and eventually Gacy cracked. He invited police right into his house, where they smelled rotting flesh. Ultimately, they picked him up on a drug charge, got a search warrant, and found the first of 93 bodies concealed in the structure of his home. I thought a similar tack could work here. If a suspect went to church, the police should go to church with him. If he went to a restaurant, they should go to the restaurant with him. Let him see you knocking on his neighbor's door. I also suggested rattling him by having some female voice call him regularly, sob on the phone, and then hang up. You've got to be imaginative about not letting the subject off the emotional hook. This kind of offender would probably be nocturnal. If the police went by his residence at night, they would find lights on. He would also be nomadic, driving around after dark. He won't flee the area because he knows that might alert investigators, and anyway, he feels at least partially justified in what he did. At that time, there was a technique known as psychological stress evaluation, or PSE, that was popular in certain law enforcement circles, particularly in the Midwest. Using specific observation parameters in an electronic device something like a polygraph, PSE was supposed to detect deception during interrogation. Personally, I didn't set much store in it, particularly with subjects who had rationalized their acts in their own minds. He wouldn't give them any satisfaction if they confronted him with killing the little girl. The only line of questioning that might elicit some telling response, I thought, would be challenging him on having masturbated on her since we did have the semen deposit on her tights. Once I'd described the type of individual I objectively thought was responsible for Cassie Hansen's abduction and murder, the police told me that during the course of the investigation they had conducted more than 500 interviews and considered 108 possible suspects. One in particular stood out remarkably. When you described what we should be looking for, you hit this guy on about 10 major points, Captain Truian commented. The suspect in question was a 50-year-old, 6 T tall white male cab driver named Stuart W. Knowlton. He had been approached by the police after being seen driving in the area near the church the day Cassie disappeared, but he refused to be questioned and refused to take a polygraph. He was of stocky build, had short gray hair and a receding hairline, and wore glasses. The police told me he was known to frequent area churches and had a history of child sexual abuse, including charges involving his own children. After our consultation, the police concentrated on him as their prime suspect, placing the others they'd been following on the back burner. Despite police suspicions, however, there wasn't enough to charge him, so he was still free. But coincidentally, about 3 weeks before this telephone conference, Knowlton had been hit by a car while walking home and lost about half of one leg. It wasn't going to be difficult to keep track of him for a while, because he was still in the Ramsey County nursing home rehabilitating. Someone else associated with Stuart Knowlton was also undergoing rehabilitation and recuperation down in Florida near Orlando. Her name was Dorothy Noga, and at the time of Cassie's death she was working as a masseuse in St. Paul. She didn't much like the work, but it paid an average of $2,000 a week, enough to let her husband stay home and raise their 4 children. According to the story investigators had pieced together, Knowlton first came into Lee Lenore's sauna where Noga worked on November 11, 1981. The day after the abduction and the day Cassie's body was found. Curiously, he asked her to be an alibi witness for him in case anyone accused him of anything around this time. Noga didn't know what to make of this, but took his business card, on which he wrote his address and phone number. Noga had been appalled by news of the little girl's death, though she didn't connect Knowlton with it. She did, however, think of another of her clients who had professed fantasies of sex with children. In the intimacy of the massage room, men tended to confide in Dorothy. So she phoned in an anonymous tip to the police. Several days later, the crime was still preying on her mind, and Dorothy Noga decided she had to get more personally involved if she thought she had information that could help. This time when she called, she left her name and agreed to be interviewed by detectives. During the interview, a photograph of Knowlton happened to slip out of the detective's folder onto the floor. Noga recognized him as the man who had come in for a massage the day after the murder. Was he a suspect? She wanted to know. The detectives confirmed that he was, but that he was refusing to talk to them. Maybe he'd talk to her, she figured, and offered to call him. The police turned her down on this offer, not wanting to be accused of obtaining information illegally after Knowlton had contacted a lawyer and the lawyer had told him not to talk. But once the police left, Noga decided that they had no power to tell her what to do, so she called the number on his card. Noga was confident she could get this man to talk to her. The 32-year-old masseuse was a good listener and she could almost always get men to talk to her. And that's exactly what she did. Before long, she was having almost daily phone conversations with Knowlton, some lasting several hours. He seemed to her lonely and in despair, and inordinately preoccupied with the killing of the little Hanson girl. Noga felt sure she was on the right track. At the same time, the exercise was draining and depressing. Knowlton often talked as if they were having a romantic relationship, and Noga felt queasy leading him on this way. I would get so depressed talking to him, I wanted to give up. I would just sit and cry, she later told the St. Paul Dispatch. But she had 4 children of her own and her heart went out to Cassie and her grieving family. If she could, she wanted to spare others the same horror. Then in one conversation, she said, he admitted killing Cassie. That inspired her to continue, and also made her start taping the conversations. She informed the St. Paul police, and gave them the tapes. Seeing the resource they had, the police encouraged her to keep going. But once the taping began, Knowlton never again mentioned any personal role in Cassie's death, though he still continued to talk about the case. On December 13, a little over a month after the murder, the conversations stopped for good. It was her husband's 34th birthday and Noga was working at the Comfort Center sauna. The only thing she initially remembered from that day was waking up in a hospital room at the St. Paul Ramsey Medical Center, the same faculty to which Stuart Knowlton would be brought after being struck by the car, and seeing her agonized mother at the foot of her bed. She had been stabbed repeatedly and her throat slashed. Her attacker had left her on the floor, bleeding and near death. Doctors called her survival miraculous. She was put under 24-hour guard at the hospital and gave police a vague description of her assailant. They brought her photographic spreads of possible suspects. One man was brought in, but was released for lack of evidence. The police immediately suspected Knowlton, and when they told me what had happened, I agreed. He would have confided in Dorothy to try to relieve his own stress, but as his stress mounted, he would have realized how vulnerable he'd made himself. The only way out would have been to eliminate the threat. There were no witnesses to the crime, no useful forensic evidence, and Noga could remember nothing more than what she had said. After she got out of the hospital, she and her family moved to Florida to continue her recuperation and try to remove herself from the reach of her attacker, who probably regretted not finishing the job. But another series of conversations between Stuart Knowlton and a woman he had met only recently were to prove equally critical. Janice Rittman, the same age as Dorothy Noga, was the director of the St. Paul Housing Information Office. It was a high-ranking job with a tremendous amount of responsibility, and the short, vibrant strawberry blonde was known in city government circles as an administrator who could get things done. Rittman met Knowlton on March 16, 1981, 8 months before Cassie Hanson's abduction and murder. He came to her agency saying that he was about to be evicted from the Roosevelt Homes public housing project. His wife was leaving him, taking their 2 children with her, and the welfare payments and food stamps they had been using to make ends meet had been cut off. He'd just begun driving a cab and had been to several churches and social service agencies, he said, but no one seemed able to help. The reason for the eviction, as Rittman discovered, was 2 complaints filed against Knowlton. The first had been early the previous fall when Knowlton invited 2 14-year-old girls into his apartment to play cards. Once he had them there, Knowlton reportedly described to them how babies were born and began talking about sex, birth control, and menstruation. He promised to show them his penis. When the girls' parents reported the incident to the police and they, in turn, informed the public housing office, Knowlton was warned that if there were any more such incidents, he and his family would be evicted. Then in February, Knowlton asked a 9-year-old girl to take her pants off for him. The girl was so frightened and traumatized that she developed recurring nightmares. At the time, Knowlton was living temporarily in an efficiency apartment a couple of blocks from the women's shelter where his wife and children were staying. In speaking to Rittman, Knowlton had no hesitancy talking about his sexual involvement with children. Though she'd never done anything like it before, Rittman instinctively decided not to give Ham her real name, introducing herself as Janice Reaver. She said she was obligated to report any suspected instances of child abuse to the proper authorities and told him, "I think you need help." The child protection authorities told her there had been other reports about Knowlton but that they'd never been able to get sufficient proof for prosecution. When Rittman heard on the news that Cassandra Hansen's body had been found, she immediately thought of the man she had dealt with in March. He said he'd been going to various churches and the efficiency he'd been renting was only 10 blocks from Jehovah Evangelical Lutheran Church. A few days later she called Stuart Knowlton to follow up on his housing situation. She found him distraught and unwilling to talk. A couple of days after that, though, he called her back. With the same candor he had demonstrated at their first encounter, he told her the police had just searched his apartment when she'd called and he was so upset he couldn't talk. He told her he was going through hell, was very lonely, and needed someone to talk to and to visit him. Knowing that the police were trying to put together information on Knowlton, but that they were having difficulty doing it, Rittman, like Noga, decided to get involved. No child should be hurt, she later told Linda Cole of the St. Paul Dispatch. Every adult is responsible for the children's welfare. If I could assist the police in bringing that person to justice, or assist in making sure that person never touches a child again, then it was right, it was important. We are responsible for our children, whether it's yours or somebody else's. I firmly believe that if Janice Rittman's attitude was more widely held and acted upon, we'd all be living in a lot safer, more humane society. Being a fellow municipal official, Rittman went directly to Police Chief William McCutcheon and offered to help. As he had with Dorothy Noga, Knowlton began pouring out his soul on the telephone to Janice Rittman. He talked about the child molestation charges that had led to his eviction, he talked about his marital problems and inability to hold a steady job, and he told about his religious conversion the previous year while listening to Johnny Cash. Rittman took notes during each conversation, then typed them up and delivered them to the police. Much of the information the police had on Knowlton, much of the way they knew he conformed so closely to my profile, came from Rittman's compiled dossier. The near-fatal attack on Dorothy Noga upped the ante considerably. Though fearful, Rittman kept at it, now making copies of her notes for safekeeping if anything similar happened to her. What made Rittman take the physical and emotional risks to become involved? What made her so different, say, from the 38 neighbors who listened without lifting a finger as Winston Moseley stabbed Kitty Genovese to death outside her apartment house in fashionable Kew Gardens, Queens, on the morning of March 13, 1964? We could come up with some glib, superficial answers. She had a degree in social work. She had spent 6.5 years as a Vista volunteer. She was naturally adventuresome, having left her Texas home at 18 in quest of an education. But none of this really speaks to the core values that made her part of the solution rather than part of the problem. The fact is that she got involved because she felt it was the right thing to do, just as Dorothy Noga had. I have spent my career studying the complex motivations of criminals, but basically, all the prior influences on an individual resolve down to one key element: the choice to commit the crime. Likewise, doing the right thing resolves down to a simple factor: the choice to get involved. We're all responsible for our actions. Knowlton never admitted the Hansen murder to her, but he seemed obsessed with it in their conversations in ways that chilled Janice Rittman to her core. He said he had had a vision about the case and had a sixth sense that the murder of Cassie Hansen and the attack on Dorothy Noga were related. He discussed all sorts of details, including the method of disposal of the BCO. And in one of these conversations, he made his crucial slip-up. He mentioned that Cassie Hansen had been beaten before she died, the fact police had kept confidential as a control. It was shortly after this revelation that Knowlton suffered his automobile accident, losing the lower part of his leg. Rittman visited him in the hospital and later at the Ramsey County nursing home. For some of these visits, she brought a tape recorder, hidden in her handbag. For later ones, she was wired with a police body mic. Going impressively proactive, she wore a pair of black patent leather shoes on several occasions because they were similar to the ones Cassie was wearing when she was taken. I wish I'd thought of this, but it was purely Rittman's idea. When the police told me about her activities, I told them that this was absolutely the right way to proceed with such an elusive and uncooperative suspect, and suggested some other types of approaches that might be fruitful. For example, Rittman might give him a nice journal in which he could record his thoughts and feelings. Though he claimed to have nothing to do with the murder and murder attempt, he told Rittman he might have a perfect double somewhere in the city. This was a key piece of information, signifying another mechanism for trying to cope with the crime. This would be in my mind 3 years later as I sat in the office of Sheriff Jim Metz in Lexington County, South Carolina, interrogating a dark-haired, pudgy, bearded electrician's assistant named Larry Gene Bell. A solid combination of good profiling, good proactive technique, first-rate police work and forensic analysis, and wonderful and courageous families had led to the arrest of Bell for the heartbreaking murders of 17-year-old Sherry Faye Smith and 9-year-old Deborah Helmick. I knew the chances of a confession were slim to none. South Carolina was a capital punishment state and there aren't many sales tools available to convince a subject to buy a one-way ticket to the chair. The only real possibility is to offer him some face-saving justification or explanation for the crime. So I spoke to him about how everyone has a side and a bad side. The only thing the judge and jury in town were going to know about him was that he was a cold-blooded killer. I was giving him the opportunity to tell me about the other side. "Larry, as you're sitting here now," I said, "did you do this thing?" With tears glistening in his eyes, he replied, "All I know is that the Larry Gene Bell sitting here couldn't have done this, but the bad Larry Gene Bell could have." I knew that was as close as we'd ever get to a confession. But the state's case, directed by County Solicitor Don Myers, was convincing. After a nearly month-long trial, the jury took less than an hour to find Bell guilty of kidnapping and first-degree murder. He was sentenced to death by electrocution. More than 11 years after the killing, Bell was finally executed early on the morning of Friday, October 4, 1996. In May 1982, after the police had keyed on Stuart Knowlton as their primary suspect and instituted the types of proactive techniques we'd discussed, Dorothy Noga showed up at St. Paul Police Headquarters and told detectives she was beginning to get back some memory of the day of her attack. She said that Knowlton came to the sauna where she was working and angrily accused her of betraying him. He told her he had stopped in Jehovah Evangelical Lutheran Church to use the men's room and saw the little blonde girl going by herself to the ladies' room. He waited for her to come out, Noga reported from his account, asked her to play a game with him in the hallway, then took Cassie out to where his taxicab was parked. He made advances to her, made the child touch his penis, then rubbed it between her thighs. This gave him feelings of euphoria, Noga said, but the little girl kept crying, so he put his hand over her mouth and the next thing he knew she wasn't breathing. At least, that's the way he reportedly told her it had happened. After this confession, according to Noga, he brought out a knife, chased her around the room, then began slashing at her throat. Then she lost consciousness. On May 26, St. Paul police believed they finally had sufficient cause for a search warrant, which they applied for and received. Up until then, they had kept the details of the investigation of this highly publicized case as quiet and out of the media as they could. Knowlton's account did square with the finding of semen on the thighs of Cassie's tights, and A1 Robillard of the FBI laboratory confirmed that the pubic hair found on her body and head hair found on her turtleneck sweater were consistent with Knowlton's. Under microscopic examination, both reflected an unusual disease condition known as ringed or banded hair, which makes various bands of the individual hair strand appear light or dark. His blood type also corresponded with that of the semen stains on Cassie's clothing. Stuart Knowlton was charged with the kidnapping and first-degree murder of Cassandra Hansen. He was placed in a state mental facility, examined and found competent to stand trial. At his own request, his case was heard by a judge rather than a jury. Ramsey District Judge James M. Lynch presided at the trial. Thomas Poach led the prosecution. Philip V. Lom and Jack Nordby defended Knowlton, and offered to plea bargain to second-degree murder, but without an admission of guilt. That was totally unacceptable, Poach recalled. Dana McCarthy, a mother who took her son to the same family night service from which Cassie disappeared, testified that she saw a man going up a flight of stairs just after the little girl had. In court, she identified that man as Stuart Knowlton. When it was Janice Rittman's turn to testify and she was asked, "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?" she gave the bailiff a thumbs-up signal and responded, "You bet." Her notes and the level of her organization were very impressive. The opposite was true for Knowlton. He said he was driving his taxi during the time Cassie had been abducted. As a cab driver, he was supposed to have trip logs which at least could have given some weight to his alibi claim. But he said his logs were in a briefcase that he believed had been stolen by a customer and he couldn't remember where he'd been that night. Donald Whalen, Jr., Knowlton's taxi dispatcher, testified that he tried to radio the driver several times that evening but couldn't raise him. Patricia Jones, general manager of a competing cab company, stated that Knowlton tried to buy blank trip sheets from her on the day Cassie's body was found, even though Whalen told the court there were plenty available for the asking at his own company. It also came out in count that Knowlton had spent time in a mental hospital in Traverse City, Michigan, after molesting a 7-year-old girl. The trial lasted 13 days and involved 48 witnesses and more than 100 exhibits. Knowlton did not choose to testify. At the trial's conclusion, Judge Lynch found Knowlton guilty of first-degree murder and second-degree criminal sexual conduct and sentenced him to life imprisonment. Under Minnesota law, that made him eligible for parole in 2001. Knowlton listened impassively, then in a 10-minute rambling statement, asserted his innocence. "As God is my witness, I swear to you this day, I did not abduct Cassandra Lynn Hansen from the church she was attending," he told the judge. Interesting to note, he did not deny killing her, all of which could have amounted to a complex psychological defense mechanism on his part. Without admitting anything, he also reasserted the religiosity that I thought would be a pan of his personality when he said, "I had no reason to take anyone's life for God had not given me that right. I have had no reason to have any vengeance against Cassandra Lynn Hansen or Dorothy Noga." Defense attorney V. Long, who seemed more devastated by the verdict than his client and made a public statement professing his belief in Knowlton's innocence, still said he believed Judge Lynch was fair and conducted a good and impartial trial. Cassie's mother, Ellen, who also testified at the trial, came away from her ordeal dedicated to educating others about dangers to children and urging tougher enforcement of laws aimed at protecting them. Noting that Knowlton had been beaten and abused by his father, she called in media interviews for putting abusing parents in prison so that their victims didn't become abusers themselves. "Only if the vicious circle of incest is broken," she said, "will child molestation decrease, and one of the most important things was that children who've been abused be made to feel comfortable opening up to parents or other relatives, teachers, or family friends." Ellen Hansen and her husband, William, had done a GCHD job of preparing their children, Cassie and Vanessa, to deal with threats to their safety. They were taught not to speak with or go with strangers who approached them, and that if they were afraid, to scream loudly and run. The Hansens therefore have no idea how their daughter was lured or forced away. Knowlton was first incarcerated in the mental health unit of Oak Park Heights State Prison, but then transferred to St. Cloud Reformatory because correctional officials feared for his life. Even other convicts won't tolerate child killers in their midst. I don't want to give the impression here that girls are the only victims of child molesters, or even that crimes against boys are confined to youngsters. While not in the same danger as females, males the age of Allison Parrott or Kristen French can become targets. That's what happened to 13-year-old Sean Moore. The case is another good example of how profiling can help investigators focus their efforts on the right type of suspect. Sean was somewhat small for his age, only 4'10" and about 85 pounds, but very good looking, with straight, longish blonde hair, bright hazel eyes, and an infectious smile. He was, according to my colleague Special Agent Jim Harrington, a kid who had everything going for him. On the afternoon of Saturday, August 31, 1985 Labor Day weekend, he was helping his dad mow the lawn of their house in Green Oak Township near Brighton, Michigan, about 30 miles northwest of Detroit. It was hot for that time of year, almost 90, and the weather was taking its toll. Sean asked his father if he could ride his bike down to the local convenience store. The pump and pantry was not quite 2 miles from the house, but it was near old US Route 23, and there was often a lot of traffic, particularly on a holiday weekend. But Sean really wanted to get a root beer, so after characteristically telling his son to be careful, Bruce Moore, promotions director for the Ann Arbor News, reluctantly agreed to let him go. Sean never came back home. His maroon and silver Huffy 10-speed touring bike was found later that day near the convenience store, on the side of the road where the gravel shoulder met the grass embankment, about a mile from the state police post. The 26-inch bicycle was big for him, but he was hoping to grow into it, and had worked hard to pay half its cost. He was very proud of that bike, according to his father, and never would have willingly abandoned it. He also wouldn't have wandered off for a long period of time because the family was going to the movies that night. Reconstructing the time of the disappearance, we noted that a Livingston County Sheriff's car would have been about a block away. There were conflicting witness accounts. One woman thought she saw a blond man in his 20s drive away in a Jeep with Renegade in blue letters on the side of the hood. Another saw a man in his 40s driving a truck. A third spotted a heavy-set, out-of-shape man in his 40s running after the boy. There was also contradiction on whether the young boy seemed to be afraid or in distress, and whether the man was actually pursuing him or merely talking to him, perhaps asking directions. Each of these potential suspects could take the investigation in an entirely different direction. It was the Tuesday after Labor Day Monday when the FBI was called into the presumed kidnapping. By that time a multi-agency task force had been established which already included the Michigan State Police, Brighton City Police, and the Sheriff's Department. The State Police was the lead agency. When they requested the assistance of Ken Walton, the special agent in charge of the Detroit field office, he handed the case to Jim Harrington, who was the field office's profile coordinator. A number of the people who worked with me in the investigative support unit over the years had first been profile coordinators. The Detroit field office had been my first assignment in the bureau, directly out of new agents training. There was always a lot of action in Detroit, and the Detroit police were among my best teachers. Much of my experience with profiling began with my informal interviewing of serial bank robbers we arrested while I was working a bank robbery unit. Jim Harrington called me as soon as he had gathered the facts on Sean Ree's disappearance. He gave me the details on the phone and together we came up with a profile which we elaborated to the task force in a phone conference. There were two prevailing theories of the case which we tried to dispel. One was that Sean had been the victim of a stalker who had been targeting him for days or weeks before he finally struck. The other theory was that a close family member was involved. As horrible and unnatural as it is to contemplate, parents do kill their children, for a variety of reasons. And normally when they do so, they report them missing or abducted, leaving a staged scene. As dispassionate investigators, we always have to consider parents, children, spouses, whoever was closest to the victim. Some of the police felt that Bruce and Sharon Moore, an elementary school teacher, weren't reacting properly. They didn't seem sufficiently grief-stricken and seemed overly optimistic about the prospect of their son's safe and speedy return. This raised red flags. But when Jim went to see the Moores, he saw a loving, caring couple with strong, solid values. Their lack of and grieving struck Jim as their attempt to be unwavering beacons of hope for everyone throughout the ordeal. He came away touched and impressed by both of them. Studying the victimology, everything Jim found that was so solid about Sean appeared to be a reflection of his nurturing parents. The stalking scenario didn't make much sense to us, either. A grab of a 13-year-old kid on a bike in broad daylight near a major highway was too daring and high risk for that. Anyone who'd been stalking this young man with the idea of eventually abducting him would have had many less obvious and personally dangerous opportunities to take him. We were convinced this was a crime of opportunity committed by a stranger. So what did this abduction scenario tell us about the unsub here? For one thing, he knew the area. He wasn't someone passing through who just happened to be there. For another thing, he was probably under the influence of alcohol or drugs at the time. He would have needed something to lower his inhibitions even to attempt so foolhardy a snatch. Not surprisingly for this type of crime and this type of victim, we pegged him as a white male in his early to mid-20s. He would not be happy with himself, an inadequate type personality with a low self-image for which he was constantly trying to compensate. This could include a macho, kick-ass kind of car, guns, hunting, or fishing. But these would all be a mask to hide his preoccupation with young boys. So would a girlfriend if he had one. That would be a cover, a purely platonic relationship to make him appear more normal to himself and the rest of the world. I would doubt that he'd ever had heterosexual relations, and if he had, the experience would have been intimidating, incomplete, or unsatisfying to him. His real relationships would be with younger males, with whom he would feel more comfortable than with his own peers. Even so, he would use money or material possessions as gifts to keep them interested in him. He'd be soft and weak. Even in his choice of a 13-year-old to abduct, he chose a small one who would seem easier to intimidate and control. This would not be someone with a sophisticated job or education, but he would be employed because he had the means to maintain and operate an automobile. He'd be blue-collar and not highly skilled, would probably have graduated from high school but not gone to college. Along with his macho aspirations, he might have thought about joining the service, but would probably realize he couldn't cut it. If he did have a service record, I expected to see a dishonorable discharge. Another consideration which led us to the conclusion about his job was that since we were convinced this type of daylight snatch would have been accomplished with the inhibition-lowering aid of drugs or alcohol, he would have been used to drinking during the day. This would also point to a suspect who didn't have a high-powered job as well as to someone from the area. Even emboldened by some artificial substance, the unsub had to have had experience to pull off this crime so well. We told the police they should be looking for someone with a history of sex charges against him and at least some experience with similar abductions. The charges might have resulted in either imprisonment or hospitalization or both. In any event, there would be a record. If he abducted this boy, he probably knew the area pretty well and had some place specific in mind to bring him that was secluded and afforded a measure of privacy. This type of individual would be dependent, though his relationship with his parents would have been a troubled one. We expected him to be living with them or some other family member, perhaps an older sister or aunt. Therefore, he couldn't bring Sean back to his house. Where he would bring him was a place in the woods he had found that he knew no one else was likely to come to, or, since we thought it possible that he hunted or fished, there might be a cabin within an easy drive that either belonged to one of his friends or family or was abandoned. Despite the Moore family's optimism that Sean would be returned safe and sound, Jim and I were preparing for the worst. If he hadn't been released the first day, or even the second, we were afraid the kidnapper wasn't intending to release him at all. Eventually the body would be found, and it would likely be found by the side of a road or in the woods a Sean car ride from wherever the unsub had taken him. As far as I was concerned, this would be a pretty solid, unambiguous profile. Again, the factor we're usually most unsure about is age, but in this case I was pretty confident even about that. Somewhere around here, we told the police, there had to be a suspect who fits this description, and you may even have spoken to him already. From our research and experience, we believed the abduction was the result of some precipitating event or other stressor, probably related to one of the two most common triggers, job or personal relationship. Either was certainly possible here, but since this was a holiday weekend, we were giving more weight to the relationship one. People of the type we thought we were dealing with are often lonely, frustrated, and depressed on holidays, and if he were, he might have needed to vent it on someone. My guess was that the individual who rejected him would be someone he perceived to be very much like the young boy he abducted. Sean, therefore, was a surrogate, a displacement for anger or rage against whomever the unsub felt he'd lost. Each day that passed without Sean's safe return made us more and more pessimistic about a happy outcome. But with the profile as a guide, the police began concentrating their investigation in the direction of the type of individual we'd described. They gave greater weight to the witness report of a blonde or light brown-haired man in his 20s, driving a Jeep. They disseminated the information to surrounding police jurisdictions and the media. They also put out a wanted flyer with a photograph of Sean, a police artist's sketch of the suspect, and a photograph of the car they thought he'd been driving based on the description. This turned out to be a Jeep Renegade hardtop, white or a light metallic color, with the word Renegade or Cherokee printed in large blue letters on the side of the hood. 2 phone numbers were printed on the flyer, one directly to the investigative team and another for people wishing to leave an anonymous tip. We were sure this guy was from somewhere in the general area and there couldn't be too many people who matched this description. That's why I've always been such an advocate of involving the public in the search. In almost all cases, someone out there knows something and is willing to cooperate if he or she only knows they have information to contribute and that we need their help. In this case, it was a member of the law enforcement community who recognized the profile and came forward. He was a police officer in Livonia, a town about halfway between Brighton and downtown Detroit. He called the task force command center and mentioned a young man named Ronald Lloyd Bailey. "You've got to look at this guy," he said. "We've had him in before on these sexual fixations with young boys and he sounds just like the guy you're describing." The task force checked him out. Jim and I were almost stunned by how well he fit the profile. He was a 26-year-old white male high school graduate who lived in the general area Livonia and had a blue-collar job as a delivery man. He lived with his parents, with whom he had never gotten along well. His father, Alfred, was strict and career-oriented, and from the time he was young, his mother had always warned him about girls. In fact, it later turned out that when Sean Moore disappeared, Bailey worried that Ron might be responsible. Recently, Ron had bought a silver Jeep Renegade hardtop. He was soft and slightly built, had straight, longish blonde hair like Sean's, and was known as a loner who'd been in trouble with young boys. In fact, he'd been institutionalized on 3 separate occasions. A team of state police investigators went to talk to Bailey on September 10, but he had an alibi. The day Sean Moore disappeared, Bailey said, he was up north in Caseville boating and fishing with a young boy he knew. The fishing wasn't any good, so they'd cut their trip short and come back on Labor Day Monday. It was the next morning when Bailey told him about the Moore boy's disappearance and said police had a description of a Jeep that sounded similar to his son's. Ron did have access to a rustic hunting and fishing cabin near Gladwin that belonged to the family of his professed girlfriend, Debbie. He and Debbie's brother were scheduled to go up there the next week and Ron knew it would be empty until then. But when the investigative team approached the boy Bailey said he was with, the young man reported that while he did know Ron Bailey and was supposed to go away with him for the weekend, his mother had found out about the trip and had forbidden him to go. How did Ron take this rejection? The police asked. He was very upset and disappointed, the boy replied. The next day, police went back to Bailey and confronted him with the inconsistency. Bailey stuck to his story and at that point demanded a lawyer. The lawyer refused to let him answer any more questions, and when he was placed in a lineup, witnesses didn't identify him. So the police had to release. But they didn't give up on him. He was still the strongest suspect and the only one who conformed to the profile. What's more, his alibi didn't square and the details provided by the young boy suggested a triggering event of the type we'd predicted. So a surveillance team was set up to keep an eye on Bailey and see what he'd do next. I was convinced he'd revisit the body dump site and we were hoping he would lead police right to it. What he did do was visit an ATM machine and withdraw several $100s in cash. Then he drove to the airport, bought a ticket for Delta Flight 807 to Florida, and boarded the plane without any luggage. On the other end, Florida police tracked him into the woods. In the meantime, on September 13th, Sean Moore's nude body had been discovered by the side of a road, covered with a tent of twigs, leaves, and brush. The entire skull and most of the rib cage showed through. The body was already so badly decomposed from exposure, hot weather, animals, and insects that the medical examiner couldn't determine an exact cause of death, other than that it was a homicide. Witnesses came forward who had seen a Jeep matching Bailey's near the cabin the weekend Sean had disappeared. The investigators now felt they had enough to move and gave instructions to their colleagues in Florida to bring Ron in. They searched, and eventually found him in a tool shed where the bugs were eating him alive. He turned himself in peacefully. The ongoing investigation into Ron Bailey turned up some interesting information. His sexual experience with boys his own age and younger was extensive. He had also, apparently, had 2 sexual encounters with women, the first a nurse at a mental hospital to which he had been sent. She was in her 20s when he was in his mid-teens. During interrogation sessions with Ron, detectives were able to piece together the key elements of the story. He had been planning a big, fun weekend up at the cabin and was sorely upset when his young friend canceled on him. In fact, he slammed down the phone in a rage. He then asked virtually everyone else he knew to go with him, but for one reason or another, no one could make it. Debbie had to babysit. A friend wasn't feeling well. One cousin had a wedding, another had to go back to school. He started driving around in his new car, looking for parties, drinking beer, and smoking marijuana. He drove around for several hours, going from one friend's house to another, occasionally stopping for gas or to buy more beer or more of the cigarettes he smoked almost continuously. He stayed at a party in Brighton for a while, then left and got back in his car. He noticed that he had passed the Brighton post of the Michigan State Police. He stopped at a convenience store just off US 23 and bought 2 packs of cigarettes. Like many smokers, he had the idea that if he only bought a couple of packs at a time rather than an entire carton, he might cut down. It was in front of the convenience store that he spotted the young boy who turned out to be Sean McNor. He was dressed in a tan t-shirt, gray jogging shorts, and blue sneakers, sitting on the curb with his bike drinking a bottle of soda. He was slim and blonde and handsome and reminded Ron of his idealized self. He described Sean as the best looking of them all, and thought he seemed lonely. He sat in his Jeep watching him for several minutes. Ron then drove away across the freeway, thinking about maybe going to Cincinnati for the weekend. No, maybe he would just go to Ann Arbor, but wasn't sure how to take the back roads to get there. He was back near Brighton, on the service road for Route 23, when he spotted Sean riding his bike and recognized him as the beautiful boy from the convenience store. He stopped the Jeep about 30 feet behind him and walked up to him. "Hey, I want to talk to you," Ron called out. Sean stopped. He talked to him for about a minute or so, asking if the road he was on went to Ann Arbor. Then he said sharply, "Come with me. I've got a knife." He did actually have a knife, but it was in the Jeep. Fearfully, Sean went with him, saying he couldn't be gone too long. Ron put his arm around the boy's shoulder. Leaving Sean's new bike, Ron started the Jeep. First he drove south, then turned around and headed north. He tried to make conversation, asking the boy about school. Between Flint and Saginaw he decided to go to the cabin. He'd asked for and been given the key. He said he considered Sean a friend and at no time was he concerned the boy would run away, even when they stopped for cigarettes at another convenience store. Ron waited in the Jeep while Sean went to the men's room. WVN asked if he worried about what Sean's parents would be going through. He replied, "I didn't even think about it." The cabin was rustic, a bedroom and kitchen with an outhouse in the back. Inside the cabin, he drank more beer and smoked more cigarettes and marijuana and got Sean to indulge, too. He said he let Sean play with his loaded .22 rifle and 12-gauge shotgun. He opened some canned food and heated it on the stove. They slept together in the lower bunk of the cabin's bunk bed. The next morning, he had a hell of a hangover, complicated by the mescaline and Valium he downed regularly. Sean asked, "Are you sure you're gonna take me back and not hurt me?" "Sure," Ron replied. "If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it by now." Late in the afternoon, Ron had them drinking again, then performed oral sex, masturbating to climax on his belly. He kept Sean in something of a stupor induced by a potent combination of alcohol, marijuana, and fear. Later, he escalated his behavior, though he said he felt badly that he had done to Sean what an older guy had done to him. When he instituted sex again, it was with a slide-lock belt tightened around Sean's neck, which he explained would heighten the sensation. That was when he said he began feeling really weird, not thinking straight. He went outside for a walk to clear his head, then came back in and straddled Sean on the bed, gradually tightening the belt. At first Sean struggled and Ron held him down. Then he stopped struggling and was still. Ron passed out, flooded with relief, and slept next to him that night in the bed. When he awoke Monday morning, he felt Sean's thigh. It was cold. His naked body was already stiff. The belt was still tight around his neck. He said he freaked out, jumping up and banging his head on the upper bunk. He ran out of the cabin and threw up. He was hungover like hell, crying and trying to piece everything together. He couldn't bring himself to look at Sean's face. He had a few beers and smoked a joint to steady his nerves. Still panicked, he went for a ride in the Jeep, trying to think what to do. He stopped for breakfast and coffee, hoping it would make his lightheadedness go away. He drove around some more and went out to sit by the lake before coming back to the cabin. He picked up the rigid body by an arm and a leg and lugged it to the back of the Jeep. He found a place by the side of the road to dump it, then gathered sticks which he placed over it and covered it with leaves and ferns. Then he drove the 20 miles back to Saginaw. As we'd predicted, this was not the subject's first sexual crime involving young boys. In September 1973, when he was 14, Bailey abducted a 15-year-old boy at knife point, tied his hands, carried him off on his bicycle and then sexually assaulted him before finally letting him go. The victim identified him from a school yearbook picture. Bailey was first admitted to the Hawthorne Center as a result. He was let out after 14 weeks, and by June of the next year he'd been picked up again for threatening a 12-year-old boy with a knife and fondling his genitals. This resulted in a second stay at Hawthorne. He was discharged after 8 weeks as a model patient throughout his hospitalization. In May of the next year he accosted a 10-year-old boy with a fishing knife, took him on his bike to an open field where he drugged the boy, pulled down his pants, forced him to take several pills, and choked him for sexual gratification. When the boy came to, Bailey was gone, but the boy was able to identify him. Ron's father, Ewan, asked that he be readmitted to Hawthorne, but he was sent instead to Wayne County Youth Home. The authorities there decided Ron needed long-term care and recommended he be sent back to Hawthorne. In the meantime, he was released to his parents. Apparently, though, that didn't work out, and in August, one called the police, reporting that his son had flipped. That same day, Ron was admitted to Hawthorne for the third time. After 7 weeks there, during which he was found fondling a younger boy, Ron ran away. When he was apprehended, he was again sent to the Wayne County Youth Home. A couple of months later he was transferred to the Northville Regional Psychiatric Hospital. He tried to escape, and bounced back and forth between the youth home and the hospital. There was a recurring pattern to Ron's treatment. After an incident and his arrest, he would initially deny any responsibility, constructing an alternate scenario which absolved himself of guilt. For one of the crimes, he said he had choked the boy to keep him quiet so they wouldn't attacked by nearby construction workers. Eventually, he would admit his responsibility and swear he had changed and that it would never happen again. By 1977, his primary therapist, Dr. Jose Tombo, reported that he was making excellent progress. When he was caught using drugs and sexually approaching another patient, Dr. Tombo characterized this as a normal growth pattern, given the defendant's past psychosexual history. He was released in October 1977 with a discharge diagnosis of adjustment reaction of adolescence. He was put on 5 years probation for the charges outstanding against him and instructed to continue outpatient therapy with Dr. Tombo. In February 1980 he moved with a friend to Summerfield, Florida, where he stayed until May 1983, working in the tire delivery business. While there, he admitted to accosting and kidnapping several 14 to 16-year-old boys. His victim of preference was thin and blonde and looked like he had at that age. He liked using belts or elastic bands around his or his partner's necks to create an erotic high. He estimated this had happened 3 to 5 times, around the Hernando and Daytona Beach areas. On one occasion, he accosted a boy in a mobile home park, saying, "Why don't you suck my dick?" The boy's family called the police and Bailey was charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor and again put on probation. On Wednesday, July 18, 1984, 2 boys found the partially clothed body of 15-year-old Kenny Myers of Ferndale, just over the Wayne County line north of Detroit, close to the Middle Rouge River bank in Edward Hines Park, in Westland, just southwest of the city. They flagged down a passing Wayne County sheriff's car. Kenny's mother had reported him missing 2 days earlier when he didn't return home after dinner. His blue Columbia 10-speed bike was found in Detroit the same day. The blue jersey he'd been wearing was found the next day near a tennis court just outside of the park. He had been strangled with a belt and toxicology tests revealed the presence of alcohol and marijuana in his system. A witness in Detroit reported she had seen a dirty and damaged brown station wagon with a white top approach a young white male on such a blue bike. The car's driver got out, pushed the boy off the bike, threw him in the car, and sped off. She thought the driver was the boy's father and that the boy had done something wrong. Still concerned, though, she tried to note the license plate number but couldn't read it. The Myers case remained unsolved, with little progress made until Ronald Bailey was arrested for Sean Moore's murder. The similarity of the 2 cases, the abduction from bicycle to car of a slightly built, 5-foot-tall, 90-pound white male, forced to ingest drugs and alcohol, strangulation with a belt, made police think Bailey might be good for this one, too. Through a name and address found in Bailey's possession, Michigan State Police contacted a young man who admitted he knew Ron, that Ron had had a damaged brown station wagon with a white top the year before, and that Ron had given him beer and marijuana on several occasions. Police traced the car. It turned out to be a 1970 Buick station wagon that Bailey had owned until December 10, 1984, when he traded it in on a 1985 Toyota pickup truck. At the time of Kenny Myers' murder, Ron had been working for Hank Greenfield, owner of ARA Systems Coffee Service in Livonia, and had parked the Buick behind the building and left it there for a month until Greenfield got tired of looking at it and told him he had to move it. A teenage boy told Livonia police that he had been abducted by someone driving an old Buick station wagon whom he identified as Bailey and driven to Mines Park, where this individual performed fellatio on him before driving him back and releasing him near his home. Similar reports came from other teens. When Kenny Myers' body had been found, something was apparently missing: a black plastic watch Kenny's mom said he had bought at a flea market about a month before he disappeared, with $5 she had given him. Lieutenant Mike Smith of the Livingston County Sheriff's Department told a task force meeting he thought it strange that after being brought back from Florida on murder charges, Ron Bailey's main concern seemed to be where the cheap black plastic watch that had been taken from him was and whether he could get it back. He later admitted that he had to kill the most beautiful of all the boys, the ones who reminded him of himself. Now, there are a couple of points to this whole story, though I'm afraid they're repeatedly missed by many supposed professionals. In preparation for trial, Bailey was examined by a number of psychiatrists and psychologists, some appointed by the prosecution and some by the defense. The defense lawyers thought they had a pretty good case for insanity. After all, he'd been in and out of mental institutions since he was a teenager, and his psychiatric records reflected his claim that he had the classic parental situation of stern, aloof father, and domineering, disciplinarian mother who was continually punishing him and warning him about women, and there was his assertion supported by the claims of other patients that his psychiatrist at Northville, Dr. Jose Tombo, had engaged in sex with him on numerous occasions. The story Bailey gave was that he considered these young boys he had abducted his friends, that he hated himself, and when he was killing Sean, he really believed he was killing his younger self, thereby ridding the world of the harm his adult self would cause. Okay. But while Ron originally claimed, in keeping with his past history of not owning up to his actions, that Sean's death was an accident, the prosecution's psychological team Harley Stock, Ph.D., and Lynn Blunt, M.D. got him to admit that as early as when he was driving up to the cabin in Gladwin, Ron knew he would have to kill the boy, that he would not be able to return him alive. As to why he didn't kill Sean the first night, he replied that they had not had sex yet. He further admitted that one of his motives for the murder was that he was jealous and killing Sean would prevent him from having sex with anyone else, presumably, he meant women. While this all certainly points to mental instability, this is not insanity. He had the ability to plan, to organize, to think ahead to his crimes. His reasons for murder betray no lack of appreciation for the difference between right and wrong, rather, they demonstrate a self-centeredness and narcissism which is at the basis of sociopathic not psychotic behavior. There is confusion over the difference between insanity and character disorder. A legally insane person cannot distinguish between right and wrong. Someone with a sociopathic character disorder knows the difference but chooses to do what he wants to anyway, out of anger, jealousy, or just because it makes him feel good. What about the alleged abuse by Dr. Tombo? Couldn't that contribute to insanity? Well, if it was true, Dr. Tombo denied it, then it certainly didn't help a boy who already had severe personality problems and feelings of self-loathing. Such action would be a gross and despicable breach of patient-healer trust and should be dealt with in the most vigorous way possible. But something else must be kept in mind, as the prosecution psychiatrists pointed out. By the time Bailey came into contact with Tombo, his pattern of sexual aggression was already well established. We might have hoped for more constructive therapy. We might have hoped for a different home life and upbringing. And we might have hoped for a more effective and discriminating juvenile justice system. But none of this justifies or explains the willful and premeditated killing of one human being by another. In all of the defendant's psychiatric history, the prosecution psychiatrists concluded, there is absolutely no indication that he behaved in any way that would be characterized as representative of an underlying mental illness. Apparently, the jury in the Livingston County courtroom agreed. Though Bailey took the stand and tried to conjure up the proper emotional responses indicative of contrition and remorse, he fell rather flat. The defense psychiatrist, Dr. Joel Dreer, diagnosed Bailey as suffering from pseudopsychopathic schizophrenia. Dr. Stock countered with his own diagnosis, borderline personality disorder, homosexual pedophilia, and sexual sadism that led him to inflict pain on others in order to sexually gratify himself. He said that Bailey had a character disorder which still allowed him to distinguish right from wrong, and he had the ability to decide whether or not to harm someone. The ones who were more resistant got hurt, Stock said. Those who were compliant were released and sometimes recontacted. This no longer seemed to hold true by the time Bailey encountered Sean Moore. In the final analysis, most jurors said it was the use of the belt that convinced them of Bailey's rationality and premeditation. It took over a minute to choke Sean to death with it, during which time Ron had to hold his hands down and keep him from resisting. The jury found Bailey guilty of kidnapping and premeditated murder. He began serving his sentence in Michigan, but, as with Stuart Knowlton, there were continual threats against his life from other prisoners. He was transferred to a prison out of state for his own safety in the aftermath of any violent crime, particularly murder. We try to take away whatever lessons we can from it, essentially by examining the various tragedies. And in fact, there are a number of tragedies relating to the crimes of Ronald Bailey. For one, authorities did not recognize his earliest actions as serious enough to warrant decisive action. For another, there was little publicity in the Kenny Myers case, which might have encouraged critical information from some member of the public. If there had been more publicity about such details as the type and description of the vehicle the unsub was thought to be driving, Bailey's boss, Hank Greenfield, would have reported the car parked behind his office, which he saw and which rankled him every day for a month. And if that had happened, perhaps Sean Moore would be alive today. In my opinion, the police did all of this correctly and well in working up Sean's murder, consulting us at the right time and using our profile to focus their investigation. And certainly I am convinced that because of the way the Moore task force went about their job, other young men are alive today who could have been Ron Bailey's next victims. The other lesson I take away from the Bailey case is that however noble the callings of psychiatry, psychology, and social work may be, and no matter how hard they strive to help each troubled individual brought before them, from my own long experience I believe you can simply look at someone like Ron Bailey in isolation as a patient without looking at the totality of his actions. By that I mean that while it's the mental health professional's job to try to help this person, it's just as important to think of the people he's going to interact with if he's allowed back out into the world. Ron was usually institutionalized for only weeks or months at a time and then released to go back to whatever he'd been doing before. There is a natural tendency to want to empathize with the subject, which is why so many psychiatrists don't want to read the crime scene reports or know too much about what the person is accused of. It might bias them, they fear, make them lose their objectivity. To me, this is like an art historian not wanting to see any of Picasso's paintings because it might bias his evaluation of the artist. Dr. Joel Dreher, who analyzed his problem as a post-traumatic stress disorder on top of an already disarrayed mind, went so far as to write, his encounters in Northville State Hospital, I believe, were as heinous, or more so, than the crimes he committed because the hospital took him in to help him, and as the Hippocratic Oath says, do no harm. A page earlier he had written, I understood at that moment I was sitting not with a victimizer, but with a victim. Excuse me, doctor, but let's keep our eye on the ball here. Ron Bailey may very well have been victimized in various instances, as many people are, in various ways. But Ron Bailey killed. He took lives that can never be retrieved. No one did that to him. And once we lose sight of the fact that this young man and others of his ilk are very much victimizers, we also lose sight of the Kenny Myerses and Sean Moores and Cassie Hansons of the world, the TME innocents. The problem with psychiatry in a forensic setting is that it is based on self-reporting. If you go to a therapist as a private patient, it is presumably because you are unhappy or mentally troubled and therefore have a vested interest in telling that therapist the truth so he or she can help you. If you see a therapist as an offender, your goal is to get out of whatever institution you've been placed in and therefore have a vested interest in telling that therapist whatever you have to in order to accomplish your goal. A psychiatrist might hope his patient is getting better. Naturally, that will make him feel more effective as a professional and better as a human being. He will want to believe what the subject is telling him and give him a shot back in normal life. But if by doing so, he's possibly putting the lives of more potential victims at risk, then that's a price I, for one, am not willing to have us pay. Ultimately, we've got to ask ourselves as a society if there's still anything sacred. And if the answer to that question is yes, then I hope the lives of innocent children are always at the top of the list. Chapter 5 For the children walking into the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C., you're at first struck by how normal the reception area seems. It could be the lobby for a business or a law office. The friendly people you meet seem like regular professionals, an image that's hard to reconcile with the horrors you know they deal with every day. But if you look at the walls, covered by posters, photos, and plagues, you start to get a sense of the deep level of commitment and involvement these people give to their work. Moving down the corridors, the mood changes. These walls are covered with photos of smiling, childish faces, many of them with toothless 6- or 7-year-old grins, posed in front of a fake forest or pasture in the classic school photo setup. The faces are happy, but you know those children are now in a very different place from the day that picture was taken. Surrounded by these faces, NCMEC staff still smile and greet you, but the atmosphere in here is different. People walk quickly past, or they're on the phone, typing on a computer, taking notes by hand, doing at least 2 things at once. From them you feel the urgency surrounding their mission. There are so many faces on the walls. I think to myself that these people face the same overwhelming stresses I faced just before my near-fatal collapse in Seattle. Every case is first priority. In every case, time is critical. How can you triage when so many innocent young lives are at stake? How can you stand to take the time for lunch, or go home at the end of the day and unwind, maybe spending time with your own small children? These kids looking out at you, and these are only the small reported fraction of all cases of missing and/or abused children, represent the most unspeakable of horrors. Look at one specific photo, pick any at random, and imagine what that child's been through. Wonder if he or she is still alive, and how long loved ones have been waiting for word. Looking at these faces one by one, you're struck by the fact that these are normal kids. We speak of how beautiful little Cassie Hansen was, or what a promising track star Allison Parrott was, but the fact is child molesters don't prey only on the most attractive or talented. Many of the children on the wall are victims of opportunity more than specific targets. This little boy went to the bathroom alone. This little girl disappeared walking home from school. This one was born to a woman who, abused as a child herself, lacking self-esteem, vulnerable and lonely, turned to the wrong man for companionship. There is another wall of smiling faces under the heading recovered. When you first see it, you might get goosebumps thinking of emotional reunions. Then they explain, recovered simply means located and returned. It doesn't necessarily mean located and returned alive. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a private, non-profit organization that was established in 1984 under the mandate of that year's Missing Children Act. The center works in cooperation with the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention and has branch offices in California, Florida, New York, South Carolina, and Virginia. In 1990, it merged with the Adam Walsh Child Resource Center, founded by John and Reve Walsh after their 6-year-old son was abducted and murdered in Florida in 1981. As described in one CMEC brochure, it spearheads national efforts to locate and recover missing children and raises public awareness about ways to prevent child abduction, molestation, and sexual exploitation. Through the Adam Walsh Children's Fund, it also provides assistance to missing children's families, works toward legislative reforms that would protect children, and educates and motivates families and concerned citizens to get involved personally in protecting our nation's children. Since there is no federal law requiring police or other agencies to report cases of missing children to the NCMEC, and since the stigma attached to the crimes and the fear and embarrassment of victims is so great, there is only sketchy data on how big the problem really is in this country. According to the National Committee to Prevent Child Abuse, there were about 350,000 reported cases of sexual abuse of children in the United States in 1995, about 90% of which were perpetrated by someone the children knew, usually a family member. In its first 10 years of operation, the NCMEC's hotline, 1-800 The Lost, took more than 900,000 phone calls from people who wanted to make reports on lost or potentially exploited children. In approximately the same time period, the center assisted in the recovery of more than 28,000. The best way to protect your children, though, is to know your enemy. Because of my job and the things I've seen, I probably went a little overboard with Pam and my kids, but it's important to be aware that even more than with other violent crimes, people are always asking me what kind of person could do this? What kind of monster could abduct, molest, and/or take the life of an innocent child? Since we know now that the image of the scary-looking stranger in the trench coat is not representative of the bulk of child molesters or abductors, how can we recognize them? As with perpetrators of other types of offenses, these subjects exhibit behaviors both before and after committing their crimes that can help reveal their secret identity. We'll start with sexual predators, considered even by other violent criminals to be the lowest of life forms. Just as we talk about the different types of rapists, so-called gentleman rapist versus a sadistic or power assurance rapist, there are different types of child molesters. Special Agent Ken Lanning, my associate for many years at Quantico and among the world's leading experts on crimes against children, has studied and published extensively on this subject. He gives the definition of a child molester, from a law enforcement perspective, as someone who engages in illegal sexual activity with children. Children are defined as individuals who are under 18 years old when the criminal activity takes place. Beyond that broad definition, a host of experts including Ken and Dr. Park Elliott Dietz, the noted forensic psychiatrist who has served as a consultant to my unit, define different types of child molesters. First, there are the true pedophiles, people who prefer sex with children and have them as the subjects of their fantasies, and then there are those whose primary sexual drives and fantasies are directed at adults, but who will have sex with a child to fulfill some other need, perhaps they feel too inadequate to approach the TME object of their desires, using a child as a substitute. Dietz and Lanning classify these two types of offenders as preferential child molesters, true pedophiles who molest, and situational child molesters. The child is more a victim of opportunity than a preferential victim. It is possible for a pedophile to go through his whole life without molesting a child, even having a sexual relationship with an adult, satisfying his urges in other ways, fantasizing about children, masturbating with dolls, or perhaps picking an adult sexual partner who is childlike in some way. His lover may be a flat-chested woman, small in stature, or someone who engages in baby talk, for example. There is nothing criminal in these activities. A pedophile may also hire adult prostitutes to act out his fantasies. Again, at this point, no child has been victimized or exploited. Like someone with a foot fetish, as long as the fetishist's lover doesn't mind parading around in high heels, letting him paint their toenails, or whatever, no harm has been done. But as Ken points out, a lot of these guys are also heavily into pornography featuring children, photos, videos, magazines. They collect and trade child porn the way kids collect baseball cards. Now, from my research and experience, I know that a lot of violent offenders buy and collect pornography, particularly bondage and sadomasochistically related. It's one of the elements we routinely look for when preparing affidavits for search warrants of the residences of sexually sadistic rape and murder suspects. But I'm not going to tell you that pornography fuels the desires of someone who wasn't already thinking in that direction. I have often seen an offender stage a scene to resemble something he's read or seen, as Tien Poso did when he killed Deliana hung up in Canada. But these guys would have done it one way or another if the desire was there. The fact of the matter is that most people who buy and read pornography are not at all dangerous and never commit antisocial offenses. So I'm not about to advocate restricting the First Amendment for the sake of the small percentage of men who consume pornography to bolster their violent and misogynistic conduct, but child pornography is different. The mere fact that it exists means that a crime has taken place. Just by looking at this stuff, or passing it on to others, the pedophile is perpetuating a crime that occurred against a child and is therefore exploiting the child whether or not he was present at the original crime scene. Like adult killers Paul Bernardo, Bittaker, and Norris, and Lake and NG, many molesters make their own child pornography, carefully keeping a record of their illegal sexual encounters so they can relive them over and over. Others may be involved in so-called child sex rings, where one or more adults, usually a trusted friend, not a family member of the victims, has a pattern of abuse and exploitation of several child victims, who may be both male and female. But even if child pornography is purchased mail order, off the shelf, by someone who's never touched a child, anyone collecting it is guilty of exploitation. It's the same as photos taken of an adult rape victim. Although the pedophile may think nothing's wrong with using the pornography as fodder for his fantasies, a child is still being victimized. And as with any such paraphilia or fetish, the potential is always there for escalation. There's a danger that there may come a point where the fantasies aren't enough and the pedophile feels the need to act on his desires with a real child, maybe by hiring a child prostitute, molesting a child he knows, or abducting a stranger. While he may draw a distinction between what he rationalizes as sex for hire and the abduction and rape of a neighborhood kid, the moment he involves that child, criminal exploitation has occurred realistically. We don't need to fear that every guy who has sexual fantasies about children will actually molest a child, but I certainly consider it a red flag to be watched. I also agree with Ken Lanning that just as not all pedophiles are molesters, not all molesters are pedophiles. A variety of motivations may drive the so-called situational molester. Some may be acting out aggressions they are only able to express against the most vulnerable of victims. These subjects would also be likely to target the elderly, or prostitutes, other relatively easy targets. A risk with these individuals is that their behavior, too, may escalate. What may begin as an impulsive, isolated event against a child may turn out to be just a trial run if he succeeds without getting caught. Their crimes may grow more violent, they grow bolder as their criminal career progresses, attacking more victims and taking more time with them to act out their fantasies more completely. We saw this type of evolution with the Arthur Shawcross case in Rochester, New York. One of the ways Greg McCraw figured out how to catch the killer was realizing he was returning to the dump sites to spend more time with the bodies of his victims. And once he was caught, it turned out that his first two victims had been not prostitutes or homeless women, but a young girl and boy. There are probably a lot more situational than preferential child molesters, although a pedophile who molests will likely molest far more children over the course of his lifetime because that is where his primary sexual urges lie. It's what he's going to be thinking about all the time. It is possible that a situational offender may molest just one child, one time, or it may become a long-term behavior for him. In Child Molesters, a behavioral analysis for law enforcement officers investigating cases of child sexual exploitation, published by the NCMEC, Ken outlines 4 types of situational child molesters: repressed, morally indiscriminate, sexually indiscriminate, and inadequate. Repressed types are guys you find abusing their own children because they're most readily available. Not surprisingly, they tend to have very low self-esteem and have sex with children as a substitute for adults they can't approach. This type of subject is more likely to use a lure or con rather than force to get a child to go with him, and the incidents are usually linked to some precipitating stressor in his life. The morally indiscriminate type would also molest his own children, although he will manipulate, lure, or even use force to obtain other victims. This subject is probably abusive in virtually all areas of his life. He abuses his wife and friends, is a liar and a cheat at home and at work, and he has no qualms about stealing something he wants. Because this type of subject has no conscience, it is not difficult for him to act on impulse. Both this type and the sexually indiscriminate molester, if asked why they molested a child, might think to themselves, why not? But the sexually indiscriminate molester takes that thought a step further. He abuses children because he is bored and the experience seems new, exciting, and different to him. Ken describes these types as trisexuals, meaning that they'll try anything. These guys might pursue group sex with adults, spouse swapping, bondage, whatever acts which aren't criminal with consenting adults, but then they may involve a child, even their own, in that sexual experimentation. Compared with the other types of situational child molesters, these subjects generally come from a higher socioeconomic level and are more prone to molest multiple victims. Nefarious the other types are into child pornography. This type might have a much more diverse collection of erotica. Finally, the inadequate type of situational child molester is much like the subjects described in other chapters. In fact, in my unit we dealt mostly with the morally indiscriminate and inadequate types. This subject is a social outsider. He'll have few friends his own age as a teenager and may continue to live with his parents or an older relative as he grows older. For this subject, children are non-threatening, like his other potential targets, the elderly, prostitutes. His victim could be a child he knows well or a stranger he can use as a substitute for a peer he can't approach. The subject is not so much naturally sexually attracted to children as he is sexually curious but insecure around adults. If he collects pornography, it will involve adults, not children. Because he is so withdrawn from society, the danger is that his hostility and anger could build up until he finds an outlet for them. This subject can be very dangerous, then, if his rage explodes, often leading to torturing and killing his victim. I dealt with a combination inadequate and morally indiscriminate type in a case I handled in the early 1980s, just when the profiling program at Quantico was getting geared up. The police department in Dickinson, North Dakota, is proud of the work they do, and they should be. In March 1983, they had only one unsolved murder case on their books. But that one case was a particularly gruesome double homicide that was almost 2 years old. They asked for a profile that might help in their investigation. As they described it, early in the morning of November 16, 1981, a transient worker staying at the Swanson Motel in Dickinson stopped by the motel office for a cup of coffee, as he did every morning. But this time, he found the body of the manager, 52-year-old Priscilla Dinkle, lying face down on the floor, bound and gagged, with an electrical cord tied around her wrists and neck. Her nightgown and housecoat had been pulled down, partly exposing her back. When the police arrived, they noted splinters of wood in her hair and made another horrible discovery. Searching the premises, they found Ms. Dinkle's granddaughter, 7-year-old Danielle Lights, in the back bedroom, also murdered. Her body was found under the covers on the bed, with another cord around her neck. There were ligature marks on her wrists. Autopsies indicated both victims died as a result of strangulation and Danielle had been sexually assaulted. In the year and a half since the crime, investigators had followed many leads but still had nothing concrete. In evaluating the case, I started with victimology. Priscilla Dinkle had recently moved to Dickinson to take the job as manager of the motel, which catered to transient workers in the area's booming energy industry. Rooms typically were rented by the week, and the motel was located in a part of town whose character had changed quickly with the influx of temporary workers to feed the industry's growth. In fact, the chief of police had warned locals to start locking their doors, a practice previously unheard of up there. Although there was nothing in her personal background to indicate Priscilla Dinkle was high risk, her job, the location of the motel, and the transient nature of the place led me to classify her as a high-risk victim. I felt her granddaughter, on the other hand, was simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. At her young age, she had no control over her life or her environment, and I saw her as a victim of opportunity. The unsub in this case had time to tie up both victims and brutalize them. Ms. Dinkle was not sexually assaulted, but was rendered unconscious through blunt force trauma to her head. The offender also cut her bra in underwear, fulfilling some need of his and displaying hatred and aggression, dominance, and control. He struck Danielle in the head at some point, too, fracturing her skull. Before he left, he also took money from the motel's cash box. Clearly, he spent quite a bit of time at the scene and appeared to be comfortable there, leading me to profile an offender who knew his victims and the area. It did not appear that he went there that night specifically to kill them, though. More likely, the homicides occurred spontaneously. The crime scene reflected elements of both disorganization and inventiveness. The offender was adaptable, using electrical cords from lamps and a vacuum cleaner to tie up his victims. A mixed scene of this nature led me to believe that alcohol was a factor that night and that the unsub probably had a history of alcoholism. With the level of aggression demonstrated against the older victim, I figured he was one of those Jekyll and Hyde drinkers. Normally a loner, not at all a ladies' man, a louder, more aggressive side of his personality would come out after a few drinks, although he'd only be able to express this to people he felt he could dominate. He would have difficulties in any relationships with women. Since people don't just jump into double homicide, this subject would have been in trouble with the law before. He might have done time for crimes like assault, robbery, or burglary. Offenders leaving this kind of crime scene are typically of average intelligence, but this guy probably had not finished high school. When he had a job, it would involve physical rather than intellectual work, such as a laborer, mechanic, or truck driver. He would not keep himself neat, he'd appear in need of a bath, shave, and haircut. Of all the behavioral clues left throughout the apartment, the most significant came from the crime scene in the bedroom with the young girl. When he attacked Danielle, her grandmother was out of the picture and he could act out his fantasies, easily dominating and controlling her. In his assault he was consuming her, reinforcing his power over the situation. The fact that he covered her up with the bedclothes, however, said a lot about his feelings after the fact. He was trying to eliminate the assault, feeling disgust and distaste over his actions. With this apparent change of heart, he felt some remorse over her death, in contrast to the apparent justification he felt for his actions against her grandmother. Whenever you have any signs of remorse like that at the scene, there's going to be spillover into the unsub's post-offense behavior. He would be compelled to talk to someone, to find out what the police were doing regarding the investigation. He'd increase his alcohol consumption, alter his physical appearance in some way, maybe visit the girl's grave. The only area of the unsub's life that I had trouble with was his age. As I've mentioned, this aspect is often problematic. I've seen subjects like this range in age from the late teens to early 50s, so I advised police to focus on the post-offense behavior and the other elements of the profile instead of looking for an offender of a particular age. I also warned that after the publicity died down, the subject had probably skipped town. As I always do, I told the investigators to give me a call if they wanted to discuss things further or brainstorm on proactive and/or interrogation techniques. Dickinson police continued the investigation, interviewing nearly 30 suspects. Only one fingerprint was recovered at the crime scene, and that turned out to belong to one of the investigators. Later, when DNA testing was available, police went to re-examine evidence and found it had been destroyed when a freezer in the lab malfunctioned. No witnesses were ever found to shed a clue about the events of that night. However, none of this stopped the tenacious police in Dickinson. At one point, they even consulted a psychic from out of state, sending personal effects of the victims and photos of possible suspects and known sex offenders in the area. She chose one man from among them as the killer. Investigators' suspicions about this guy grew when the sheriff's office in Missoula, Montana, contacted them after he allegedly exposed himself to neighborhood kids. His friends told the sheriff he'd been talking about these murders in Dickinson. Police interviewed this suspect extensively and asked him to take a polygraph, which he refused. They also took a dental impression from him to compare with bite marks on Daniel's right cheek, but the results were inconclusive. Jerry Thiesman of the North Dakota Bureau of Criminal Investigation, a graduate of the FBI National Academy, contacted us in December 1985 for an evaluation of this man as a viable suspect for the double murder. We explained to him that it would be highly unlikely for someone to de-escalate the level of violence in this manner. After having essentially gotten away with a brutal rape and double murder, this unsub wasn't going to risk getting caught exposing himself in his own neighborhood. Also, the Dickinson killer had taken money from the crime scene. This guy didn't seem to be hard up for cash. Still undaunted, Dickinson PD told us there was another suspect who met nearly all the points in my original profile and who was given a polygraph early on in the investigation, which gave indication of significant deception. The problem was, he'd left town and no one knew where he went. His name was William Thomas Rager and he'd lived in the motel at the time of the double homicide. He not only knew the victims but used to babysit Danielle and seemed to have a crush on her mother, Melody. The family noticed that when he visited he would invite the child to sit on his lap, always putting his hand somewhere on her leg, which made them uncomfortable. Just a few nights before her murder, Danielle had asked her mother not to allow him to babysit. The night after the murders, Rager was arrested for drunk driving and was interviewed by police. Now, years later, Dickinson police were searching for Rager's whereabouts. By 1991, Sergeant Chuck Rummel had taken over the case and contacted us again. I was out of town when he called, so Judd Ray got involved and stayed with the case until its conclusion. Rummel had tracked Rager to Batesville, Arkansas, aided by a National Crime Information Center computer search run by a nearby county. Dickinson officials contacted police in Batesville to let them know Rager was a suspect in a double murder. Interestingly enough, authorities there were working on the unsolved murder of an elderly woman in 1988. In June of that year, the body of 77-year-old Della T. Harding was found under a bridge in a dry riverbed. The previous day she had been bound, beaten, and strangled in her home after an apparent break-in. At the time of her murder, Rager lived about a mile from Harding. After tracking his suspect further, Rummel finally got to interview Rager in the sheriff's office in Clinton, Arkansas. He consulted Judd Ray before making the trip. Armed with our prediction that the offender would feel remorseful about the rape murder of Danielle Lights, and with results from the original polygraph which indicated he'd been lying, Rummel and Jerry Thiesman kept at him until he finally confessed, providing details on the Dickinson murders that had not been previously released to the public or even known to police, such as the fact that he took more than cash from the crime scene that night. According to Rager, he'd gone to the office to talk to Mrs. Dinkle about her daughter Melody. He wanted to get to know Melody better, an idea her mother scoffed at. Instead of being discouraged, Rager grew enraged and went berserk by his own description, hitting her with a piece of wood from the table. Rager said Danielle came in from the bedroom while he was tying up her grandmother. As I visualized it, he had to maintain his control of the situation and he did this with his attack on the girl. He admitted that in addition to the money, he took a picture of Danielle and Melody and a decorative platter from the scene, items not previously reported missing. The killer kept a memento of his crime. Rager was a white male, 39 years of age at the time of the crime, with a history of offenses that included grand larceny, passing bad checks, burglary, and petty larceny. Of average intelligence, he worked as a laborer, truck driver, dishwasher, and carnival worker. Photos showed he always looked sloppy. He changed his appearance after the murders. He stopped dyeing his hair and let it go completely gray. He had a history of drinking and a drunk driving arrest, and his difficulties with women included separation from his second wife whom he'd while still married to his first wife. He was reportedly getting ready to marry a third when he was arrested. The second wife confirmed that he had a non-feeling personality, that they'd had marital difficulties and that he drank frequently. Finally, his version of the events of that night confirmed anger and hostility toward Ms. Dinkle, who didn't take him seriously as a suitor for her daughter. Along with his arrest in March of 1991 for the North Dakota crimes, Rager was also charged with capital murder in the 1988 Harding case in Arkansas. Investigators in both states noted that he'd traveled throughout the country in the 10 years between the Dickinson case and his arrest, and police in Dallas, Texas, announced they were looking into possible ties to the murders of several elderly women there. We have to be grateful for the Dickinson authorities' dogged pursuit. Over the course of a decade, new people were assigned to the case and each one took up the mantle with dedication and professionalism. Oftentimes, once the initial momentum is lost, Old cases appear so stale no one wants to work them and they just sit there. There's no doubt in my mind that Rager would have continued to let his impulses lead him, killing until he was either locked up for another offense, died, or just plain grew too old to do it. But that would have taken a long time. In the Batesville case, Harding was another older, female, vulnerable victim known by Rager, who'd visited her residence before. Like the Dickinson victims, she'd received a blow to the head but died as a result of strangulation. The offender used electrical cords to strangle his victims and knock money from both crime scenes. Rager confessed to that killing, as well as the other two, then later waffled over his involvement, although he also admitted his guilt to his fiancée. As fate would have it, laws of nature caught up with Rager before the laws of man could. After he was charged with the 3 murders and after the lead prosecutor in Arkansas, Don McSpadden, announced he would seek the death penalty in the Harding case, Rager had a fatal heart attack. Although you like to be able to bring a guy like this to trial, especially after so many years, appeals in death sentence cases in Arkansas were running at least 10 years at the time. For Frank Dinkle, husband of one murder victim and grandfather to another, closure came sooner. At news of Rager's arrest, he was quoted by the Bismarck Tribune as saying, "I was hoping it would be solved before I died." Little Danelle Lights was clearly a victim of opportunity, raped and murdered by a situational child molester simply because she was there. Preferential or pedophile child molesters, on the other hand, have a clear sexual and erotic focus on children. They are not driven by situational stress or emotional insecurity, they simply prefer sex with children. They have predictable behavior patterns that they exhibit time and time again. This ritual behavior is a signature, something they have to do as part of their sexual activity, even if it makes carrying out the crime riskier or more difficult, like abducting a specific type of victim using a well-rehearsed script, even if this victim is hard to get without being observed and even if the script will slow his getaway. They also tend to be of a higher socioeconomic background than the situational molesters. They are constantly driven to molest young people, unlike situational types who might molest a child once in their lifetime. While all preferential child molesters share the same general sexual orientation, they're very specific and individual in their choice of victim, with both gender and age preferences, although more prefer boy victims to girls and the younger the preferred victim, the less preferential the sex of the child becomes. Those who look for toddlers tend to be less discriminating as to gender. Ken Lanning outlines 3 types of preferential molester, based on the different but predictable behavior patterns they exhibit: seduction, introverted, and sadistic. When you read in the media about a local teacher charged with fondling or raping one of his students, or a coach accused of behaving inappropriately with the kids on his team, you're dealing with a seduction-type molester. This subject actually counts his victims with gifts and/or attention, slowly winning their trust, lowering their inhibitions. He is very good at communicating with children and at choosing victims who will be most susceptible to his ploys. A child who receives little affection at home, for example, will be flattered and will appreciate his attention. This is where your natural instinct can help you protect your kids. If someone seems to be paying too much attention, seems a little too focused on children, and spends a disproportionate amount of time in their company instead of with adults, the warning lights should go on. I'm not saying that every supportive coach or lonely, elderly man on your block is a sexual deviant waiting to prey on your child, far from it. We don't want to become so suspicious of people that we sap all the joy and satisfaction out of human relationships. But be sure to supervise your children's relationships. You don't have to tell your teen-year-old you think her softball coach might be a pervert. Just watch over her, go to the games, and if you're suspicious, don't let her be in a situation where they'll be alone together. Also, try to develop a nurturing relationship so she'll be less easily swayed by attention from someone else. I didn't have a lot of time for my family when I was with the Bureau, which I regret. But I hope my kids felt close to me and understood that if anybody ever did or said anything that made them at all uncomfortable, they could come to me or Pam. These guys tend to pick lonely, poorly supervised kids. You don't have to be supermom or superdad, just stay aware of who your kids' friends are and pay attention to that little voice in your head. A lot of these seduction types can be involved with several victims at once, their own personal child sex ring. Victims may be children in his scout troop, his classroom, or his neighborhood. He spends time with them, listens to them, and knows how to communicate with and manipulate them. Because he's an adult, a lot of well-behaved kids will feel they should listen to him and he'll use that authority and status to his advantage. If none of his young victims reports him early on, the tide won't turn until he's ready to end one of his relationships, when a child victim grows up and becomes too old or mature to appeal to him any longer. This is the point when most victims report the exploitation, unless the molester's threats and possibly even physical abuse keep them in line, probably the same means he used to prevent them from leaving or reporting him before he's ready to move on. Unlike the seduction type, other molesters with the same drive for sex with children simply don't have the interpersonal and social skills to lure their victims. The introverted type is more like the cliché of the creepy stranger in the raincoat in that he's more likely to hang around parks or playgrounds, watching kids. You'll be able to spot him. He may look like he's ready to flash his victims, and at times he'll do that. His sexual activity will be limited to brief encounters, and he usually targets strangers or much younger children. He may act out his fantasies by making obscene telephone calls to children, exposing himself, or having sex with child prostitutes. If he can't find any other way to obtain victims, he may even marry a woman with young children or have his own with her. They will then be his convenient victims from infancy. The most horrifying and physically dangerous preferential child molester, though, is the sadistic type. Like sadistic rapists and killers of adults, they need to cause pain, physical and/or psychological, to be aroused and satisfied sexually. A sadistic type of molester will use either trickery or force to gain control of his victims and then torture them in some way for his sexual gratification. Although there seem to be fewer sadistic molesters, these are the most likely to abduct and murder their victims. What's also frightening is that there have been cases where seduction-type offenders have turned sadistic. It's not clear whether these guys have had sadistic drives all along which surfaced later, maybe triggered by some stressor, or if they developed over time, gaining confidence and experience from their earlier exploits. While we can't say the same for situational child molesters, pedophiles exhibit very predictable behaviors, many of which a parent can recognize. As a teenager, the pedophile may have very little social contact with other teens. His sexual interest is already directed toward children. As an adult, he tends to move frequently and often unexpectedly, as suspicious parents or law enforcement in effect run him out of town. If he joins the military, he may be discharged with no reason given. In many cases, the subject will have a long history of prior arrests, including molestation or abuse charges, as well as trouble with child labor laws, passing bad checks, or impersonating an officer. If there are prior arrests for child molestation, he may have been involved with multiple victims. If he molests one child from a neighborhood group, he probably at least attempted to molest others. Once we can review all his crimes, you'll see that a high level of planning and risk went into repeated attempts to lure children. Unlike the situational molester, a pedophile puts a lot of time and energy into developing the perfect approach, which he may practice in order to attain a skillful delivery. His lifestyle will reflect the fact that he prefers children to adult sexual partners. These days, with returning to the nest becoming more popular, a 25-year-old single man living with his parents is not unusual. As he grows older, though, he may draw attention to himself if he never dates women. He may also live alone, in a house decorated in a way that will appeal to the age/sex of his preferred victim. Depending on that category, he might have toys or dolls or all manner of games and amusements that he wouldn't have in any other context. The subject may be in a relationship with a woman, but it will be one of extremes. The woman will be either weak and childlike or dominating and much stronger than he is. Although most girlfriends or wives don't want to discuss their intimate lives, if you could interview them confidentially, they might admit that their husband or lover has some kind of sexual problem. He is also a collector of child pornography, possibly including photos he's taken himself. Like the guy I pointed out to Pam at the girls' dance recital, they may be aroused by photos of children who are not undressed or posed in specifically sexual ways. He may take his camera to the park and shoot roll after roll of film fantasizing about the children once the pictures are developed. Keep in mind that a pedophile can be turned on by the children's section of the Macy's catalog the same way most normal men enjoy perusing Victoria's Secret. Although many pedophiles successfully blend into the social fabric at least for a while, some aspects of their lifestyle do tend to set off warning buzzers. People who seem excessively interested in our children make us distrustful. An adult who hangs around in arcades, malls, and parks, who seems to have no friends his own age, appears out of place. A pedophile knows his sexual tendencies must remain secret, so it is hard for him to connect with other adults in any meaningful social way. Often, adult friends are also pedophiles since they offer validation and reassurance. This type of subject generally uses idealized language, referring to children as innocent, pure, and clean, for example. He may also talk, or write, about children as objects, projects, or possessions. Ken Lanning cites excerpts from letters such as, "This kid has low mileage," or, "I've been working on this project for 6 months." They will also be very specific in their choice of young friends, though appearance will be more important than actuality. In other words, if a man has a preference for teen-year-old girls, a 14-year-old who looks and acts 10 is preferable to a teen-year-old who looks 14. Keep in mind that any one of these elements does not make your neighbor a child molester. Taken all together, though, they may indicate some danger. As with any other situation we face as parents, we need to exercise common sense and trust our instincts. The descriptions can help us recognize potential dangers, but they're no substitute for careful, attentive parenting, child safety training, and, in some cases, just plain luck. There are some cases where the parents cannot protect the child, or at least one parent can't because he is the problem. As hard as it is for the rest of us to imagine, many victims are abused by members of their own family, the same people most children turn to for guidance, love, and support. Incestuous child molesters can fit any of the profiles discussed earlier, from repressed to seduction types. And they can be ruthless and calculating in their pursuit of victims. An introverted pedophile may marry and have sex with his wife solely to produce a child he can molest, which is risky for him because he has no guarantee that the child will be of his preferred gender. A seduction-type molester may marry or befriend women who have children the right sex and age, offering to be a father figure for the children. When the children in the family grow too old to appeal to him any longer, he'll move on to another family situation and start again. These subjects will only have sex with the wife or girlfriend when absolutely necessary, and then must fantasize about children or may ask the woman to dress as a child or talk baby talk. And it's not only fathers who do this. Peter Banks, director of outreach at the NCMEC, who spent years on the police force in Washington, D.C., investigating child abuse cases, tells of a heartbreaking case where 2 police sergeants he met married to each other were having trouble with their oldest son. It started with bad grades and generally disrespectful behavior, escalating into petty crimes like shoplifting and finally culminated in a crime spree where the teenager went down to Georgia, stole a car, and got caught robbing a convenience store. As he was being led away, cuffed, his mother asked him if there was anything they could do to make sure his younger brother didn't grow up like him. "Yeah," the boy replied. "Keep him away from Grandpa." The woman's father had been living with the family and apparently molesting her oldest son for years, right under their roof. She effectively lost her son and her father the same day. Why wouldn't this boy tell his parents the awful truth sooner? Victims of incest have so much to lose by reporting their abuse. If you think about it, our society punishes these young victims in so many inadvertent ways. In addition to the embarrassment, fear, and humiliation, think about what happens to a child who reports one of his family members. In the best-case scenario, where action is taken immediately to protect the child, the molester isn't removed from his environment, the victim is. The child loses his house, his siblings, his friends, his school, his dog, everything. In the worst case, the person he turns to for help is either unable or unwilling to help, reinforcing to that kid that he's not worth the time or trouble to help, psychologically traumatizing the child further by sending the message that the abuser's threats were accurate, and what would happen if he told anyone is true. It's also very difficult for a child abused by a non-family member to report the situation. In the beginning, a victim won't tell anyone because he's flattered by the attention and doesn't know what's coming. Later, that molester is just as expert at keeping the child silent as he was at the initial seduction. With all types of molesters, the child victim may be afraid that he or his family members will be hurt physically by his tormentor. Other emotions also come into play: embarrassment, confusion. The molester may emotionally blackmail the child. And since many are expert at making sure they always have access to children, as a little league coach or just the nice gov who always takes the neighborhood kids camping or on other outings, they can even use group dynamics to keep their victims in line, using competition or peer pressure to keep recruiting new kids and rotating older ones out without being discovered. The adult molester is more experienced, older, more resourceful, dangerous, and far more manipulative than a child is. The only real protection your child has is the security and self-confidence you give him and continually reinforce. Ken Lanning describes the predictable post-accusation stages child molesters go through when faced with the risk of a criminal investigation or prosecution. Not surprisingly, the initial reaction is total denial. He may act surprised, shocked, even indignant upon hearing of the claim against him. He may try to explain the action as something the child misunderstood. Is it a crime to hug a child? Depending on his social support structure, he may have family, neighbors, or co-workers to back him up and attest to his character. If there is cold evidence that makes it impossible for him to deny the charges, he may try to minimize them. Maybe he touched one child, or it only happened once, or he fondled the child but never for sexual gratification. Often the molester knows the laws and would rather admit to a lesser offense. In these cases, sometimes victims may inadvertently help the offender because of their embarrassment. Adolescent boys, for example, may deny that sexual acts took place even if investigators have found photos proving that they did. Or victims may play down how many times it happened. Another common offender reaction is justification. The molester may claim that he gives the child more attention than the parents do, so it makes more sense for him to teach the child about sex, or maybe he's been under a lot of stress and or drinking too much. These guys are constantly trying to justify their urges and actions to themselves. They don't want to believe they're sexually deviant criminals. The most common justification usually blames the victim in some way. The victim seduced him and he didn't know how old she was, or the victim is really a child prostitute. Even if that were so, a crime has still been committed since consent is completely irrelevant when sexual activity involves a child. Along with the justifications come fabrications, and the cleverer the molester, the more intriguing the lie. There was one pedophile who said some children made a sex video and when he found out about it, he kept it to show to their parents. Less creative but equally desperate molesters may suddenly develop mental illness, or play the sympathy line, hoping that remorse and strong ties to the community will make people feel sorry for a troubled but basically good guy. In a sick, backward way, they will try to defend themselves with their contributions to their community, like volunteer work with kids, which only exist to provide access to children. There is also always the possibility that the molester will try to cop a plea to a lesser crime to avoid public trial. One advantage is that the young victim won't have to suffer the trauma of testifying in court, but it can be confusing in cases where the offender pleads guilty but not guilty. He could plead guilty without admitting that he committed a crime, or he could plead not guilty by reason of insanity. In the end, the public may never know what the molester did and the child may wonder why his tormentor isn't considered guilty by the law. Finally, like a lot of criminals who lose control of their lives once they're found out, any child molester who's been arrested is a high suicide risk. And since a lot of them come from middle-class backgrounds with no history of previous arrests, if a suicide occurs, it's possible that the police will be blamed for the death and, again, the child victim or victims will be left confused like the boy abused by his grandfather who got in trouble with the law. Many child molesters were themselves victims of some form of abuse as children. While this doesn't excuse their behavior, it illustrates the cycle of victim/victimization we see over and over again. As Peter Banks puts it, walk into a police department and look at the names of children in the abuse/exploitation files. Then look in the files of juvenile delinquents. Finally, look in the files on prostitution and violent crimes. You'll find many of the same names in all three. Although not every abused child ends up in the later files, virtually everyone who does get there started out as an abused child. They may be future victimizers of children and/or adults, or what we call professional victims, women who keep getting involved with abusive men, or turn to prostitution at a young age, for example. As a society, we have to be prepared to reap what we sow. If we see something that's not quite right about a child's living arrangements and we don't try to deal with it today, we're running the risk that we'll have to deal with it down the road. Richard Allen Davis, the man convicted of kidnapping and murdering 12-year-old Polly Klaus in Petaluma, California, in October 1993, claimed his bad made him what he is. In closing arguments during the penalty phase of his trial, the defense portrayed the defendant's mother as an emotionally distant woman who once held her son's hand over a flame and virtually abandoned the boy after divorcing his father. In a desperate but unsuccessful bid to avoid the death penalty, the defense also claimed his father was abusive, once severely injuring his son's jaw with a punch. In contrast to Davis's background, what's particularly heartbreaking about Polly's case is that her parents lost their child from an environment they'd tried to make the safest of all safe havens, her own home. For an abductor, this is a very high-risk crime. Late one night, Davis quietly broke into Polly's mother's house in Petaluma and abducted the girl at knife point in front of two of her friends who were there for a slumber party. At the time, Polly's mother and half-sister were asleep in nearby bedrooms. The abduction was considered so high risk for the offender that just about everybody working the early investigation suspected it had to be an inside job. The offender had to be someone who had access to the house. Early on, police speculated that Polly's father, divorced from her mother and living elsewhere, may have somehow been involved. The ordinarily sleepy Northern California community grew even more shocked and terrified as it became apparent to them and to investigators that he had nothing to do with the crime. A stranger had invaded their home. Ironically, in the first few hours as investigators were looking into Polly's father as a possible suspect, Davis had a run-in with sheriff's deputies near Santa Rosa, just 25 miles north of Petaluma. Investigating a trespassing call, they found Davis trying to get his white Ford Pinto out of a ditch. They questioned him, searched his car, and let him go, unaware of the description of a wanted man put out by the Petaluma police and unaware that Davis had temporarily hidden the girl still alive nearby. Davis returned to his victim, strangled her, and left her body in a shallow grave alongside a freeway. It was another, more successful encounter between Davis and police that eventually led to resolution for the Claus family. Davis was arrested for drunk driving and police matched his palm print to one left by Polly's abductor. Along with his confession, he provided a description of where he left her body. Later, in the trial, the defense claimed the abduction and murder came as the result of a botched burglary attempt and denied that he tried to assault Polly sexually. Prosecutors, however, presented witnesses who placed him in her neighborhood just days before the abduction, indicating he'd stalked her, which fit with an earlier pattern of assaults against women. In the end, the jury didn't buy his claims. Clearly, parents can't be expected to stand as armed guards over their children as they sleep. In this case, it was the justice system that failed to protect the child. At the time of the abduction and murder, Davis was on parole, having served half of a 16-year sentence for an earlier kidnapping. His adult life had largely been spent in prison for one crime after another and, like a lot of offenders, Davis had been growing more and more violent with each crime. Instead of being rehabilitated, after release from prison his crimes escalated. Davis's record included convictions for assault with a deadly weapon, kidnapping, and robbery. The prosecution in the Claus case introduced testimony of some of his earlier victims, still suffering from the terror of their attacks, to reinforce that this horrible crime was just one piece of a larger, dangerous pattern of behavior. In closing arguments, prosecutor Greg Jacobs called the abduction and murder a grievous affront to humanity, and apparently the voting public of California agreed. Polly's case is considered largely responsible for the state's passage of one of the nation's toughest versions of a three-strikes law, mandating life sentences for repeat offenders. In addition to a difficult childhood, Davis's defense team stressed his troubles with alcohol and substance abuse. "I can sympathize with a person truly making an effort to overcome these problems and do something positive with his life, but Davis made a conscious choice when he committed his crimes." Fortunately, in Polly's case, the jury held him accountable. Although his defense team tried to convince jurors that his life should be spared because Davis was remorseful, their client brazenly indicated otherwise, making an obscene gesture for media cameras when he heard the guilty verdict. For his conviction of first-degree murder with special circumstances of kidnapping, burglary, robbery, and attempted lewd act with a child, the jury recommended a sentence of death by lethal injection. The abduction and murder of 9-year-old Amber Hagerman on January 13, 1996, in Arlington, Texas, snatched off her bicycle on the side of a road with witnesses nearby, wasn't quite so daring, but also high risk nonetheless. In that case, if the perpetrator had been a little more skillful and quicker on his feet, he would have been able to allay the concerns of witnesses who heard the girl's screams by throwing the bicycle in the back of his truck and saying something to the effect of, "All right, that's it, young lady. I'm taking you home." My point here is that if we see conflict in a public place between an adult and a child, we can't necessarily assume that adult is a parent disciplining his or her son or daughter for a tantrum or other misbehavior. So why is it that some predators of children are content and able to blend into a community, molest the kids in their neighborhood, and never abduct let alone kill any children, while others like Davis steal them away at knife point? Keeping in mind that every offender has individual needs and impulses driving him, Ken Lanning and Dr. Ann Burgess of the University of Pennsylvania, who collaborated with us on our extended serial killer study back in the 1970s and 1980s, describe some of the differences between molesters who do and molesters who don't abduct children as part of their criminal activity. According to their analysis and research, most abductors are social misfits who are less likely to have had a previous relationship with the child they abduct, in pan because they have less contact with children than molesters who don't abduct. With poorly developed social skills, abductors can't get easy access to children like the seducers can. Their lack of social competence also makes it harder for them to develop relationships with women, even as a cover, so they're also usually unmarried. Since they can't manipulate or lure a child away, they often carry weapons which are used more to help them intimidate and control their victims than to physically harm them. And, like other types of offenders, abductors usually showed signs of trouble as a child. Ken Lanning describes 4 phases of abduction for the offender: build-up, abduction, post-abduction, and recovery/release. In the build-up, the subject engages in fantasy that creates some need for sexual activity, although it may not start out child-oriented. He validates and rationalizes his fantasy by talking to others who share or encourage it, or by looking at pornographic material that fuels it. There could be a precipitating stressor that prompts the subject to act on his fantasies, and then either an opportunity presents itself or the offender plans and creates one. When the subject is ready to carry out the abduction, victim selection becomes key. Choosing a complete stranger that he can't be linked to is critical to his odds of not getting caught. Ken calls thought-driven offenders the ones who plan an MO and stick to it, weighing risks and using opportunities to their advantage, selecting any victim who fits a broad profile. Planning ahead and exercising discipline in victim selection, if he can resist impulsive or sloppy mistakes, gives the abductor a much better chance of getting away clean. The fantasy-driven abductor, on the other hand, is more concerned with his ritual. He might script the abduction with a very specific type of victim in mind and then not be flexible enough to modify or deviate from his plan even if it increases his risks. This compulsiveness, driven by such specific needs, makes it more difficult for him to carry off an abduction successfully. Post-abduction is where it really starts to get tricky for the offender. If the abduction was motivated by sexual fantasy, the subject has to keep the child alive and hidden long enough to carry out his fantasies. A sadist, for example, needs to keep the child alive, awake, and in a soundproof environment so he can enjoy his power and domination, inflicting pain. A preferential molester might have a happily ever after scenario as part of his fantasy, which is impossible in reality and requires extensive planning to attempt. Often, the offender sets up a secret room or cage where he can keep his victim. When the pressure gets too high, either from the media or from the realization that the situation isn't living up to his fantasies, the abductor needs to get rid of the child dead or alive. Depending on the particulars of the abduction, he might simply let the child go, dropping him off on the side of a road or even close to the victim's home. In cases where a child has been abducted by someone who's not a family member, the child often turns up alive. The longer the victim's been missing, though, the smaller the chances of a positive outcome. In some cases, the abductor also kills himself. Some abductors kill as part of the ritual itself. Or it could be because they can't think of another way out. Richard Allen Davis claimed he didn't plan to kill Polly Klaas, but after driving around with her for a while he felt he had to because he didn't want to go back to prison. It was the only way he could control the situation. In profiling a child killer, it's critical to analyze the crime scene, which in many cases is the body dump site. Where you find the body, and how quickly you find it, tell us a lot about the killer. Organized killers tend to transport the victims, alive and dead, over distance. They dispose of bodies in places that take longer to find and where conditions may help destroy evidence in water, for example. Or, they go for drama or shock value, placing the body where it will be found, in a place or condition that will create outrage in the community. As with organized perpetrators of other types of crime, these guys are of average or above average intelligence and do have social skills. They plan their crimes, targeting strangers indiscriminately. The choice of a child victim could be situational or preferential, and kill to avoid detection, for the thrill, to fulfill sadistic urges, or for other reasons. Organized child killers may well be psychopathic serial killers. They are more aggressive in sexual activity with their victims before they kill them. Disorganized offenders are more inadequate sexually and so are more likely to assault the victim after the child is unconscious or dead. Of lower intelligence, they frequently don't plan the abduction and often kill inadvertently using excessive force against a small child, for example. Socially inadequate, they tend to choose a victim they know. Rather than transporting the victim, they feel most comfortable abducting and killing close to home. They may not even have the means to transpawn a body. Their victims are usually left at the crime scene or someplace where they are found more quickly. They will just dump the body somewhere or bury it in a shallow grave. It's a sad fact that parents can murder their own children and stage an abduction to divert attention, as happened in the Susan Smith case in South Carolina in 1995. The younger the murdered child, the more likely it is that a family member is responsible, although it is then less likely that they also sexually assaulted the child. A tragically typical scenario would be a lonely and desperate single mother who sees her only chance at happiness coming from a man who claims to love her but who has no place in his life for her child or children. Or, even more pointedly, he may tell her he wants to marry her and start a family of their own. If the child's body is found, there's a very good chance we'll figure out who did it. Parents aren't usually as detached about disposing of their children's bodies as strangers are. They may wrap the body in plastic and bury it someplace significant to them. If they feel remorse over the murder, they may try to lead investigators in the right direction so the body will be found and buried in a proper ceremony. With the complicated living arrangements of many families these days, however, we're seeing more non-parent adults responsible for the murder of children in their household. The hideous murder of 12-year-old Valerie Smelser in Clark County, Virginia, drew national attention when her mother's live-in boyfriend, Norman Hovruter, was accused of killing the girl after a long history of abusing her and her 3 siblings. In January 1995, Hovruter and Valeria's mother, Wanda Smelser, reported the girl missing from a roadside stop. Her body was found the next day, nude, dumped in a ravine. As word got out of the girl's emaciated condition, former neighbors and others came forward to talk of the abuse they'd suspected. The family had been reported to Child Protection Services, but as they relocated and child abuse cases outpaced growth in budgets and personnel, Valerie and her siblings somehow got lost in the shuffle. Preparing for trial, prosecutors detailed evidence of the abuse. Hovruter and Smelser made Valerie stay in the basement, sometimes chained, nude, to the door, forced to urinate in an old coffee can and defecate on the floor. She was not allowed to eat with the rest of the family but had to beg for crumbs or steal food at night. She was killed after she accidentally spilled the coffee can on the floor in the kitchen. In the ensuing beating, Hovruter forced her face in the spilled liquid and slammed her head against the wall with enough force to make a hole in the drywall. Although her mother's defense originally planned to claim that she was a victim of Hovruter's manipulation using the defense of battered woman's syndrome, she eventually pleaded no contest to abduction and second-degree murder. She didn't admit her guilt in the torture and murder of her daughter but acknowledged that there was enough evidence to convict her. Hovruter also pleaded no contest and is serving a life sentence for abduction and first-degree murder. With the exception of cases where children are killed by their parents, not typically sexual molestation cases, or where women acted as accomplices to stronger, dominating males, like the Bernardo and Hovruter cases, all the subjects of child murder and molestation cases described so far have been men. There are female sex offenders and child abductors, but the overwhelming majority of cases reported involve male offenders. I think most of us in the field who work with crimes against children agree that there are more female child molesters out there than the numbers would seem to indicate. There's a social stigma attached to a male having sex with a young girl, a dirty old man, whereas many people still consider sex between a young boy and an adult woman as a rite of passage. Cases have been reported of abuse and fondling of infants and toddlers at daycare settings. Here, women traditionally have greater access to young children and their nurturing role involves bathing, dressing, and undressing, examining, and touching them. The child victims can't express themselves and it may not be obvious to an outside observer that a caregiver is doing anything wrong. When women molest older children, they generally do so with, or as, an accomplice. These women rarely fit the behavioral patterns and characteristics described for male preferential child molesters. They usually have some other psychological needs and problems driving them. They may have been long-term victims of sexual abuse as children themselves, or have a history of domestic abuse as an adult. Women who abduct children, not family members, are driven by different needs than those who molest the toddlers in their daycare. They are not acting on sexual urges but out of a desire to fill a void in their lives. They need to have a child. This need manifests itself in an unusual type of crime, infant abduction. The NCMEC, working in conjunction with the FBI, the International Association for Healthcare Security and Safety, and the University of Pennsylvania School of Nursing, has launched several studies. The numbers are small. It is estimated that out of an average 4.2 million births occurring in the United States annually, fewer than 20 infants are abducted, but we call them high-impact cases because the effect on parents, nurses, and other healthcare professionals is tremendous. As with other crimes against children, though, it's hard to get a handle on reliable figures since reporting is always an issue. We don't know, for example, how many abduction attempts are thwarted each year. Hospitals, in particular, have a vested interest in not reporting near misses to authorities. We do know that it happens throughout the country, in large and small hospitals, but it is more prevalent in urban areas. As a parent, it's impossible to imagine going from the exhilaration and joy of finally seeing your new baby to the terror and devastation of learning your infant is gone, that the nurse who told you she needed to take the baby to the nursery for tests or the hospital administrator who offered to take the child for the customary photos disappeared with the infant. New mothers, often exhausted from the physical and emotional experience they've just been through, have literally handed over their infants to abductors. Other times, a woman dressed as a nurse has simply snatched a baby from the hospital nursery and walked out of the hospital, sometimes hiding the child in bulky clothing or a large shoulder bag, but other times making no effort to conceal the baby. While most of the time the abductors take the child from the hospital, they've also been known to abduct from the baby's home. Answering an advertisement in the local paper for a babysitter, for example, they wait for the mother or other family member to leave the room and simply take the baby. Obviously, these offenders don't look suspicious or nobody would hand over a baby to them. From my early work and by the more recent studies, we can draw a pretty clear profile of this type of offender. Nearly always female, often overweight, infant abductors appear perfectly normal. Many have responsible jobs and most have no criminal record. We've seen two age group clusters, 16 to 21 and 32 to 45. These ages represent the typical beginning and end of childbearing years, which is apparently very significant to this type of subject. Infant abductors suffer from low self-esteem and their sense of self-worth may be based on their ability to wives and mothers. Many have older children from earlier successful pregnancies. Without a young child to care for, they feel inadequate, as though their existence has no value. The crime is tied to these complex emotional needs and not the traditional motives of greed, such as a kidnapping with a ransom demand, sexual gratification, or power. The precipitating stressors will be different, too. While an inadequate man may murder a child after he's lost his job or been dumped by his girlfriend, a female infant abductor's stresses are more likely related to childbearing, a recent loss of a child through miscarriage, stillbirth, or even abortion, the approach of menopause, a recent hysterectomy, or a threatened end to a relationship that the woman may feel could be saved by a new baby. These offenders operate with a curious blend of intelligence and denial. A lot of thought and planning goes into the abduction, including months of lying to their husband or lover and family and co-workers as they feign pregnancy. Their act is so complete that they change body size, go to regular doctor's appointments, which they may have their partner drop them off for, make preparations for maternity leave, shop for things for the baby, and talk about the upcoming birth. We have seen reports of women going so far as to steal a pregnant woman's urine sample at a doctor's office, or taking someone else's sonogram to show their partner. They can be so convincing people will throw showers for them. Their partner, often someone significantly older or younger than they are and usually somewhat gullible, can get caught up in the excitement of planning as well. The hospital abductor will do research, visiting nurseries and maternity units several times before the abduction to get the lay of the land, figure out which hospital represents the lowest risk for them, and also judge the size of the infant population they'll get to pick from on any given day. They read through birth announcements and babysitter wanted ads to research an abduction from home. In either case, they will lie, impersonate, use trickery and deceit to such an extent that they may believe they are getting their own baby. Some develop symptoms of false pregnancy. All are in denial of the fact that in nearly every case they will be caught. In fact, in many cases, they are turned in by the very loved ones and friends they show off their new baby to when the child is recognized from media coverage of the abduction. The abduction itself, whether planned for 9 months or just a few hours, shows signs of that planning. In a hospital setting, the abductor has nurses' garb to wear, knows where everything is located, and is even able to convince other nurses that she belongs there. Her ruse is often scripted and she knows the names of mothers and infants so she can also impersonate a visiting family member. Abduction from a home is less risky since there are fewer authorities and other people to interfere and protect the infant. Victim selection isn't nearly as important to them as choosing the site and means of the abduction. Because their need is simply to have a child, they're not preferential in their choice of victims as far as sex goes, although most select a baby of their own race, or that of the supposed father. While most of the time these offenders are not violent, if force is used to obtain the baby, it is usually applied in home abductions or outside a hospital. The abductor may take an infant at gunpoint in the parking lot of the hospital, or may use a weapon to overpower a parent at home. The harder it has been for the abductor to obtain an infant, if she's made several attempts which have been thwarted just before the abduction, the greater the likelihood that she will turn to violence and take greater risks out of desperation. In some cases, the subject will go so far as to murder a parent or other caretaker obstructing her. Joan Witt, a 30-year-old new mother, was killed trying to defend her 4-day-old daughter, Heather, from an abductor. 19-year-old Wendy Lee Zabel shot Witt several times and shot and stabbed the baby's grandmother as she abducted the child from the Witt's home in Jacksonville, Florida, in November of 1987. Zabel was desperate to have a baby. She'd been trying for years. In planning the abduction, she visited the nursery at the hospital where Heather was born. But the hospital was too much of a high-risk setting for her to snatch the child there. Tracking down the Witts days later, she knocked on the door pretending to be in labor and asked to use their phone to call her husband. The infant's mother and 56-year-old grandmother were the only ones home at the time, and they acted solicitously towards Zabel, advising her that Heather had just been born at nearby Baptist Medical Center and she should go there. After they let her use the bathroom, Zabel emerged with a gun and a knife and ordered them to hand over the baby. According to Zabel, what happened next surprised her. She knew the mother instinct was strong, but she didn't think she'd actually have to resort to force to get the baby. When she moved toward the baby's crib, however, both women tried to stop her. She stabbed the grandmother and then shot her as Joan grabbed the baby and ran outside for help. There, Zabel shot her once in the leg and twice in the abdomen before grabbing the baby and fleeing. Zabel's MO coincides with patterns of behavior observed with most infant abductors. The crime took place during the day. She used a verbal ruse to get into the victim's house so there was no sign of forced entry, and the crime scene obviously showed signs of a panicked or hurried retreat. Before the abduction, Zabel and her partner had been preparing for the baby for months, purchasing baby things, telling his co-workers about the pregnancy. Reportedly, no one who knew the couple was suspicious about the infant, despite the fact that Zabel had been pregnant about 11 months at the time of the birth. Although originally charged in the abduction, Zabel's companion was later dropped as a suspect when his alibi for the afternoon of the murder abduction held and it could not be proven that he knew the baby wasn't really theirs. He also agreed to take, and passed, a polygraph. Unlike the many infant abduction cases that are solved following tips from the community, Zabel was undone by the gun she used in the attack, which she discarded on the side of the road not far from the victim's home. Zabel had never previously been in trouble with the law. In fact, her father was a retired highway patrol sergeant in her home state of Wisconsin. In an interview taped about 4 years after the abduction and murder, Zabel said she'd always suffered from low self-esteem. She felt she was unattractive, too tall, too fat, and not pretty. She reportedly also suffered a false pregnancy, which gave her expectancy more credence with friends and family members. Wendy Zabel is serving 3 consecutive life terms earned in a deal that enabled her to avoid the death penalty by pleading guilty to armed kidnapping, first-degree murder, and attempted first-degree murder, without the option of an appeal. The media is often key to the quick recovery of a missing infant, and the way the case is played in the papers and on television can be critical to the level of care the baby receives from the abductor. The event should not be characterized as a kidnapping or abduction, and the perpetrator should not be referred to as evil. You want to avoid panicking the abductor, causing her to flee and/or harm the infant. Also, instead of stressing punishment to the offender, news statements should emphasize the safe return of the baby. You want to reach out to the abductor's friends, family, neighbors, and co-workers, who will be sympathetic to the victim's family and quite possibly suspicious about the new baby. One case that was solved following a lead phoned in to police by an anonymous caller was of interest to my unit in Pan because of how well it followed the elements of a classic infant abduction. Around 9:30 on the morning of June 20, 1988, a woman posing as a hospital nurse visited Renee McClure, a new mother at the High Point Regional Hospital in High Point, North Carolina. The nurse told Mrs. McClure that her son, Jason Ray, needed to go to the nursery to be weighed. Shortly thereafter, a real nurse entered the room and figured out what happened. Local police were contacted immediately and the FBI joined the investigation that afternoon. The anonymous call came in the next day, along with a walk-in witness who corroborated the caller's information. Based on those leads, police and FBI agents arrested Brenda Joyce Nobles for the abduction, along with her daughter, Sharon Lee Slayton, who figured out the baby wasn't her mother's but had not turned her in. Jason was found at their home, hidden in a back bedroom closet. His hair had been cut off in an apparent attempt at a disguise, but he was otherwise in good condition. From interviews with Nobles and Slayton, we learned that Nobles' boyfriend, who was about 70 years of age, would not marry her unless she could have his child. He especially wanted a son. Since she'd had a hysterectomy years earlier, which she didn't tell him, she knew she'd have to find another way to accomplish this. In December of 1987, she told him and other family members that she was pregnant and started eating heavily so her body would transform convincingly. Slayton had a baby at High Point in May of 1988 and Nobles took that opportunity to familiarize herself with the maternity ward. On June 19, 1988, Nobles visited another relative at the hospital and again stopped by the nursery. When she saw Jason McClure, she decided to put her plan into action. According to Nobles' boyfriend, on the morning of June 20 she told him she wasn't feeling well and thought she might go into labor that day. When he returned home from work later, he found his son in bed with Nobles, who told him she'd given birth that morning in an outpatient clinic in town. He was so excited he invited friends and relatives to come over and celebrate the boy's birth, never questioning her story or the child's true identity. Someone, however, was suspicious enough to make the call, and in the end Nobles received a sentence of 12 years in prison for the abduction. As both the Zabel and Nobles cases illustrate, these offenders are not particularly criminally sophisticated and they often leave a trail investigators can follow. Despite wearing a nurse's disguise, for example, they show their face to people before and during the commission of their crime, giving police a description they can start publicizing immediately. They often discard parts of their disguise at the crime scene, leaving valuable fingerprints and other forensic evidence linking them to their crime. They also tend to strike close to home. Investigators can often get quick leads by looking at the hospital's records of recent miscarriages or stillborn births. The abductor may have applied for a job at the hospital or even worked there before. In abductions from a home, often someone can give a description of the getaway vehicle. But the most important leads come from those close to the abductors. Sometimes people get suspicious because the new baby is actually a 3-month-old, which anyone who's ever been close to an infant can see looks and acts very different from a newborn. An abductor will happily show friends her baby, but can provide only sketchy details of the birth. No one knew when she went into labor and she contacted no one, not even the supposed father, in time to let them visit her in the hospital. There is also no birth certificate for the child. These facts, coupled with a good description of the baby and the abductor, circulated quickly over a wide area, often result in a relatively quick return of the infant to the parents. Although perpetrators of infant abductions are nearly always female, every so often there is an exception. In the summer of 1991, Charles Neal Ickard and his mother-in-law, Mays D. Hester, called the Aurora, Colorado, Police Department to report Charles's 18-year-old wife, Tara Ann, and 3-month-old daughter, Heather Louise, missing. Tara had been suffering from postpartum depression, and at first her husband agreed with her therapist that she was probably just trying to get some time away. Still, after discussing things, he and Mays, who allowed the couple to live in her home, were concerned enough about Tara and the baby to file a routine missing persons report. Things grew less routine about 3 weeks later, when Tara's body was found in a field 30 miles outside of town by a road maintenance worker. She'd been shot twice in the chest and once in the head. There was no evidence of sexual assault and no sign of Heather. The position of Tara's body and the fact that there were no shell casings located nearby indicated she'd been killed someplace else and transported to the dump site. University of Colorado experts examined the state of decomposition and vegetative growth around the body and determined she was killed shortly after she disappeared, probably within 2 days. I've often said that victimology can be key to solving a case like this, and investigators looked into Tara Ickard's personal life. On the day she disappeared, Tara and Heather had both been at Tara's job at a local sports club, where she'd started work just 3 days earlier. She got a paycheck that day and took Heather with her to the bank to deposit all of it. Then she went home to change clothes before going out again with her daughter. In a phone call with her mother, it didn't sound like there was anything wrong. Sometime in the afternoon, A neighbor saw her and Heather get into a car driven by a white male. No one saw her alive again. Her husband, Charles, was an immediate suspect, since they had a less than perfect marriage and he didn't seem as broken up about his wife's disappearance with their daughter as people thought he should be. But he had an airtight alibi for the time of her disappearance. He was hard at work at a local fast food restaurant, and with his minimum wage job, it didn't seem he had the money or the planning skills necessary to carry out a contract job. As the victim's lifestyle came under closer scrutiny, at least 3 boyfriends came to light, one of whom had a vehicle that matched the description of the one her neighbor saw Tara get into the day she disappeared. Another boyfriend was also a viable suspect. A DMG and alcohol abuser, he'd threatened to kill her if she ever married anyone else. A third boyfriend was in the Air Force and worked as a military police officer in Colorado Springs. He'd been issued a service revolver and ammunition that might match the weapon used to kill Tara. His alibi that he was attending a funeral out of state when she disappeared still left him enough time to travel back and kill her. With multiple leads but no solid information and still missing the baby, investigators struggled until August 8, when they were contacted by authorities in Topeka, Kansas, who had a lead from their Crime Stoppers hotline. The caller phoned to report an attempted baby sale in Kentucky that involved a baby who matched Heather Ickard's description. Using information from the Kansas police, Colorado authorities identified the man involved as Ralph Blaine Takemeyer. In his mid-40s, Takemeyer was a biker living in Kansas. When members of the Ickard family were questioned about the man, Tara's father-in-law referred to him as Uncle Ralph, an old family friend who visited them over the 4th of July. During his visit, Takemeyer spent a lot of time with Tara and Heather, buying them Harley-Davidson t-shirts as gifts. The Ickards felt that despite the coincidence of the date of his visit and Tara's and Heather's disappearance, Uncle Ralph was an old friend who would never be capable of something as horrible as abduction and murder. Investigative authorities felt otherwise, and the Kansas City FBI SWAT team began surveillance of Uncle Ralph's house that very night. They confirmed that a baby was on the premises and confronted Takemeyer as he left the house the next morning. They recovered Heather alive and in good health. After confessing to Tara's murder and Heather's abduction, he was arrested on federal charges of kidnapping. A search of his home and vehicle yielded shell casings from the murder weapon, along with blood stains and Tara's blood-soaked purse, in the vehicle. The gun used in the murder was found at a nearby pawn shop. When interviewed by the FBI, Takemeyer indicated that he'd originally been driven to his crimes by many of the same motivations as female infant abductors. He had apparently been unable to impregnate his wife and felt the need to get her a child somehow, especially after they'd had arguments about how he promised to buy her a baby and then didn't. Takemeyer rationalized his actions by concluding from just his quick observations over the 4th of July visit that Tara was unfit to raise the child. Another case that was unusual both in its level of violence and in the disorganization of the perpetrator came to our attention in the summer of 1987. On July 23, a very pregnant Cindy Lynn Ray went for a routine prenatal checkup at the clinic of the Kirtland Air Force Base Hospital, just outside Albuquerque, New Mexico. As she left the clinic, she was met outside by a woman named Darcy Kayleen Pierce, who abducted her from the parking lot using a fake pistol to get the woman into her 1964 Volkswagen Beetle. Pierce had been telling her husband, friends, and family members for the past 10 months that she was desperate for a baby and was now pregnant. She drove her victim to a remote area in the Manzano Mountains just east of Albuquerque, where she strangled Ray unconscious using a fetal monitor cord from Ray's purse. She dragged Ray behind some trees, then used her car keys to perform a cesarean section and bit the umbilical cord to cut it. Leaving her victim in the wilderness, Pierce drove back to Albuquerque and told people she'd delivered her baby by herself on the highway between there and Santa Fe. An ambulance was summoned and Pierce and the baby were taken to the University of New Mexico Medical Center, where she refused to be examined by a physician. Doctors there surmised the baby had not been born vaginally and confronted Pierce, who then claimed she'd been given the baby by a surrogate mother who delivered with the help of a midwife in Santa Fe. The case came together when a midwife at the Air Force Base mentioned that a very pregnant military dependent was missing. After being questioned by police, Darcy Pierce finally led investigators to Cindy Ray, but it was too late to save her. She had died from blood loss and exposure. After learning of his wife's confession, Ray Pierce was shocked by the vicious crime and the truth about his wife's condition. In his interview with Albuquerque police and Air Force Special Investigation agents, he said that he believed his wife had been pregnant for about 10 or 11 months. Darcy Pierce was placed in custody at Kirtland and later sentenced to life in prison. Fortunately, In Pierce's case, suspicious hospital authorities contacted law enforcement immediately, although they had no proof that anything illegal had taken place. Equally important, local police and military investigators quickly formed a solid investigative unit and worked together to bring the case to closure. While we don't always see this type of cooperation with other kinds of crimes, with infant abductions the benefits of early reporting and effective publicity are obvious enough that authorities do come together and get the word out, setting up tip lines so people in the community can quickly report anything or anyone suspicious. And, in the past 5 years, largely as a result of groundbreaking work done by people such as John Rabin, Vice President and CEO of the NCMEC, who's also the author of Guidelines for Prevention of Infant Abductions in Hospital Settings, the incidence of those crimes has been reduced dramatically. Hospitals are now proactively training their employees, instituting greater security measures, and putting immediate response plans in place. Rabin and the NCMEC have also made guidelines available to parents. These guidelines and more information for parents and healthcare professionals can be obtained from the NCMEC by calling 1-800-THE-LOST or writing the Publications Department, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, 2101 Wilson Boulevard, Suite 550, Arlington, Virginia, 22201-3052. Even when these stories have a happy ending and the infant is returned safe and apparently healthy, there are tremendous and long-term effects on parents and, when abductions occur at hospitals, healthcare workers. Lawsuits are common, but nurses suffer more from psychological problems like post-traumatic stress disorder than fear of recrimination at their job. Even nurses with long and successful records may transfer or leave the profession altogether after an abduction, so traumatized are they by the feelings of guilt and helplessness from the event. Parents, too, go through a range of emotions throughout the abduction, from the trauma of the initial realization that their infant is gone, through the anxiety and fear of waiting for his or her return. Even after the baby is returned, the parents can never relax. They have to rebond with the child and the child with them, and are often terrified that something else may happen. Parents exhibit signs of PTSD, and at the very least tend to overprotect their child in the future. Often the child, too, while well cared for following the abduction, can suffer nightmares, fears, and flashbacks. And through the offender's criminal trial and any ensuing civil litigation, everyone is re-traumatized. As in all types of crime, I'm always advising people to study the art, to get inside the offender's identity, but there's one instance in which all we have to look at is a blank wall, and that's the most frustrating situation of all. When an infant or child stays missing, it breaks down the victim's family as well as everyone involved in the investigation. You have no body, you have no crime scene to analyze, so you're stuck working with the most generic of assumptions. When the victim is a child rather than an infant, statistically your unsub is probably not a family member, is probably a he, and is probably motivated by sexual desires. Maybe the way the abduction took place will give us an idea of the sophistication level of the subject, but you're essentially looking at every sex offender known or suspected within a radius of a couple of 100 miles. Then you widen your search to include known or suspected abductors of children or adults. It can be a fishing expedition that may lead nowhere. And what makes it even worse is that some of your suspects may be so inadequate they'll confess to crimes they never committed just for the attention and short-lived power. Unless you quickly prove these guys are full of it, you have to spend the time to follow up every lead however bogus it sounds because you can't risk missing an opportunity to get the child back alive. Even years later, when in most cases it's safest to believe the child's dead, families don't move in hopes that the child or someone will call, maybe recognizing their loved one from the NCMEC's free Missing Children webpage. In turn, expends at the NCMEC use computer age-enhancing software to try to picture what the child would look like as he or she matured, hoping the image will strike a spark of recognition in someone, somewhere. In the meantime, investigators try to pull leads from any recent similar cases in the Our world is full of dangers for children, from freak accidents to planned violent assaults by adults. The GCHD news is that just as you can protect your kids by making buckling their seat belts an automatic reflex of getting in the car, you can ingrain other safety skills that will protect them without making them overly fearful. Next we'll discuss what you can do for and with your children to help prevent them from becoming one of the too many faces on NCMEC's wall. Chapter 6 Fighting Back. As we've seen, children can fall prey to a frightening variety of dangerous predators. And the analogy of predator and prey is apt, since children in society, like young, defenseless animals in nature, are in many ways ideal victims. Little Danelle Lights was a victim, as was Christine Jessup. For the same reason other children have become victims, they have no control over their environment. Kids can't pick their family members, babysitters, neighbors, parents, friends, or local school. If someone in their household physically or sexually abuses them, if they live in a dangerous neighborhood or attend a school where drugs or weapons are problems, or where a playground bully beats them up during recess every day, they can't just pick up and move. And if they do run away, they become vulnerable to different dangers in their new hostile environment. But the majority of kids at risk are trapped. Young children, abused or neglected, or even older ones, may not realize that other children live any differently, that their lives are not normal. For example, I had a case of a violent serial rapist. When this offender was a young teen, his father would take him out to bars most nights of the week, where he would pick up a prostitute, beat her or slap her around, then go off to have sex with her within the boy's hearing. Now I'm not excusing what he became unless we're literally out of our minds, we're all responsible for our actions. But I do submit that it's a lot more problematic developing a respectful attitude toward your fellow human beings, male or female, when this is your role model of how women are supposed to be treated. Even in the safest and healthiest of home environments, though, aspects of children's very nature can work against them. There are definite characteristics universal to all children that make them ideal victims, including that they are curious by nature, they are easy for adults to manipulate and influence, they need affection and attention, and they feel a need to defy their parents in different ways at different stages. Every parent can attest to a child's natural curiosity. I know I've both cursed and admired the way my kids were always getting into things, sometimes getting hurt in the process, often just on the verge of calamity when Pam or I walked into a room. As my two daughters and son were growing up, I would alternately marvel at their frequent displays of intelligence and resourcefulness and their occasional incredible lapses of judgment. We see a toddler dashing into the street as a scary sign of thoughtlessness or willfulness. She sees it as one new thing to explore enthusiastically and doesn't understand that the scolding or smack on the bottom she instantly receives for her adventurousness is merely her frazzled parents' feeble attempt to correct a suddenly dangerous situation. The catch-22 for parents is that we don't want to take that curiosity away from our kids because that's what's going to inspire them to learn about the world around them, that's what makes them unique, interesting individuals. It's difficult, because there's such a fine line. If we see a toddler playing on the edge of the pool, just outside the range of watchful eyes for a second, we're so scared of what might have happened if we weren't there that we go ballistic and try to make sure that kid never goes near a pool alone again. But the voice of reason in the back of our minds is also saying, wait, you don't want to traumatize him so he's afraid of water for the rest of his life. It was, in part, her natural curiosity that cost the life of Megan Kanka. Early one July evening in 1994, the energetic 7-year-old tired of watching TV with her sister and went outside to see if one of her friends in her suburban Trenton, New Jersey, neighborhood wanted to play maybe hopscotch, one of the little girl's favorites. A short time later, her sister went out to join them but found that Megan had never showed up at her friend's house. Almost 24 hours later, Megan's body was found just a few miles from home in a local park, placed in a plastic toy container. She had been raped and strangled. As it turned out, Megan was a victim of her environment, although there was no way parents living on her block would have known it was high risk before her abduction. The suburban New Jersey neighborhood the Kankas lived in was quiet, except for the normal sounds of children at play. No one knew that the 3 men who lived in the house across the street from the Kankas had all done time in Avenel, a New Jersey facility where sex offenders serve their sentences and receive therapy that's supposed to make them less of a threat when they're released back into society. No one knew until one of these men, Jesse Timendequoise, was arrested for Megan's murder. Timendequoise had previously been convicted of fondling and almost strangling another 7-year-old girl. He had lured Megan to his house by offering to show her his puppy. Megan's family and others in her community were horrified by the crime. Their horror grew to outrage when they learned that her attacker had a history of sex crimes. Their outrage turned to activism and eventually led to the passage of Megan's Law, which calls for communities to be notified when high-risk, paroled sex offenders move into their area. The 1994 federal crime bill required that states register and keep track of convicted sex offenders for 10 years after release, as well as alert law enforcement when they locate in their communities, but it didn't require the information be made available to the public. Passed as a federal statute in May 1996, Megan's Law required this notification in all states. There were already forms of the law on the books in most of them, but the requirements differed vastly from state to state, ranging from those where residents had to contact police to research offenders in the area to others where police had to contact residents, schools, women's shelters, and camps, with the name, address, and photo of paroled sex offenders. There has been a lot of controversy surrounding the law, with court challenges in a number of states. Some argue notification is an invasion of privacy that punishes the offender twice by threatening his ability to turn his life around. There is fear of what parents might do once they find out one of these people lives in their neighborhood. Attorneys for offenders argue that once their client serves his time, he should be given a clean slate to stand over. In this country, we do like to believe in redemption. The biggest problem with that argument, though, is that a preferential child molester is not going to stop being attracted to children. Suppose some higher authority came to me and said I was okay except for the fact that my attraction to adult women was wrong and perverted. I would find it very difficult to change that, no matter what I did. I'm an educated, middle-class father of 3 with ties to the community and a heavy investment in the system and our societal structure. And yet, even at the risk of all that, I would find it just about impossible to change my sexual orientation to conform to the dictates of what some other authority said I should if I wanted to be acceptable in law-abiding society. The same, I'm sure, would be true of a gay man or lesbian in similar socio-economic circumstances to mine. Regardless of what you told him or her about how it was wrong to be attracted to other adults of the same sex, it wouldn't change their sexual orientation. It may force them underground, as prejudice against homosexuals often has, but it isn't going to change them. The same is true with preferential pedophiles, only more so, because many of them don't have the same vested interest in the system that most of us do. Many of them are respectable professionals and business people who are, in fact, living this part of their lives in secret. But many more are fringe elements of society, just as murderers and rapists of adults are. And we've learned from our experience and research, we're not going to get them to voluntarily give up their interest in little boys or little girls any more than you're going to get me to give up my interest in adult women or a gay man to give up his interest in other adult men. But if you can't get him to give up the interest, can't you at least make him understand that restraining himself is in his own self-interest, so he won't be sent back to jail? Well, you can try, just as you can try to get serial rapists to restrain themselves even though they get satisfaction out of raping adult women. But I don't think you're going to be very successful at it. As Peter Banks puts it, you don't just wake up one morning and decide you're going to go out and murder a child. Child molesters don't look at things from the same perspective we do. We look on it as irrational. They look on it as normal. He echoes the sentiment of a lot of people who work with missing and exploited children and see what he sees. There are certain things for which we should have zero tolerance. I think that stealing the innocence of a child is in some ways worse than murder. After my experiences interviewing repeat violent offenders in prison and working with local police to solve their crimes, normally recidivist crimes, I'm afraid my faith in rehabilitation is pretty low. They get arrested, behave themselves in prison, and tell their shrink they're feeling much better, really. But it's all self-reported. They say they're able to control their urges, but how can we know what will happen once they're released? What a lot of people in the psychiatric and judicial communities don't seem to grasp is that violence is situational. It has to do with the environment and the opportunity. The mere fact that an individual is a model prisoner has very little to do with what he'll do once he's no longer in a closely observed, highly structured situation. Arthur Shawcross was a prisoner during the 15 years he was incarcerated for the murder of a young boy and young girl in Watertown, New York. Within months of his release, his inadequacy and rage had got the better of him and he was killing prostitutes in Rochester. Jack Henry Abbott, convicted murderer who won fame and the support of much of the literary world for his fine book on prison life, In the Belly of the Beast, was such a good prisoner and such a model of rehabilitation that he was released. And unlike most convicts, he had fame, support, a reputation, and the friendship of influential people. Despite this, within a few months of his release he got into an argument with a waiter in a Greenwich Village restaurant, could not control his rage, and killed the young man. Though I haven't heard, I would not be at all surprised to learn that he is once again a model prisoner. I can't help but wonder if the attorneys of child molesters or other violent offenders are willing to let their own children befriend these guys once they get out. Will they let their own kids be the guinea pigs in some informal child molester rehabilitation study? What makes us think that once they've seen they can manipulate educated, advanced degreed, mature adults into believing what they want them to believe, that they'll stop using their influence and skills to prey on children, especially children to which they're very strongly sexually attracted. Or, as I've heard from so many victims and their families, okay, give offenders a clean slate after they've served their sentence as soon as their victims are physically, mentally, and emotionally made whole. Or brought back to life. In Megan Kanka's community, the citizens have taken another, less controversial step to start the healing process. The local Rotary Club purchased the house across the street from the Kankas where her murderer lived and paid for it to be torn down. The site will become Megan's Place, a park where parents will be able to keep watch as the neighborhood children play. With statutes like Megan's Law and programs at such places as local malls where parents can get their kids fingerprinted, society keeps coming up with new ways to protect children. Walk into any major retailer of children's goods and you'll see what amount to leashes for kids on display amidst the toys, clothing, and other basic supplies. I've even seen ads for battery-operated tracking devices that make beeper-like sounds when parents activate the homing mechanism. I've also heard of at least one time such a device was found near the home of a child who was abducted and murdered, the safety device discarded as the child was taken away. When my children were born, I was almost afraid to hold them, they looked so fragile. As our kids grow bigger, we become more confident that we won't harm them and more paranoid about all the forces out there that might. We put protective plugs in all our electrical outlets, stash cleaning fluids and medicine out of reach, buy bicycle helmets, and try to think of every way we can to keep them safe. Then we hear about stories like Megan Kanka's, or Cassie Hansen's, or Polly Klaus's, or Amber Hagerman's, or Sean Moore's, or any number of others, and then we want to keep them within direct view at all times, or lock them in their rooms until they're well into their 20s. What we have to remember is that like a lot of other dangers to our children, adults who would do them harm are something of a known entity, in the same way automobile accidents or childhood diseases are known entities. As parents, we can learn about the dangers they represent and then translate that knowledge, and fear, into practical means of protection. We know that predators of children use every advantage they have to influence potential victims, and unless a child is prepared, the adult has the edge. He's bigger, stronger, and, according to most parents, adults are to be obeyed. Shrewd child predators will not only use these factors, but may stage the scene to enhance their position of authority. They may impersonate police officers or priests, trustworthy figures they feel the child might have been taught to follow. In some cases, they will play on a child's emotions, showering him with attention, manipulating him, later threatening and isolating him emotionally from adults who would protect and help him. Or they may lie in wait, looking for an opportunity to make a clean snatch and grab. Now for the good news, you have the means and the weapons at your disposal already in your own home to defeat these predators in many instances, or equalize the odds in the others. Before we start getting crazy, let's remember one important thing: the probability is that your child will not be abducted, just the potential is there. And that's something you can guard against. Your relationship with your children, combined with some relatively simple safety skills you can teach them, are your best means of protecting your kids. In the last chapter we talked about seduction-type child molesters who shower kids with affection and attention over a period of time. Peter Banks and others at ThinkMech keep stressing that the single biggest gift you can give your children is self-esteem. Kids who don't get enough emotional support at home are much more likely to be targeted by preferential molesters in the first place. They can spot the needy and vulnerable, just like that lion on the African veldt can spot the most vulnerable springbok in the herd drinking at the watering hole. These offenders will sometimes target single-parent families specifically because the parent may appreciate another adult who's willing to spend time with the kids. Parents have to trust their instincts. If it looks like someone is trying too hard to be there for your child, suspicious enough to at least chaperone their time together. All families go through periods where members are alienated from each other. Children and adults each go through emotionally difficult times. Even when you're having a rough period, you want to make sure that somewhere inside them your kids know you love them, no matter what. They need to hear you say "I love you" and "you're special." We give them plenty of negative reinforcement when they do something wrong. We need to make sure we keep that in balance with the positive. Your kids must feel they can come to you if something happens that makes them uncomfortable. This can be hard, especially if a child gets in a bad situation because he's disobeyed one of your rules. It's tough, for example, for a 13-year-old boy who's not supposed to watch R-rated movies on cable to admit that he went over to an older friend's house to watch videos and something happened that didn't feel right. Communication with kids is so important. If they have questions and they will, you want them to come to you. If your kid gets the impression from you that sex, for instance, is a completely taboo subject, he's not going to be any less curious about it. He's just going to get the information from someone else. Child molesters exploit this and turn it into an opportunity. Sharing information, they can earn a child's trust while lowering his inhibitions and resistance. This doesn't mean that if your child senses you are uncomfortable discussing details of human reproductive science or sexuality that he or she is going to end up being molested by the first pervert who comes along. It just means you have to be aware that as children grow older, the focal points for their curiosity naturally evolve and change. When they're ready for information, ready to ask questions, you have to be there for them, always stressing how much you care about them. If something bad ever happened, it would be critical for your child to be comfortable coming to you. Remember how hard it is for them to tell someone about being molested in the first place, and then think about the reaction they're likely to get if they press charges. For every child victim willing to report a sex offender, there are any number of people who will discount their version of events. We've all seen articles in the newspaper about a popular teacher, for example, accused of molesting a young student. There are usually quotes from people in the community who love and admire this person, often slamming the child victim. If the pressure gets too great, think about what happens if the child recants the charges. He'll never be believed about anything ever again. Unless he or she knows you'll help to deal with the situation and hold the offender accountable, coming forward with a report of abuse can be a no-win situation for the child. Abusers know this. One of their most effective threats is to tell a child no one will believe him. Depending on their age and sophistication, children can often be as reliable witnesses as adults, sometimes more so since they seldom have a particular axe to grind. But many times, they're confused by what has happened and may not know how to express it. As in interviewing adult rape victims, it takes someone with the right experience and sensitivity to interview the child victim, to find out what happened from his or her point of view, without undue intimidation or improper influence. While a major theme here is the need for parents to spend time with their kids, the fact is that we can't be with them 24 hours a day. And kids with the best emotional support system in the world can still be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sometimes, unfortunately, as with Danielle Lights, there's really nothing anyone can do to prevent the situation. But other times, self-confident and armed with the personal safety skills you've taught them, kids can minimize the risk that circumstances will be right for a victimizer to choose them. It's the same thing I used to try to get across back when I worked a bank robbery detail in the Detroit field office. We may not be able to prevent bad guys from robbing banks, but we can harden targets so that they're less likely to hit your particular bank. It's common sense that we do this in our home. If you have a burglar alarm, or deadbolt locks, or a barking dog, or a well-lit perimeter, or all of these things, the thief is much less likely to target your house. There are just too many obstacles to justify the risk. Likewise, we want to harden our children as targets, create too many obstacles to justify the risk. And if we all do that, then maybe we can actually begin to cut down on the overall number of crimes against children. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has developed guidelines for parents to follow as they try to keep their children out of potentially dangerous and/or exploitive situations, as well as age-specific safety strategies for children. They emphasize that these strategies are designed to help kids react in different situations and make the right decisions to stay safe, not to be afraid or antisocial. They also emphasize that when teaching children anything, it's vital to make sure you're approaching them on their own age-appropriate level. If you give little kids too much information, too many rules at once, they zone out and tend not to remember any of it. If you oversimplify for an older kid, though, you get the same reaction. With all age groups, the NCMEC stresses protecting children by empowering, rather than frightening them. It doesn't do any good to frighten them with the bad things strangers can do. In fact, that not only scares them but gives them a false sense of security with people who aren't strangers. The NCMEC safety strategies are helpful because they combine skills children should have at various ages, for example, knowing their home phone number and address, with behaviors they should learn at each age. Through the Adam Walsh Children's Fund, the center put together a program called Kids and Company, Together for Safety, which features a range of educational materials, including exercises and games for kids in kindergarten through 6th grade. As parents, you can instill the ideas yourself at home, but if you'd like to get more information or to talk to someone about having the curriculum implemented at your children's school, contact the NCMEC directly at 1-800-THE-LOST. A summary of this information, prepared by the center, can be found at the end of this chapter. One of the skills which can be presented in a non-threatening way is the buddy system, which simply teaches children not to go places by themselves. As adults, we know that kids who are alone are easier targets and so are at greater risk. We don't have to tell them the bogeyman waits for kids walking home from school alone. They just need to learn, in a positive way, to stay with their buddies. And it's easy for kids to remember that they need to stick together with their parents, sisters, and brothers, friends, or classmates. In the NCMEC program, for example, young children learn about the buddy system through a song. Another behavior you can teach your children that may help eliminate some situational opportunities for victimization is check first. Check first is central to the Kids and Company program. The message is simple and non-threatening for children: just check with me before you go somewhere or do something. Even at a very young age, kids can understand that they have to ask a parent or babysitter before they do something. And if you give them positive reinforcement every time they check with you, they'll feel good about themselves. As Peter Banks states it, the number one weapon against the child molester is the self-esteem of the child. This can't be repeated often enough. They'll also learn from you how to make good decisions over time. Child predators often confuse kids by putting them in situations in which they're not prepared to make the right judgment call and then take advantage of their confusion. We know that an adult should not be asking a small child for help unloading groceries, for example, but a child may not immediately recognize that as inappropriate. Their eagerness to help may make them vulnerable. If they know to check with you first, though, you can make the choice and set an example of what's okay and what's not. You can talk to your kids about when touching is okay and when it's not. Like adults, kids have an inner warning buzzer that goes off when they're in a situation they don't like, but they may need help to become aware of those feelings, and in understanding that they are right to follow their feelings. They know that a hug from grandma feels good and secure, for example, and they'll instinctively feel differently about the wrong kinds of touches. You can reinforce their feelings by talking to them about the kinds of touches that feel good. As Peter Banks points out, it would be a terrible shame for all concerned if the fear over child molestation prevented all hugging and touching and appropriate signs of affection between adults and children. With a teacher, a coach, or any other adult, it's not difficult to distinguish between hugs, pats, or other touching that seems appropriate and those which do not once the child understands that both kinds exist. Most kids are taught to be respectful of adults, which is appropriate, but they should know that there are circumstances where they can say no to an adult. And when an adult is trying to touch them in a way that makes them feel uncomfortable, confused, angry, or yucky, depending on the age of the child, it's a good time to say no. I remember my kids each went through a period around age 2 or 3 where it seemed like all they could say was no. But as they grow older, many kids get more timid, so it's not a bad idea to practice saying no. You can role play, describing situations, not too frightening, but clearly times when the right answer is no, so your child can practice looking you right in the eye, with a serious expression, saying loudly, confidently, and clearly, no, or don't do that. It sounds like a small thing, but if a potential molester realizes this kid's going to give him a lot of resistance, even simply verbal resistance, he'll most likely move on. It's like having a miniature poodle in your house. The dog is obviously not big enough or strong enough to overpower an intruder, but all that yapping could make a less determined offender pick another, quieter target where he'll be less likely to draw attention to himself. You want your children to understand that their bodies are their own and no one should touch them in a way they don't like. Make sure your kids know what parts of their body are private, that they don't have to share those pans with other people, and that they shouldn't be asked to touch anyone else's private parts. If you use the real, anatomic terms for things, penis instead of PP, for example, they'll understand that these are important body parts that deserve respect and they'll feel comfortable talking about them. There are some times when other people may need to look at their private parts, such as at the doctor's office or when a babysitter gives a young child a bath, but they still need a good reason. If your child has to be examined by a doctor, make sure you can stay in the room. And for their own protection and self-confidence, children should learn personal hygiene skills as early as they're ready and should then have responsibility for that themselves. Finally, kids need to know that if someone does to touch their private parts, it's not their fault. Just as important, if they tell an adult and that person doesn't do anything to help them, they should keep telling until they find someone who does. Of course, it is important to keep context in mind so that children are not unnecessarily traumatized. Virtually all children play doctor with each other at one time or another in their early development. This is a normal part of exploring themselves and their bodies, and the explanation we give them when we catch them at it is important to their future development and adjustment. When this activity becomes a serious concern, however, is when there is a large age or sophistication gap between one participant and the other. Then it's not normal childhood development and exploration, then it's sexual exploitation. For all elementary school-age kids, the NCMEC has an easy-to-remember phrase that sums up what kids should do in any situation in which they feel uncomfortable: no-go-tell, which stands for saying no, then going and telling a parent or another adult the child trusts about what happened. Children need to understand that sometimes, even if someone asks you to keep a secret, you still have to tell somebody. Kids and Company differentiates between swell secrets, which are fun to keep and don't hurt anybody, and tell secrets, which really have to be told to someone. Even if he promised not to tell, if a child has a secret that hurts him, he should understand that it's good to tell a trusted grown-up about it. You should acknowledge that sometimes it's hard to talk about something that's scary or confusing, and that even if they don't tell right away, they can anytime they want to. It is never too late. You can practice this even with younger children, giving them scenarios and asking them if the secret in the story is a swell secret or a tell secret. For example, if Daddy tells you what he got Mommy for a birthday present, but says he wants it to be a surprise so don't tell her, that's swell. If the babysitter tells you she wants to play a game where you get undressed and touch each other's private parts, that's definitely a tell. Ask them to describe some swell and tell secrets, making sure they understand the concept. Most of this is a way of organizing common sense, and the NCMEC has done a great job of putting it in words and phrases that are easy for kids to remember and for parents to teach and reinforce. The last part of their program, teaching kids safety strategies for different settings like shopping centers, new neighborhoods, or when they're home alone, deals with something most parents tend to overlook. We get so caught up trying to keep our kids away from strangers that we forget to identify for them people who are safe to turn to when we're not around. As a child, my parents, and all of my friends' parents taught us not to talk to strangers. But practically speaking, there are certain strangers we have to be able to talk to. Think about it, if you're separated from your 5-year-old in the mall and you've taught her never to talk to strangers, you've left her stranded. We need to teach children how to choose people who could help them in an emergency: someone wearing a uniform or a name tag or standing behind a counter, a pregnant mother pushing another child in a stroller, bus drivers, school crossing guards, elderly grandmothers. Not only will this give them a safety net, it will boost their self-esteem and confidence because they know what to do if something happens. Am I willing to swear that no pregnant woman or bus driver has ever harmed a child? Of course not, but the chances are very slim, and we've got to play the odds. We've got to teach our children to be profilers, to profile who are the safest people to go to when they need help. Realistically, every parent I know, including myself, I must admit, has misplaced a child at some point or another. I don't mean that the child's been snatched away, but maybe you're shopping with your 3 kids and one of them wanders off. Or maybe your child has permission to ride his bike with his friends up and down the block and instead they go 1 block farther, inside another friend's house to watch TV, and lose track of time. Whatever the reason, you'll probably have at least one time in your life as a parent for at least a few minutes where you won't know your child's whereabouts. It'll scare the hell out of you. But if you've prepared your child in advance, you'll feel that at least they know how to act, what to say, and whom to contact if they need help. If your child is missing for any extended of time, you can make life easier for yourself and the authorities by always keeping a recent photo and current description handy. By current description I mean keeping track of your kid's height and weight as he grows. Be able to describe his eye and hair color, favorite jacket, and sneakers. These things, with a photo of your child that actually looks like him, is what will help you get your kid back quickly in most of those rare instances where you do have to get the police or other authorities involved. Photos are especially important with younger children, who can change dramatically over a period of weeks. Think of how different a toddler looks as her hair grows in and darkens and you start to dress her in young kid clothes instead of frilly baby things. You need photos and descriptions of older kids, and you need to talk to them in advance about how to handle other situations as they're ready for them. With youngsters who might spend time alone in the house, you need to discuss how they should handle visitors at the door and phone calls. Along with your emergency list of names and phone numbers of people they can call if they need someone, Also give them a list of people they're allowed to open the door for, and if someone's not on the list but seems to really need to get inside, they should check first by calling you or a neighbor they trust. On the phone, they should act like there's an adult home even if they're all alone, maybe pretending to go look for a parent before telling the caller the adult can't come to the phone. All the tips described so far will help build self-confidence in kids of all ages. If they know they have the right to keep their body parts private, if they know how to say no to a situation they don't like, if they know how to call home, or how to identify a safe stranger to help them, they feel empowered and are much less vulnerable as potential victims. You also empower them by letting them help you choose a babysitter. Of course, you should ask any potential babysitter for references, which you should check yourself and watch how he or she interacts with your child, but you should also get the child's feedback. Then CMEC advises you to ask if they like and trust the sitter. Once they've babysat your children, and after they leave, ask your child what they did while you were away and how they felt while you were gone. Ask this every time you leave your child with someone. When you're checking out a new sitter, ask for references that include not only previous employers, but teachers, friends, neighbors, relatives, or counselors. And really ask them about the person's qualifications. Keep a written record of the sitter's name, home address, phone number, and driver's license number, if they have one. If you're meeting prospects through a babysitting service, find out if they run criminal background checks or any other type of screening process on their employees. Again, what we're trying to do here is turn the odds in our favor. These days, a lot of children spend time in daycare. If you're looking for a daycare center for your child, go beyond taking a tour and watching your child play on site. Then CMEC notes you may want to meet other adults who will spend time with your child, like bus drivers and janitors. Check with police and social services to see if there have been any complaints or charges brought against the center. Make sure the center is licensed and that it runs criminal background checks on employees. Finally, if you can take the time, volunteer to help out with field trips or any events they may plan so you can observe how the staff and children interact. I may be old-fashioned, but I think it's also more than parents' responsibility to keep children out of harm's way. I don't mean to minimize their role, or let them off the hook in any way, but if they give parenting everything they have, the rest of us ought to give them some assistance. I'm really dating myself here, but when I was a kid, if I got into trouble somewhere I didn't have to tell my mom when I got home. She already knew. The grapevine of teachers/neighbors/beat cops/concerned adults worked a lot faster than I could run or ride my bike. I think most of us in law enforcement, and certainly any of us who've spent time at crime scenes where the victim is the same size and age as our kids back home, wish we could get back to the era where people looked out for each other more. Since her murder, Kitty Genovese has become something of a symbol for the way our society works or doesn't. Everyone says how horrible it was that so many neighbors heard her screams and no one stepped in to help her, but we do much the same thing today. In fact, the situation is even cloudier now. If my father saw a lost child crying in a store, he wouldn't hesitate to walk up and try to help, maybe even taking the child's hand to comfort him. Today, people are afraid that if they approach a child they don't know, they may be mistaken for an abductor or molester. Even if you're hesitant, how hard is it just to keep an eye on a child from a distance while you report the kid's situation to a store clerk or security guard? When you think about what could be at stake for the youngster, do you really have an excuse not to be a benevolent stranger? And wouldn't you want someone to look out for your child? Peter Banks, himself a former police officer and detective, puts it most succinctly: there cannot be an error if you intervene in good faith. Society is more violent than it used to be. Knives and guns have replaced fists in settling arguments. If we hear a child screaming in the apartment next door, and perhaps have seen both the child and her mother bearing suspicious bruises, we may suspect something's not right at home. Some people would argue it's human nature not to get involved. It's self-preservation. What if that man next door gets angry with me for reporting him? But it's got to be human nature that we protect each other, especially those who are unable to protect themselves. Peter Banks tells a story from his days as a cop in the District of Columbia. He overheard the dispatcher answering the phones one night giving a caller a hard time. "Why are you calling now? What do you expect us to do?" Banks decided to look into it and learned that it was a call from a woman who'd reported a suspicious incident involving a neighbor the week before. Late one night, much later than a 7-year-old should have been up, this woman heard the little girl next door crying and moaning loudly and worried that something was the matter. But the girl lived with her grandmother and the neighbor didn't want to cause trouble for them, so she didn't call the police. After a few days, The woman's conscience was eating away at her. What if something bad was happening next door and she did nothing to help the little girl? So she called the police, who went to the apartment and found nothing apparently amiss. The telephone call Banks overheard was another call from the woman about the same incident. She knew the police hadn't seen anything suspicious, but she was really worried about the girl. Banks was incredulous. Here someone cares enough to follow up and we're giving her a hard time? He sent officers back out to investigate further and soon had reason to be glad he did. It turned out that this girl was born to a mother who didn't want her. She spent her infancy in the hospital, then went into the foster care system, then went to live with her maternal grandmother, who abused her. She went back into foster care and finally ended up with her paternal grandmother, the woman she was living with at the time the concerned neighbor made the call. This grandmother was holding 2 jobs, working day and night to make ends meet. The night of the trouble, she came home from work at midnight and found a note from the girl's teacher that she hadn't done her homework. Utterly exhausted and at her wits' end, the woman whipped her granddaughter with a jump rope. When a police official checked the child's entire body, he found she had red marks and black and blue bruises on her back, buttocks, and legs, indicating the beating wasn't an isolated incident. Why didn't the police who originally investigated the incident find anything? For one thing, they probably weren't looking very hard. For another, as much as the little girl obviously didn't want to be beaten, this may have been better to her than other alternatives. This child had been back and forth through so many houses she could hardly even remember all the names. Here, she's finally with a family member willing to take her in. She's not going to let the police find out anything bad happened. They'll take her away. She wanted to stay with her grandmother and the grandmother was doing the best she could to make it work so she could keep the girl. Is this a bad person? Is this someone who enjoys inflicting pain on children? Of course not. She was working 16 hours a day and basically punished the girl out of frustration. She didn't know any other way to deal with the situation. Authorities arranged for the girl to be tutored so school wasn't a problem anymore and got the grandmother some help, to try to build a better home and a healthier relationship for both of them. And they did well over time with intervention and counseling. But this never would have happened if the neighbor hadn't gotten involved and stayed on the police when it looked like nothing was being done. Had she not, the child could have ended up as another statistic and certainly would not be as well prepared to face adulthood. As Peter Banks says, if there's a lesson to be learned from that case, it is, don't be satisfied. If you think something bad is happening, keep calling and calling or call other agencies until you are convinced that someone is helping the child. And if you are not sure you should, think again of Valerie Smelser, who was horribly mistreated, then murdered by her own mother, Wanda, and Wanda's live-in boyfriend. Or think of a little girl so special she overcame being born homeless and addicted to the crack cocaine her mother used all through her pregnancy. Little Elisa Izquierdo's story is a tragedy of extremes, the love and protection of her doting, dying father, mixed with periods of brutal, hideous abuse at the hands of her disturbed mother and her mother's vicious husband. When Elisa was born at Woodhull Hospital in New York City in February of 1989, social workers there contacted the Child Welfare Administration to report the baby's drug-addicted state. Her father, a cook at the homeless shelter where Elisa's mother lived on and off, was immediately granted custody of the baby. Although he hadn't necessarily planned to be a father at that point, Gustavo Izquierdo seemed to relish the role and took his responsibility very seriously. He enrolled in parenting classes at the YWCA and took Elisa to the Montessori preschool at the Y from the time she turned a year old. He fixed his daughter's hair every day, ironed dresses for her to wear, and even rented a banquet hall to celebrate when she was baptized. But Izquierdo had cancer, and after a while it was too difficult to make the payments for her schooling. Elisa was such an exceptional student that her teachers and principal stepped in, introducing her to Prince Michael of Greece, who was a patron of the school. He was so enchanted by the intelligent, lively, and beautiful little girl that he promised to pay for Elisa's private schooling at the Brooklyn Friends School all the way through 12th grade. But in addition to this charmed aspect of her life, Elisa had a dark side to face. Her mother, now married, and with more children by her husband, maintenance worker Carlos Lopez, fought for, and won, visitation rights. In 1990, social workers vouched for Alda Lopez, saying she'd turned her life around, given up drugs, settled down with a good provider. Both Lopezes offered to take random drug tests. Elisa began unsupervised visits with them the next year. From that point on, concerned adults in Elisa's life grew worried as they saw warning signals. The girl complained to adults at school that her mother hit her and locked her in a closet, her father told a neighbor Elisa had begun having nightmares and accidents as though no longer toilet trained, and she had cuts and bruises on her vagina, making him worry that she'd been sexually assaulted. Elisa's principal at Montessori reported to Time magazine that she notified the Brooklyn Bureau of Community Services and called a hotline to report her suspicions. Elisa's father petitioned family court to remove her mother's visitation rights. By 1993, Gustavo Izquierdo had purchased plane tickets to his native Cuba, perhaps in a desperate effort to get his daughter away from those he was afraid would hurt her. Before he was able to make that trip, though, his cancer caught up with him. He died in May 1993. Elisa's mother filed for, and was granted, permanent custody of the girl following Izquierdo's death. His cousin, Elsa Canizares, along with teachers and the principal at Montessori, even Prince Michael, fought to prevent it, but Elisa's mother had some strong allies. Child welfare recommended she get custody, saying it had been keeping track of the family for over a year. Lopez's lawyer from the Legal Aid Society had their caseworker's assertion that they'd visited the home and thought Elisa and her siblings would be happy living together with their mother. And Lopez had won over officials at Project Chance, a parenting program funded by the federal government to help the poor. Although she'd had setbacks, occasionally returning to drugs, Lopez also attended parenting classes and seemed to be committed to working things out. Either because no one had the time to really check, or the Lopezes did a great job of convincing expense they were working hard to be a model family, Elisa was forced to return to an environment that was questionable at best. In addition to the problems her mother had in the past, her stepfather, Carlos Lopez, had a documented history of domestic violence. In early 1992, 1 month after Adolda Lopez gave birth to the couple's second child, he pulled out his pocket knife and stabbed his wife 17 times, allegedly in front of Elisa during one of the child's weekend visits. Elisa's mother spent 3 days in the hospital and he served 2 months in prison. Now, with 5 other children already in the household, resources, including patience, were already stretched to the limit. Who knows what was going on in the mind of the lonely little girl who was still trying to make sense of her heroic daddy's death. It's agonizing to think of how frightened she must have been to lose him and to learn that now she had to live with adults she so feared that short visits gave her nightmares. By September of 1994, Elisa's last place of refuge was taken from her. Her mother removed her from Montessori and enrolled her in a public school. Soon, officials there reported to the deputy director of CWA in Manhattan that Elisa frequently came to school bruised and appeared to walk with difficulty. They were reportedly told there was insufficient evidence for the agency to act on the complaints eventually. Even Lopez's allies at Project Chance feared the worst. According to Time, Bart O'Connor, who runs Project Chance, contacted Elisa's CWA caseworker and was told he was too busy to go check it out. But over time, O'Connor, too, lost contact with the family, who avoided him and anyone else who would try to take the child away. The day before Thanksgiving, November 22, 1995, Adolda delivered her last, fatal beating to the child. The New York Times quoted Elisa's aunt, who had a terrible phone conversation with Adolda that night. Lopez told her sister the girl wasn't eating or drinking, hadn't gone to the bathroom, and was, like, retarded on the bed. The next day, Lopez called a neighbor for help, who discovered the child was dead. Even then, her mother's behavior was erratic. At first she refused to call police, then ran to the roof of the apartment, threatening to jump. One NYPD lieutenant called Elisa's death the worst child abuse case he'd ever seen. Her mother confessed to slamming the child into a concrete wall, forcing her to eat her own excrement, mopping the floor with the girl's head. Police investigators reported there was no part of Elisa's body not beaten, bruised, or otherwise injured. She had been sexually violated repeatedly with a hairbrush and toothbrush. Neighbors, many of whom say they tried to contact child protection authorities, confirmed that Elisa's mother had gone back to drugs, once trying to sell a tricycle to raise money for more crack. They said they could hear the little girl pleading for her mother to stop, but her mother believed the child's father had put a spell on the girl that she had to beat out of her. Child Welfare Administration files in New York City are confidential, so there's no way of knowing how many times people tried to save Elisa, or just how or where the system broke down, though God knows it did. In many ways, however, the bureaucracy is an easy target. Investigating child abuse can be a thankless, depressing, and often dangerous job. While the number of reported child abuse cases is rising 25% in the 5-year period between 1988 and 1993 according to reliable figures, budget cuts keep bringing down the number of caseworkers to watch over those kids. Children need all our protection more than ever. If you suspect a child is living in a situation that is abusive, negligent, or dangerous to the welfare of that child, call someone. And keep calling until you find one who's ready to help. If anything ever happened to your child and you couldn't be there, you'd want someone else to make the call. If you're afraid of personal repercussions, call any one of the anonymous tip lines available to report suspected abuse. In one way or another, we've got to fight back. In an article written for Parade magazine, Prince Michael sadly observed that in little Elisa's case, as fearful as they were of her mother, he and others trusted the laws to protect the girl. Many times, they can, if someone alerts authorities that a law's been broken. There is a lot of information on these subjects, as well as tips on how to safeguard your children when they're on the internet, how to protect them from family abduction, and just about every other area of child protection from crime and/or victimization, all available from the NCMEC. Much is also available on the internet at http://www.missingkids.org, or you can contact them using the toll-free number, 1-800-THE-LOST. The good people at NCMEC keep the pictures on the wall, and keep circulating computer-enhanced photos by mail and internet and any other means available, to remind all children that if anything ever happens to them, someone will look for them. They care enough to let innocent little strangers know that they'll look forever if that's how long it takes to find them and make them safe. The children in your life should know how important it is to you that they be safe and happy, too. As simplistic as it may sound, the words "I love you" and "I'm proud of you" can help insulate your children from a host of evils, from child molesters to peers who might offer them drugs or alcohol. Their confidence and self-esteem, together with our involvement and commitment, can go a long way toward fighting back. Through the courtesy of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the Adam Walsh Children's Fund, we are reprinting several key guides to child safety. We should all be very grateful to the people who devoted the time and energy to develop them and try to protect all our children. My 8 rules for safety. 1. Before I go anywhere, I always check first with my parents or the person in charge. I tell them where I am going, how I will get there, who will be going with me, and when I'll be back. 2. I check first for permission from my parents before getting into a car or leaving with anyone, even someone I know. I check first before accepting money, gifts, or drugs without my parents' knowledge. 3. It is safer for me to be with other people when going places or playing outside. 1. Always use the buddy system. 4. I say no if someone tries to touch me in ways that make me feel frightened, or uncomfortable, or confused. Then I go and tell a grown-up I trust what happened. 5. I know it is not my fault if someone touches me in a way that is not 0k. I don't have to keep secrets about those touches. 6. I trust my feelings and talk to grown-ups about problems that are too big for me to handle on my own. A lot of people care about me and will listen and believe me. I am not alone. 7. It is never too late to ask for help. I can keep asking until I get the help I need. 8. I am a special person, and I deserve to feel safe. My rules are to check first. Use the buddy system. Say no, then go and tell. Listen to my feelings, and talk with grown-ups 1. Trust about my problems and concerns. What you can do to prevent child abduction and exploitation. Know where your children are at all times. Be familiar with their friends and daily activities. Be sensitive to changes in your children's behavior. They are a signal that you should sit down and talk to your children about what caused the changes. Be alert to a teenager or adult who is paying an unusual amount of attention to your children or giving them inappropriate or expensive gifts. Teach your children to trust their own feelings, and assure them that they have the right to say no to what they sense is wrong. Listen carefully to your children's fears, and be supportive in all your discussions with them. Teach your children that no one should approach them or touch them in a way that makes them feel uncomfortable. If someone does, they should tell you immediately. Be careful about babysitters and any other individuals who have custody of your children. Detecting sexual exploitation. Sexual exploitation should not be confused with physical contacts that are TME expressions of affection. A warm and healthy relationship can exist if adults respect the child and place reasonable limits on their physical interaction. Child molestation is often a repeat crime. Many kids are victimized a number of times. The reality of sexual exploitation is that often the child is very confused, uncomfortable, and unwilling to talk about the experience with parents, teachers, or anyone else. But they will talk if you have already established an atmosphere of trust and support in your home, where your child will feel free to talk without fear of accusation, blame, or guilt. Parents should be all in to the indicators of sexual abuse, changes in behavior, extreme mood swings, withdrawal, fearfulness, or excessive crymg. Bedwetting, nightmares, fear of going to bed, or other sleep disturbances. Acting out inappropriate sexual activity or showing an unusual interest in sexual matters. A sudden acting out of feelings or aggressive or rebellious behavior. Regression to infantile behavior. A fear of certain places, people, or activities, especially being alone with certain people. Children should not be forced to give affection to an adult or teenager if they do not want to. A desire to avoid this may indicate a problem. Pain, itching, bleeding, fluid, or rawness in the private areas. Basic rules of safety for children. As soon as your children can articulate a sentence, they can begin the process of learning how to protect themselves against seduction and exploitation. Children should be taught, if you are in a public place, and you get separated from your parents, don't wander around looking for them. Go to a checkout counter, the security office, or the lost and found and quickly tell the person in charge that you have lost your mom and dad and need help in finding them. You should not get into a car or go anywhere with any person unless your parents have told you that it is okay. If someone follows you on foot or in a car, stay away from him or her. You don't need to go near the car to talk to the people inside. Grown ups and other older people who need help should not be asking children for help, they should be asking older people. No one should be asking you for directions or to look for a lost puppy or telling you that your mother or father is in trouble and that he will take you to them. If someone tries to take you somewhere, quickly get away from him, or her, and yell or scream, "This man is trying to take me away," or "This person is not my father, or mother." You should to use the buddy system and never go places alone.